Yes.
The Leah in the Phazon dimension today tastes like lemon tart, whipped cream, cinnamon for some reason. And it comes in really strong, too strong, then it backs off, and you're just like, oh, wow, that was weird. And
Hmm.
then star anise? Gross.
What do you mean? Sardines is good.
Well, it's the black licorice flavor.
Ah, fair enough.
And it comes by and you're like, where'd my lemon tart go? And then you're bombarded with berries. And then bergamot? Hmm.
Bergamot. Oh.
Mm.
Mm.
We're gonna.
It is very
Mm.
distracting being home. You didn't realize all the flavors. If you really, now that you're more grounded and you're more used to your own body, it's like a buffet of flavors. And you almost get no choice. Ugh.
We're gonna all right, focus, stop eating.
Oh yeah, yeah. You did realize you were eating. You were really, really hungry. Holy crap!
And I'm like, all right, we're gonna go to our little orb. And I'm like, all right, that's what we're needing to do. We're
Yeah,
gonna
your
need
orb's like,
some
you. I'm an orb.
like, all right, this is what we're needing to do. And we're
Mm.
gonna need I will need to learn the basic formulas of this dimension so I can go and save somebody from die. And it's gonna be hard. It's gonna be complex. Take us a while. So let's get started.
Okay. So, what do you remember about the orb?
So the orb has all the fundamental laws of the phazon dimension.
Mm?
Uh, had I put it inside me, I would literally be carrying uh, all the rules for the phazon dimension inside me.
Which
Which,
would be not good.
yes, I would almost say it's like a source.
Yeah, it's kind of a keystone.
Yeah,
You're sure there's several other of these floating around the dimension, but you're not sure of the process about how they and why these exist. Because you know pretty well that there's no keystones in your dimension.
yeah,
Hmm. But again, your dimension is much more complex. Phase dimension is pretty simple, or at least in comparison. Energy.
yeah. So we're going to take time to kind of just sit there and work out this formula that we need since we
Mm-hmm.
have all the basis for the universe here.
Okay. Well, go ahead and give me a Leah roll.
Leah or phazon?
Well, we're gonna start with Aaliyah
Okay.
because I know you're a thorough fellow.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And of course, we need efficiency on this. So,
Yeah, yeah,
uh,
yeah. Okay. Yeah. Hmm. I'm kind of thinking about it. Go ahead and give me a phazon roll. Nice. And then probably a holy verse.
right?
Yeah. A holy verse. It's pretty good. Hmm. Yeah. You're kind of sitting there pondering, staring at the cube. There is a way, but it's not through the methods that you're originally envisioning. It actually, because of the orb here, go ahead and gain an insight to one of the three of those. Pick one of the three: the Phazon roll, Leo roll, or Holy Verse, and get an insight for it.
Yeah. We're gonna gain insight into phazon.
Mm-hmm.
So, a lot of the
So
others.
yeah, so the way you work, you are a Phazon core, which is really
Mm,
important because the phazon core is so dense it acts as a gravitational force for your Leah skin. It sucks it in. It forces it to stick to you and prevents it from wandering off.
mhm,
But that has to be done when you create your Leah soul, because otherwise it doesn't work properly. And it has to also be part of the fundamental mathematics of transitioning to the Leah soul with a phazon core.
mm,
If you don't do it during the creation process, you can't use that method. You can't throw Leah at a phazon soul and then hope it sticks. So you need something denser than phazon.
or something denser than the phazon out here.
Yeah, you need something from the phazon dimension that is denser than the phazon itself.
Uh,
Or the next
let me
energy
that.
state up, maybe.
Well, it
Like,
would be an energy state up by a long shot. It would have to be
Uh,
a magnitude more.
so plasmics.
Probably yes.
but that stuff can be found in the stars.
That'd be strange matter.
Oh, okay.
But you need something from this dimension because if you try and put something with the right density and energy state from another dimension, the phazon will just eat it.
Yeah.
So you need something as impermeable to phazon, which is like, what is impermeable? Well, it would have to be something from here that the
Mm,
phazon can't eat.
Star slab, maybe.
Star slab would hold out for a long time, but eventually it would be like an eraser. It would corrode the star slab over a very long amount of time. You'd probably get a good 100 years before
yeah,
the
for having.
phazon was devoured, but that's a temp solution,
Yeah, no.
and it would also not be the right energy state.
So at that point, it would probably can't use strange matter on it. Aether's gonna spend some time looking at the orb. Is there with the orb? Would I be able to tell if there is like living beings here in the Phazon dimension besides me, like natives?
Uh, Maybe. I mean, the orb kind of almost has a life of its own, but not really.
All right. Hmm.
It's sure as heck dense enough. Not sure about the energy state.
Interesting. Um.
You might have to go explore because you haven't really explored the phazon dimension that much.
Yeah.
You kind of only stick around where this orb is.
Yeah. No. I'm going to take the next 2 days of just kind of exploring the Phazon dimension.
Okay. It's kind of fascinating as you float around. The phazon dimension does have slabs of phazon so large they're continent sized, almost like they're on landmass. And sometimes they're paper thin, sometimes it bulges out to the size of a mountain. Um, but in this particular case, most of them, don't sit or aren't connected. So you have a continent on the top half, on the bottom. So they're kind of dissociated objects just floating in the endless energy sea.
Ah,
Occasionally, going deep onto one of these continents where the energy gets bigger and more dense, you see little crystals floating around. And they kind of bump into each other sometimes, and there's this beautiful, keening tinkle that they kind of go bling, and they ricochet and float off.
how beautiful.
And sometimes there's these big old electrical storms that arc out of the phazon and form these crystals. And sometimes they reach out to a crystal and bring it back to its constituent parts, which is a little scary because if the phazon reached out to you and did that, they would shear part of your phazon core off.
We avoid that very carefully.
But there's little crystals floating around. Phazon crystals.
We're gonna we're gonna examine some of them.
Yeah. Uh, the first thing that comes to your mind as several bubbles pop up, they're like from the fairy tale novels, the fables. They're like little sprites, playful, almost. They don't have a mind of their own, but they kind of float about, kind of like little sprite would.
Uh, I'm going to send like a little energy burst, see if they can communicate.
It arcs between them, and it's kind of a little chorus, kind of like little note blocks that
Mhm.
they all have their little voice, and then they continue on their journey. And anytime you send out a little energy, it arcs through all the crystals in the area, and they all go, "I'm here," and then they go back to their thing. It's kind of cute. It's very fun.
Uh, and it's just gonna kind of like,
These crystals are very brittle, though. After examination, if you try and touch one and you apply any pressure, they just crack and turn to dust.
okay, interesting. Are
Hmm.
they kind of like? Because I know my lead core or my phase on core at this point is crystallized.
Mhm.
Are they denser than mine, is mine like in comparison?
You are not 100% sure, but you do feel yours is able to maintain its solidification um, under duress, even.
Mhm.
You're very confident in how solid and structurally um, reinforced your crystal is. These kind of like the way you're thinking that they're sprites. They're kind of whimsically put together. They're crystallized. Um, the inner matrices, kind of like the way the crystals form, are all over the place. Like kind of like the way the phazon is. There's no cohesion. There's no structural integrity to these crystals. They're just kind of whimsically put together, and the crystals go all the different directions, barely held together, like a
Okay.
soap bubble almost.
Uh, Ada's gonna try and see if he can create kind of like take one of the more like take one of the crystals and see if he can use a bit of energy manipulation and based on that to see if he can harden one to make it denser.
Um, yeah, it forms the. You kind of throw energy at it, and the crystal grows rapidly, but all in different directions, and then it goes poof, unable to stick together under its own weight.
Okay.
And actually, weight comes to your mind. It's actually interesting. Weight is such a ephemeral concept in the phazon dimension. If something does have weight, it is actually a pretty big deal. These are about the weight of a gossamer wing
Mm-hmm.
on a dragonfly. So, not even a milligram. And
Right.
the moment you gave it energy, it just was like, I am big now. Oh no. And fell to pieces.
Okay. So if I want to make something heavy and dense
And this is
for
just one little area you found.
yeah, but it's like there's like ideas like hey, if make something heavy and dense enough that might be able to work as you can see it
You
crystalline structures.
might. I mean, you can continue exploring. You know where this is
Oh,
now.
he is going to continue exploring fascinatedly.
Okay. I will have you roll. You get 2 luck tests a day because wandering does take a little bit in this place.
Yeah. All right. Ha.
Okay. Um, it's a lot of aimless wandering. Not anything cool that you come across. A lot of different flavors. You're never hungry.
Okay.
Uh,
Um.
mm,
The only other thing I think Aether's going to try in here is because he sees a lot of flavors, a lot of wonder and joy in it.
mm.
He wants to try and grab some of that to attach to him.
Kind of like the way the crystals are.
Kind of, yeah, because like if he can see the joy and happiness in the bubbles here in the face in his home dimension, if he grabs them here, they might be more stable. It's for him to attach to himself.
Okay. Go ahead and make me a willpower.
Yeah.
Yeah, you kind of catch one. Doesn't pop. Kind of forms a little energy Leah barrier around it, and you're like,
Hmm.
it's a
And so if I just kind of push that into myself.
go ahead and make me an influence. Bloop.
Bloop.
Yeah, grab this one.
Huh.
That was surprisingly simple. You guys were building a formula, maybe some prosthetic, maybe some device, and you're just like, oh, bloop. I remember this one.
Ah.
As long as you're
Huh.
really careful and you kind of grab it like you would a floating little bubble, and you grab it and you put a little Leah barrier around it, like wrapping the extension of your Leah around it from your skin, and you're just gonna absorb it. Not too bad.
Interesting. Fascinating.
Hmm.
Uh yeah, no. I know what Ada's
Doesn't
doing the next.
Yeah, it doesn't work in the anywhere but here. You realize there's no gravity here, other than what minuscule amount of attraction from the density of really heavy objects. So if anything has weight here, it has a little bit of gravity to it because nothing. There's no other attractional force.
Interesting.
So that's why your little bubbles can survive because just there's so many forces acting on it in your home dimension. Hmm. Neat. Finding all the bubbles though, that's the key.
Yeah.
All right, you've recovered quite a bit.
Mhm.
All right, how many days are you gonna be here?
Until Sunday on the day of the examination.
Okay. How many days you got?
That'll be 2 days.
Okay. So 2 more days or 2 days total?
2 days total.
All
So
right.
that would be because I left on Friday, so then I have Saturday, and then I
Okay.
come back Sunday.
All right. Well, you spent the whole day here already.
Yeah.
Next day,
Next day, which would be
two
Sunday, I
more luck.
believe? Or no, Saturday. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. You definitely come across a much larger crystal field. Oh my goodness. Uh, it's like a little choir. There's so many of them, and they bump into each other all the time. It's just this little musical of crystalline noises that actually echoes.
Huh.
But
Interesting.
the amount of arcs of the phase on electricity reaching out, making a crystal, and reaching out and destroying a crystal is like a thunderstorm. It's constant. So getting close would be very difficult because the phazon would reach out and try and disassemble your crystal,
Mm.
or put a new crystal somewhere on you, which you're not sure what that would do. Ugh,
Yeah.
might be weird.
And I can probably shouldn't mess with this, but we're gonna remember this.
Okay.
Um.
Um, there is one crystal at the very center of that field, though, that is light blue instead of that dark, pulsing, depressing blue. Kind of almost a teal. Glows a little bit in comparison to the rest.
mm, we're gonna kind of like okay. All right. All right. I think we got this. Let's go. Investigate it.
All right, how are you gonna get over there?
Um. So we know that energy is arcing between each one of the stones. We're gonna want to send out a opposite energy wave. So that's why if they come in contact, they would neutralize each other.
Hmm.
Disharmonic energies.
I'll real phase on. See if you can pull that off. I might make an opposing roll.
All right.
Bloop. Oh, it's pretty good for me.
Oh, not good for me.
Um.
Oh
You
wait, sorry.
do.
I forgot to add 3 more my Leah
Hmm?
onto that. So that would have been 3 more degrees of success. So 10.
Yeah. You make your way through a little bit of it, but you realize the closer you get to that discoloration, the worse this is getting by a long shot. But you
Mm.
get a good look at it. It seems to be an actual crystal growth. And the phazon around it, within a 10-meter radius, is all the same color, like it's infected it. Um, it's a small crystal growth, probably no bigger than a softball, all in told.
Okay. So that's a bit smaller than my face on board.
Uh-huh.
Saying,
The phazon does reach out occasionally and strike at it with its lightning, but it just makes a kind of a tinkling noise, kind of like the way a Tesla coil sends out a strobe and it connects to something and doesn't seem to do much.
mm, all right, we're gonna back out of here. Um, and I'm like, all right, I think we might have found an answer. Uh,
Oh my goodness, a call. I will be back.
Well, he's gone. Quick question:
quick
Did we figure
answer.
out? Did we find out what's going on with that explosion yet, or is that going to be a something I'm still looking into?
That is something people are still looking into.
Cool. That's all I wanted to know. Because I'm going to be sending people to go handle. I'm delegating it. I don't feel like dealing with it. This is like the second time the base is going to completely explode, and what can I say? It was more impressive the first time.
Just come up with better ideas other than making us blow up.
Right? Somebody already tried to use fucking Warlord Torpedo on us once. You want to bet it's another Warlord? I'm betting it's another Warlord, at least something equivalent.
It's like, get good, scrubs. Like, try something like destabilizing our central government for once.
Right? Like I'm wait. I'm definitely not doing that. You heard nothing.
I didn't hear anything because I'm unreachable for the next few days.
Yeah, I heard. Ah,
I mean, unless you want to try and step into the face on dimension.
I could probably get away with it for a few seconds. Keyword there is few seconds.
Yeah.
I would bet on no more than 5. And I'd
I
probably
was
come back with phase-on corruption that I would have to clear up.
I was actually gonna say 4, but
Yeah, I don't really know. I'm hedging 5 on the outside.
yeah, that's fair.
And the only reason I'm doing that much is because my battery stores are capable of holding significant amounts of bullshit. But 6 seconds? No, I don't think I can make it that long.
All right, we got 5 seconds, no more, and a lot of bad things that happen in those 5 seconds.
Yeah, baby, let's do it. I'll send one of the me's that I can sacrifice on the trip. You see, part of the reason I think in 5 seconds is because the Remember Me program technically is supposed to be able to undo that.
Mhm.
Very technically. It's just that I don't know how far I can push that before it shorts out. You know?
Or it gets corroded.
Exactly. Once again, purely theoretical. I'm not fucking doing that. Just because I think I'd accomplish it doesn't mean I'm going to try to, unless I am truly desperate. I actually cannot imagine a point where I'd be that desperate either.
Maybe if you're trying to run from somebody.
Nah, I've got too many other ways I can just bolt. I'm about to just start using my other me's to do a bunch of shit because they're effectively indestructible. Well, not indestructible, more like they keep coming back.
Mhm.
That's more accurate to describe how it works. But who knows? I do know one thing, though. I have to develop antivirus.
Uh, I know what I'm gonna do.
I'm just getting stored, like, I don't know, McAfee? Let's install some McAfee. Have a virus to fight the other viruses.
McAfee, come now. I'm sure you can do better with Norton.
I use WebRoot. Not as shit as Wackafee or Norton. I don't like Norton. Last time I used Norton, it genuinely corrupted some of my system files. I know it was just a bad install, but one bad install throws me off on programs.
Understandable.
What has happened?
Nothing.
Nothing.
That's on. Matt took a phone call.
Oh, did he? Oh, I was dealing with Luna.
Yeah, we're
No,
just
no
doing the
bites.
start of DTA shit.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna get my nano cradle up to 10 today.
I mean, at least where I'm starting off, I'm still on the fourth Friday.
That's something I was just about to ask Liam on what our days at.
Last session, if I mark things correctly, was Thursday the 4th, is where we head off. The fourth Thursday is where we left off.
Yep.
Okay. So yeah, you should be on the fourth Friday. That is the current day. You know that thing where they say, and on this day he rested? I don't think we're ever going to get that day, though. I think we're going to eternally have, and on this day they did something.
Day Friday 4th.
It's Friday, Friday.
Gotta get some DTA on Friday.
Most of my DTA planned out. Yeah, that's right. I forgot to update my personal DTA. Shit. I remember to update my DTA for all the fucking mini me's running around. But not mine, because I'm a dumbass like that. Whatever. I'll deal with it. Honestly, my thing for this one was pretty generic. It was actually mech training, combat sims.
I think having some operates is not a bad idea, especially
Oh,
void chip or.
I've got my operate max. I'm trying to get mastery.
I see. You have like 3 unnatural for it right now, right? What's your agility modifier? What's your agility?
My agility's at 110.
Nice. And you have any naturals for it?
I don't actually.
Damn. Because mastery works really well with unnaturals, but I mean having 100 is ballin' too. So
The unnaturals we got from our drug trip, I actually put them into intelligence and weapon skill.
Good call on the intelligence. Weapon, I also have an unnatural because it allows us to have more attacks in melee. So,
well, many of us are going various flavors of melee.
I mean, my character was always going to be melee from the start, but it's whatever.
I've always preferred melee mechs.
Yeah, sorry about that. That was my grandmother, and I have not heard from her in a while. And she was just calling to check up on me. Tried to keep it short, but
I got to see my grandmother
mi
today too,
abuela
man.
loves to chat. She
Mi
even said,
abuela?
"Oh, yeah, mi abuela, my grandmother." So, she it was kind of funny because she's like, "Oh, you're doing a thing. Well, I'll keep it short." And we chatted, and then it was we're going through the pleasantries of it, and then the conversation starts to get more detailed and more questions, and I'm like, she always does this. She says she'll keep it short, but oh man, she can talk for hours.
Short means 30 minutes, don't you know?
Well, unfortunately, we got stuff to get to.
Yeah.
All right. So you were looking into the crystal.
Yeah.
You didn't get very close, but you could attempt to get closer if you kind of honed your counter energy mathematics and patterns a little bit with more complexity and sophistication.
Yeah, it's gonna take a moment and kind of study the energy that they're arcing out.
There's no pattern to it that you can discern.
Could I? This is funnier. Could I oscillate the energy that my shield's at to be able to deflect it?
Yeah, you can try and build a reactionary oscillation, but for the speed in which the energy arcs out, if you even so much as have a fraction of a moment too late, reactionary is not the way to go.
Right. Well, no, I guess what I'm saying. It's not a reactionary. I'm studying not how the energy comes out, but the oscillation of the energy itself in the arcs. So that's why when it jumps out and it tries to hit me, my bear automatically is oscillating a counter energy to it.
Go ahead and roll me a holy verse. That is some interesting mathematics, but not particularly difficult. Now, when you look at it, you're like, oh, I don't need to worry too much about matching the energy. Oscillation actually would work as long as you kept it a specific energy frequency above what level of energy the phason's outputting. Because, as long as you maintain an energy level higher than any of the phazon in the area, it shouldn't It shouldn't matter. So yeah, just you get a. I get less of a bonus. Go ahead and roll phase on. See if you can get closer. Not as great.
Feeling a 2.
Oh, that'd be nice. Yeah, you can get a lot closer.
Yeah.
In fact, you can get close enough that you can actually sit on the periphery of that discolored area.
Yeah, I'm gonna sit the moment and kind of like study the
Mm.
crystal.
The energy it's putting off is. It feels kind of like a low thrum. Whereas the normal phase-on is this live wire from an electrical capacitor.
Mhm.
This is a kind of a low, steady thrum.
Fascinating.
It's almost anticlimactic. It's like, what do you want to do?
Um, he's just gonna kind of take the rest of the time, sit there and study it as much as he can,
Sure.
figure out what it is,
Pick
poke
two.
and kind of like
Pick two
prod
rolls.
at it. What? Okay. What? We're gonna go Phazon and Holyverse.
Okay.
First, how do you spell Phazon?
With a Z.
That's what I thought.
Phazon.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
Haha. You spelt it wrong. What a noob.
I know.
What a noob. Obviously not a real Phazon practitioner. What are you trying to learn about it?
We're trying to learn if we can kind of recreate this. Um, and what kind of like if this thing would be a heavy enough energy to be able to
Um,
efficiently well one, yeah, just recreation in general. Two, if it's a heavy enough energy for their master.
okay. Go ahead and pick two rolls of your choice to get some information and go ahead and roll them.
I did. I rolled a Phazon and I rolled Holyverse. All of
Oh,
them
you did.
13.
Okay. As you're kind of looking at it, it's hard to discern because when trying to look into the energy levels, well, it's very dense, and because of the crystalline structure, kind of like looking at a blacked out window, where normally you'd be able to see into anything. As for the periphery of the, I guess you can call it infected phazon, with that light green teal color that glows. That specific area, none of the phazon arcs out. It's very dormant.
Hmm.
It also pulses with a low thrum, but not as deep and heavy as the crystal itself and the ground underneath it.
Interesting. If I bring Do I think I could bring my master here and kind of like she would be stable, or would she still rapidly decay in here?
I'm not sure. You're not
Hmm.
sure specifically if the crystal just being in its proximity would help, or if it would actually take over her phazon soul, because it looks like it's infecting the phazon around it. So
Interesting. Last little bit we're gonna try and do here before we leave the Phazon dimension. We're gonna see if we can send it a message. See if it's able to respond.
mm. Oh, what form?
Um, kind of like just let's send it a math equation. like a little data burst math
Type of
equation.
math equation.
Uh something. It's a simple math equation, mostly like think like high school level algebra. Um, see if it either responds to it or if
Um, it when you do send it, it kind of picks it up, and then for a moment you could feel the thrum start to kind of pulsate, just whoom, 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 and it starts to build up, and eventually there's this little crystal that spits out or forms up from the greened area, kind of like an inverse raindrop, and it kind of floats upwards. And that is not math you have ever seen.
fascinating.
It has turned your algebra equation into a 1+1 equation, or at least the length of it. Variable interact with variable, thus results in this variable. And you're sitting there like, oh, hmm.
Uh, we're gonna look at it. And then we're gonna kind of like go up, like we're gonna go like out of the range of the phazon and see if we can catch that little raindrop and analyze
Well,
it.
it doesn't leave more than 6 inches off of the disc it came out of, the little area. So it's just
Okay,
kind of, and then eventually it just shatters. Just, but you got to see it and you got to read into it. But it was kind of constructed just like those other brittle crystals. But unlike those other crystals, this one had too much weight to begin with, and so it shattered under its own weight.
thing. And then Aether's gonna give it a bit more of a complex equation, like uh how to say the basic equation of a Leah energy. Just like one little newt of it.
Okay. Hmm. It grabs onto it. It does the slope thrum, and it builds up to such a crescendo. It fills you kind of with dread, kind of like the way a centrifuge is building up so much speed with so much weight on the ends that you're like, oh, well, something bad is going to happen. But
Mhm.
eventually, it just goes ting, and a series of crystals float out. Oh, 7 of them.
Interesting.
And the largest equation of the bunch is variable, thus is variable, deconstituted by variable, affected magnitude by variable equals variable. You're not sure if deconstitute means subtract, divide, square root. It's not, but your mind specifically places it deconstitute.
And then we're gonna kind of look at them, see what happens. Do they shatter like the other ones?
Yeah, they do.
Hmm.
A little bit more forcibly, especially that big one. I am actually going to need you to dodge. That one
Oh,
shatters with force. Um, and
okay.
the force you're kind of looking at, um, you've seen a capacitor on a large scale ship weapon explode. That little crystal, no bigger than the size of a marble, goes, I'm blowing up now. And you're like, oh, okay.
Ah. All right. So, God, how do I dodge right now? Because I don't have any agility.
How you think you are dodging?
Honestly, if Aether had the choice, he would essentially teleport away from it.
That's fine. Yeah, you're
Uh,
in your own home dimension. You go, oh, it's blowing up, and you go bloop, and
Yep.
then you didn't dodge far enough as the arc starts coming out. And you're like, oh, that's a little more supernova than capacitor, and then you have to jump around several times, and before the energy dies out.
I'm like, oh, that was big. Hmm. And Aether's gonna sit there kind of like study. And like, you know what?
Yeah, to do one more thing, and then we got to jump to the others.
Yeah. I don't know what Aether's gonna do. Aether's gonna do what he thinks is most important, or one of the more important things right now. He is going to think of actually I just forgot their names.
Sadako and
Sadako and Mia.
Mia. Yeah.
And think of them, it's gonna see the emotions attached to them. And he's like, now we're gonna take these with us. These are important. I'm not leaving without them.
Oh, the feelings.
Yes.
So the soap bubbles will come up, and you're going to collect them.
Yep.
Cool. All right, we're going to jump to someone else. All right, thanks for joining, Johnny. We're going to jump to you.
You're gonna jump to me?
Hell yeah. Okay.
All right. My day is pretty simple. I have, as I open it up again, I have 4 downtime actions for work in it. I'm gonna work
Where you
on
working?
the. I'm actually in the office today. Gonna work on the report that I have to give Lilith.
Okay.
So spend some time giving some details to that.
Vincent Von Montague comes over and is like, it's very good to see you back alive, ma'am.
I wasn't going. Wait. Yeah, I wasn't going for that long, so it's not that big a deal, right?
Of course, yes. Not a big deal. Not at all. Not even just
Just another day.
just a trip down to the local grocery. No, nothing.
Yeah, it was nice to be on Enigma again, I guess. So
Yes. Within its bowels, in the dark corners of the world,
mhm.
must have just been a equivalent of a sunny stroll for you.
I had my squad mates with me, so I had no worries.
Ah, yes. Well, it's good to have you back.
Except now I got to do a nice report for leaving the base.
Oh, and you're doing a report. It's wonderful to hear. While you're doing that one, here is some things you missed that require your attention. And then there's the mountain of paperwork. You're like, oh.
Damn, I wasn't that gone that long. All right,
Yes.
fine.
You were gone for a day.
That's what I'm here for. It's
Yes.
she'll get to it.
Okay. I'll have you roll 4 luck tests.
Oh, I got those.
See what you're looking at. Yeah.
Let's add on 4 magnet rolls as well to it.
Okay.
Just a 27, honestly. I mean, nothing too crazy.
Yeah. Fortunately, as you say, nothing too crazy happens.
Mhm.
In fact, it is a gloriously uneventful day.
Excellent.
As actually you're looking through the paperwork, it's all request forms that require your personal signature. There's no emergencies. There's no
Good.
major discoveries or something urgent, whether
Just
it's
need me to
positive
sign
or negative.
off. I get it.
It's just you go through the paperwork within an hour, and you're like, this has never happened before. Where's the emergencies? Where's the crises?
I've dealt with it all for now.
And then you finish your report.
I'll go hand it to Lilith later. Herself another day.
Okay.
All right. My next 16 downtime actions is for beat 'em ups, as it was stated within Lilith stated. You know what I'm talking about? The beat 'em ups.
Specify.
Well, Lilith made people do an iron oath if they wanted to.
The duels.
The duels.
Oh yes, the duels.
Let me
that
have my
one.
notes here.
You have 100 competitors today that have
100
eagerly
competitors, you
signed up,
say?
and that's after several administrative Atlas Foundation staff went through their statistics and went disqualified, disqualified. If Jackie touches you, you're going to break. Like,
So this is the exact wording for it. If anyone beats Jackie, they get to be called Grandmaster and also get a favor from Jackie. If they lose, go ahead, Liam.
I hate to say it, but your master roped the entire team into this particular challenge too.
Oh,
note.
Anyway,
He said, "Yeah, I hate to say it because I don't want to deal with it, but now please continue. I apologize for interrupting."
They must pay respects to Jackie, and can never be called a master if they lose, and it is an iron oath.
Yeah. So you got 100 people on the schedule.
Nice.
When you show up to the site, there are a bunch of Iron Eaters in the assigned arenas, beating the shit out of people, or getting the shit beat out of them.
Good.
It looks like a lot of the more loyal Iron Eaters showed up to screen those 100 contestants.
Nice.
Personally. And only the ones that win get to actually challenge you. And by the time you show up, only 3 actually are sitting there. Skippy waves a hand. Got to fight today.
Oh, good job, Skippy.
And they're still trying to pull the guy out of the side of the hangar she threw them in. You've seen that move before. That's her gravity sling throw, where she basically grabs you and does a flip and just yeets you into an object, and you're just buried in it. It's usually lethal.
All right. Skippy.
Yeah.
Can you and Snips meet me after I deal with this beat 'em ups time?
Oh, okay. You got it.
I have some rest scheduled, and I would like to speak with you two privately before we continue.
Okay. I talked to the big mecha thingies, and they taught me a cool bunch of things.
Yeah. Like what?
Yeah. I don't remember most of it, but they taught me a bunch of stuff.
I see.
They were going on, and then I fell asleep.
Nice. All right.
Then Skippy skips off, and now it's just 2.
All right. So, how would you like to go about doing this, Matt?
The individuals, I'm gonna have a 1d100 roll. Now these are the guys who beat their screening officers.
Yes. Yep.
So go ahead and roll a 1d100. If they are above 50, they're not a challenge to you. They were, unfortunately, the guy who screened them. They just didn't go their way, or
had a bad day.
Now, if it is 10 or less,
so you would like me to roll 2 1d100s?
sorry,
I do believe, or do you want to roll the 2?
No, you go ahead and roll the 2.
All right, I'll do 2 magnets to pull in the good stuff, and here we go. Not so great.
Yeah, you
like
show up.
some rerolls?
Sure.
No, well, this is not just going to be the only day. This is going to be an all week. People are going to get screened.
But I get restocks every day.
Sure. Do you want there to be more brutal contestants?
Yes, I want to get as much cultivation as I can.
Okay, go ahead and reroll them.
There's a 6.
Oh dear. All right. Well, you also. Oh yeah, that 84.
You can have another
lower.
reroll on the.
No. Are you sure?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Gotta get those good old magnet rolls in.
Oh no. So you got 2 people sitting down.
Oh, Matt, my mic just came out. 1 sec. And I think my
Oh
alarm just went off as well.
no.
I think you're just in time. I think the alarm just went.
Okay, so we're gonna. Hello.
I believe he walked away.
Okay, what are you doing, Liam?
I'm going to give the base a scan for warlord materials.
Wolor?
Yeah,
Weapons-
warlord torpedoes. They have a very particular energy signature or chemical signature.
Yes.
Check
There.
around the sun as well.
I'm just starting here because supposedly the explosion starts here.
Yeah, there is a Warlord energy signature, but it's not similar or identical to the one from the ships.
So good. I got some.
Oh, he's back.
I
Um,
got some salmon for Allie today, so
yeah.
I just pulled it.
So for your fight, we're gonna hold off a little bit.
Okay,
Catch everyone up.
sure. I
Okay.
plan to spend as much time as I need to, so I'm going to draw it out. So, anyway.
Okay.
Is it more similar to the signature of the fireship warlord or warlord fireships that we saw?
Yeah, it is.
From the sim that was hyper realistic. Yeah, I'm gonna go check it out.
No. Remember, you've got direct scans of the fire ships because I've got a couple in my Xenolab.
I thought that was a different model
Different model. Yeah.
because one was the ones from the sim, and then the ones we got were the standard ones. They're still capable of blowing up.
Oh,
like,
he's
the
got
planet.
warlords in his hangar.
Okay,
He's
Either
got
way,
the fire ships in the hangar, and one was precariously about to fall at one point, and he's like,
I
"Oh,
remember that. We Leah shifted that one.
yep."
Yeah, I'm just gonna go check it out. I'm gonna go find what the what I'm picking up in the base that has warlord signature.
You get down to about Sector 12 area-ish. You kind of wander to one of the weirdest corners. It's just a innocuous supply base or a little warehouse. The signature's beyond that load-bearing wall, just right there. Just probably 50 meters or so. Just past that wall.
I just gotta kind of look at it for a second. And Lilith is gonna get a message that just says, "I'm going through a wall. I wanted
Why?
to inform you."
It's a load-bearing wall, remember?
It has a. I'm picking up the energy of a warlord explosive. Zeno would make.
No. Why don't we
Yeah.
get you an engineering team down there instead of you just doing it?
That'd probably work better.
That's what I thought. So takes about 10 minutes, but a team of engineers show up, but they're all Iron Eaters with big old exosuit variants with a bunch of cranes, drills.
I have chosen to have Nala with me.
Okay, Nala just kind of squats there. Cob all just follows.
Do they always just follow each other around?
Yes,
That's fine.
they
It's
hate
just
being
that-
alone. They're lonely.
That's fine. No, I just want them there for wrecking crew, just in case.
Kind of interesting. They support the wall. They cut the wall open. It's dirt, and they dig and dig,
I'm like, 50 meters, boys.
and they dig. It's buried in the rust.
Huh.
Yeah, it's an unexploded fire ship in the rust. Like
Cool.
it's a live munition. It's kind of like one of those bombs that hit that never went off, and you're like, oh, that's live. Oh,
I will send a message to the Zeno department, actually.
just get rid of it. Teleportation, dissolution. The problem with the fire ships is once the reaction's activated, there's no way to undo it.
Is that reaction activated on this one, Matt?
No, that's why it didn't go off. But the thing is you can kind of tell the little orb in the middle that the fire ships carry. there's a little breach in the divider where the chemicals are not supposed to touch, and you can see just a little bit of the catalytic fluid reaching the ignition fluid.
Mm.
And it's so small, it's taking a long time for the reaction to build.
Say 60 something hours.
Yeah, about.
You want it, Nix?
It's
We
you
could
know
probably
what?
stabilize it.
If you no, there's no point in stabilizing it. I
Just
I've
No, I'm just gonna get rid of it. I just wanted to know if
yeah
you wanted it before I did.
it yeah no, just get rid of it.
Yeah, Matt, I'm just getting like I'm gonna use the classic solution and just halfly at it and then just let it dissipate.
okay. Yeah,
I've
it
got
blows
enough
up.
understand from that.
Yeah, you move it, it blows up.
No,
And you're
I'm
like,
I'm just not. I don't have an end. I don't have an endpoint for the Leah shift.
oh, you
so
just
it's
you just Leah disperse it. Oh yeah,
yeah,
just
I'm just
bloop,
dispersing it. It's not a
gone.
hard thing to do. It's actually easier to Leah disperse it than it is to Leah shift it.
Yeah, yeah, it's gone. Bloop.
I just kind of look at the team that's with me. I'm like, good job, boys.
I kind of gave you a thumbs up. I will have you roll one luck test because there is a potential for finding something that's been buried that long.
All right,
Yeah, this is a luck test. Yeah. Yeah.
17.
There is a spike-like protrusion that refused to be Leah shifted. That was attached to the fire ship. Everything else went. Just this one spike, like a protrusion. It's 2 meters in length, built like I'd want to say a lance, but it's super thin. Probably no more at the base, 4 inches in diameter, and then it goes to a very sharp tip.
I mean, that's weird, right?
You've never seen that. That's not on the other ones.
Huh. We've retrieved Jack by now. I'm gonna message Jack. Actually, no, I'm gonna go see Jack in person. I'll take the spike. How big is it?
It's 2 meters in length,
I can carry that.
but you can literally. It looks like
Is
a
it heavy?
big old javelin. About 300 pounds.
It's heavy, but I can carry that. I can
Mhm.
carry 300 pounds.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just pick it up, and I'm like, look at the engineers. Thank you for your work. First round of drinks on me.
They're like, yes, and it'll start to fill the hole back in.
Yeah, and I'm gonna be like, but I'm gonna go bring this to an expert.
All right. Jack specifically is like, I haven't seen one of those in a long time. That has two purposes. One, it's kind of a modified. Okay, what is that? It's a proboscis. Basically, it's hollow and it can inject the explodable fluid into the target it rams into. These weren't meant to explode on sight. These were meant to hit a target, inject the explosive fluid to be a shape charge.
Explains why it's not already exploded.
Yep. That was when we were actually doing really well with the ACE program. They modified their ships to ram into ACE mechs or important assets and then shape charge them, which didn't go too well for them because we it only worked in one battle, and then we found a counter to it. Very rare that, because those don't survive usually.
This one's Leah resistant.
Yeah, they were all Leela resistant.
Yeah, that's standard.
Well, that part was, but they weren't blow up resistant. So finding one that is undamaged and unharmed, that's huge, like really, really fucking huge. Because we have one left at the chop shop because they're just that rare. It was like a single batch that they made and never made again.
Well, yeah, because if it doesn't work,
it's discontinued. That, well, if you ever want to sell it, or donate it to research. There's a lot of individuals who are looking for that. Because technically, theoretically, those are indestructible, but they blow up when you use the exploding chemicals. So, yeah. They're Leah resistant, so don't give them to any Leah people. They'll be utterly hated what you give them, and they'll probably try and destroy it just out of spite.
I'm not going to do that. I'd much rather figure out how it works.
Yeah.
Eh,
Cool.
I'll probably send it over to the me that's at the chop shop and let them, have at it.
You send it over, and your master reaches out and goes, "This is E. There's a lot of people who wanted your attention.
Who wants my attention now?
Well, people want to fight and kill you. They want to be a Grand Master.
And I'm the easy target, so I get the idiots.
No. I've already screened people for you. There's one contestant I thought you might have fun with.
All right, fine.
There's a pilot.
My first instinct's to say no.
Yeah, you march over it. It's the same fighting area, and E is sitting in a corner. She has a different let's say a larger cloak wrapped around them, like a trench coat with a hoodie. It helps. Helps hide her. And she just points to one of the boxes, or one of the hangars where the guy proudly in his armor, arms crossed.
I'm just gonna kind of walk over and just kind of look at him.
Name's Leroy. Pleasure to meet you.
Mina, I understand you're here for the challenge.
Yes, I am. I was permitted to challenge you among a series of contestants that wish to challenge you as well. The master here, or grandmaster here, specifically selected me. I don't know if that's a good thing, but I'm not weak.
Generally not a good thing.
There's just that big creepy smile underneath the cloak.
Oh, she's smiling. Yeah, no, it's definitely not a good thing. I just can't tell if it's not a good thing for you or for me.
Well, I'm here to kick your ass, so we'll see.
Yeah, all right, let's go. I suppose I should satisfy people by accepting a few of these. Sorry, I had plans.
You hear crunching behind you as Shangri-La's eating some nuts and sitting in a little foldable chair. Oh, don't mind me.
Well, at least somebody's going to get some entertainment out of this other than E. All right.
Nick,
go ahead.
You are also, people want to challenge you.
Nyx is the one of the group who never fucking agreed.
I didn't agree either. My masters are making me.
Yeah, Ezekiel, you're about to do some Sims, and Ezekiel kicks open the door. Apprentice!
I'm not doing Sims. I'm in meetings and research all fucking day.
Okay. Well.
You think that Ezekiel cares?
He'll interrupt one of your meetings. Apprentice? It's time for you to fight some selected people I have chosen for you. I have specifically curated these fellows to kick your ass. Because I think they can, because you're weak. Yes. You've been running and scurrying and hiding, and you haven't done a lot of fighting. I can see it in your aura. You are woefully blunt. Come on. This meeting can take another time. These people have been waiting. Loth just kind of throws her hands up like, might as well go fight. Go kick their ass. Preserve your reputation. show that you're a badass, so on and so forth.
Whatever.
All right. So I will also have you roll 3d100 to see the lethality of your contenders. Oh, very good, very good. Okay. So not to take up too much time, I'm going to kind of story element this. Is that all right, or do you actually want to get down to the nitty gritty
I'm
turn-based
cool.
combat?
I'm cool with more story element for this. I don't know about everybody else.
I'm fine with story element.
Okay.
I fucking didn't want to do this in the first place.
No, I didn't either, but here we all are.
Aether is mysteriously missing, and no one can locate him for some reason.
Cheater.
Yeah, he has a line of people who are like, "I'll kick his ass," energy being or no. A lot of the Leah staff have shown up. They're like, "No, no, 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 no! You can't just challenge our director. You have to go through the hierarchy to have the privilege." And then somebody just punches the tech in the face. Is that okay? I have to go up the hierarchy. What level was he? Because I just knocked his face in.
Well,
Eh,
that was the
no,
tier
no.
1.
No, and that's when that's when a random tech comes over and goes, "This is your fee for disabling a member of the Leah department for the extenuating time until his recovery."
And here is that I don't give a shit. You're in our territory. Yeah, if you want to step in for the challenge for your guy, well, I ain't paying for your health.
Oh,
All
the
the
guy
techs
with
look at
these.
each other, kind of nod, grab the guy, pull him back, and 3 individuals step forward. And the triumvirate goes, "Well, if you have the qualifications to challenge us and defeat us, then you have the qualifications to challenge our department head." And it's the 3 Leah practitioners sent from Enigma to run this place that Aether just was like, I think I'm a little bit more qualified. And they're like, "Oh, yeah, no, that's good."
That's what they wanted.
Yeah. And they kind of sit down and meditate with their backs to each other in the hangar, but they put up a Leah barrier. If you can break that, you're qualified. We're going to study. I'm going to research. And I think I'm going to handle our administrative duties today. And they all close their eyes and meditate. And people are like, "Oh, really? We gotta punch an energy barrier? That is like the least fun thing." So people start to file out to the other lines. All right, so Jaggy, did you want to do nitty gritty, or do you mind doing
Yeah, I'm fine with narrative. Yeah, that's
Okay.
fine.
So
We need to do things before this starts, though.
okay.
I posted it last week, but we never got around to it, I guess. I got myself 3 more, what is it, nano protocols, I think they were called. Yeah, so every 10 and a key I get an extra one, pretty much. And I'm up to a lot. So I have 4, 5, and 6 to go through. I will post it again for you just to make things easy. This is from my power core.
Okay. Cool. I'm trying to find the other thing that you bought. Yeah, not so simple origins. There it is.
You can read that in Biome Info. I wrote it up for you.
Huh. Nice. Indeed. Very fancy. Cool. So 4 is a odd one. It's a shutdown protocol.
Okay.
Just kind of like a mech does. It's a full shutdown protocol. It turns basically you off for basically puts you into sleep mode and puts the majority of IQ into sleep mode. But your nanos run off of automation. So if you need some repair done, or you just need to kill your energy signature, or you just
What about
have
fatigue and
to
stuff?
move past the time, remove fatigue. It's also a good opportunity to let your nanos just work
Mhm.
in case there's a wound. You can go into shutdown mode.
Okay.
The boot up sequence takes about 10 minutes because it has to go through every itemized check
Okay.
to make sure. But it's I can turn myself on and off again.
Except I don't have SSD. It's taking a long time to boot up. I got you.
Oh, you have better than an SSD.
Well, but it's still taking 10 minutes to boot it up, though.
Right. But this is something you can improve.
No, for sure.
Actually, without even merit, you can just research it. It's just.
I mean, you are booting up a personality, so they take a little bit.
No, they take a little bit. 5. This one is a kind of a milestone one for you.
Okay.
This is a overdrive mode.
Okay, so not like nano empowerment where it's kind of overdriving already, where I get double action economy.
No, you don't get more action economy.
I was just comparing it. Like that to me sounded like overdrive for the nano empowerment.
Yeah. Well,
what's this going to be?
That one gives you fatigue, sure. Mm-hmm. This one hurts you.
Okay, so
yeah, you are overdriving every bit about your character for stats.
Okay.
You can double your bonuses on physical based actions.
Okay.
And IQ also gets double the bonuses on
their side.
Their side for mental calculation based. Now, it doesn't make you more powerful on willpower or fellowship or perception, but it does give you mostly on int and all of your physical stats.
So key is based off toughness bonus and willpower bonus.
You'll still get the double bonus.
Okay.
But if you just have to roll a raw willpower stat, it doesn't give you the double bonus.
Oh yeah, I know that. The only thing it would really come in handy for is a natural.
It doesn't give you more key.
Sorry, it doesn't give you more key. That's fine. It's helpful for mastery though. If I was going to use something like that.
Yes. If you, it also gives you an extra bonus to your strength and the pen. So if you hit somebody, you can apply your strength modifier again to it.
Okay.
This does hurt you badly. You will roll 1d4 damage every turn. That is not mitigatable.
So it goes through all my bonuses per se.
Mm-hmm.
It hits
you are
stat directly.
Burning through your nanos to absolutely push yourself.
Does my recycler still work?
Yes, it'll collect the burnt out stuff.
Okay, sounds good.
But it burns.
Yep. Awesome. I like it.
If you have a nano connected mech, you can utilize this with your mech.
Mm-hmm.
Same with your ender mech. And then we got 6. All right. You can have a bit of a Warforged protocol. Any weapons that you have absorbed and disassembled, you can take time like a manufactorum and reconstitute it.
Yeah.
It also allows you to kind of, if you disassemble something, you can slap it together with something else you've grabbed and kind of make some sort of amalgam between the two objects.
So like I'm welding something in a sense?
No, you disassemble it into nano constituents and you're just like, well, it's not even welding, you're basically fusing them at a molecular level.
Okay. So run that by me one more time. I can.
You can take two objects, disassemble
Yes.
them down to their molecules, and then
Yes.
go squish them together. And it depends on you and IQ to figure out how that comes together. And it could
Okay.
come out completely broken and ruined.
Yeah.
But you can also be like, well, there's no physical way for me to put this and this together because there's no tools in the universe that can do that. Well,
Let's
I'm
just
going to
nano 'em.
disassemble their edges a little bit with nano, and I'm going to just kind of squish them together
That's good. All right, I like it.
and stitch it together with nanomachines.
Okay.
It's called warforging. It actually, if you say you have a mech arm that got cut off, you can take it under your arm, kind of goo it with your nanomachines, stick it to the cut off stump, and after a little bit, you can kind of fuse it back together.
So, shut down, overdrive, warforging. Sound good?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that's really. I definitely wanted to get that out of the way.
Good. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you very much. I'm
Those
good
are
to
some
go.
good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So for your 6, Britannia is sitting there in one of the arenas.
Here we go again.
Kind of looks over at you. I wanted to test a new cultivation method to see if it was worthy.
All right. So just for FYI, you've already killed me once. So I am open and I am accepting this this beatdown I'm about to see. So I will definitely owe you a favor later. I'm sure you're going to kick my ass. But I definitely want to give you a fight this time more than I did last because I've definitely grown.
Well, you got another fight. I just kind of want your opinion on it.
Oh, I thought you. I thought you were the. I thought she was the 6 man.
She is the 6.
Oh, is she gonna do later, or is she just gonna?
She's not gonna beat you up.
Yeah.
I expect her to. She wants to see if what she's cultivating is worthy to continue cultivating. She's basically giving up the fight for your insight.
Well, I'm ready.
So she kind of stands up and kind of takes a horse stance, which is kind of weird, especially such a large, very heavy individual.
Right.
And there's a kind of a shaking that kind of comes up from the ground, and then the hanger starts to shake a little bit, and you start to get heavier and heavier and heavier, and you're just like, okay, who's increasing weight? That is some sort of gravity distortional effect.
Yeah.
She's using her mass from her heaven and earth mechs to apply their gravitational weight as if it's sitting on you, or you're being, if the mechs themselves were laying on top of you, to an area. And then something goofy happens as one of the plates peels off and smacks her in her face and sticks to it. And she kind of drops it and is like, son of a bitch.
All right, that's
peels the plate off of her head, and her part, the side of her face it hit. It's her face is embedded on the plate. It's like, ugh. I can't seem to get that particular bit. Well, it turns into a gravity field, and instead of pushing gravity down, it centralizes gravity on me like I'm like a celestial object, and then objects start flying at me, and fuck, it's embarrassing. Several of the grandmasters poke their head over like, you're onto something, kid.
Yes, sir.
Wait, are we all in the same hangar currently?
Yes. Everyone was getting ready to geared up and going, and everyone went clunk to the floor and was like, what the fuck?
You just gonna hear Mina yell over from the side, hey, keep it in your own arena!
You hear Britannia's voice. Sorry.
So I'm definitely going to cultivate from this pressure. Cultivating from the pressure, of course.
Yeah. IQ is screaming all sorts of warnings in your head, just like gravity distortion. Oh god, we're getting crushed. Oh no.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Britannia's big head had poked out and said, "Sorry."
Reminds me I need to talk to her.
Yeah. Both the Grandmasters watching your fight, though, they gave Britannia thumbs up. Like,
Nice.
yeah, okay. You know what? We like it. It's a little rough.
Good stuff.
Got some
All right.
work to do.
Head over to one of the other guys. I'm going to go give that alley some love. Success, I'd say. It hurts. It hurts.
Yeah. Luna. There's a debonair, cocky-looking motherfucker smoking a cigarette. He's lithe. He's suave. He's not even wearing armor.
I said his name was Leroy.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go look at him and be like, all right, well.
You got good bones.
Thank you.
Hmm?
I'm gonna go with thank you, Matt. I'm scanning him, by the way. I'm getting a good look at his
He's a human. Through and through.
cultivation.
As for cultivation, he's got about 200 or so.
All right, weapons or no weapons? Only
Please
question I
choice.
got.
I'm the challenger. You're the challengee. So I mean, unless you want to give the guest a choice.
I'll give you the choice.
Well, weapons, of
Oh.
course. Everyone always whines about if I only had my weapon, it would have been a different outcome. So I'm gonna.
No, that's cool.
He puts on some brass knuckles.
All right, let's do this then.
Hmm?
She's just going to kind of square up to him. She is trained in hand-to-hand combat. That was my focus.
He does not take a stance. He just kind of gives you a smirk and still smokes his cigarette. He has very nonchalance, but your martial arts is saying kind of gives you a yeah. He's standing there nonchalantly with not a stance, but there's not really any openings.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go in. I'm not gonna wait around all day for anything. It's not a matter of impatience either. It's a matter of if we're going to do this, we're going to fucking do this. And she prefers to be on offense anyway.
Yeah. You get up, you exchange some moves, and you sweep and spike him on the ground, and you go to a mount, and then somebody taps you on your shoulder, and it's like, "Excuse me, am I interrupting?" And then the same person punches you in the side of the head.
And as soon as he does that, he gets a punch in the kidney from behind. No, but I am.
And that person gets punched in the kidney, but that doesn't hurt for you. And he's like, oh my god, you have great bones. Wow.
Oh, I've got better bones than you think.
And then
there's two more of me.
It's a bunch of, and then Milos starts showing up, or Minalos. Mina.
We're going, Mina.
And Mina tackles the guy. I got him. I'm holding on. And it's just a brawl of lots of hims and lots of yous, but he's human, so it goes pretty quick because you have a significantly better physical stats.
That's good because I need to disperse those Minalos really quickly. Things start going wrong otherwise.
Yeah, Minalos are starting to do like jumping, like elbow drops and.
Come on with a chair! Come on with a chair!
Yeah, Minalo is having way too much fun, and a bunch of you show up with them, and then it's just basically like 3 of you for every one of him, and it's just you're doing the what's that the JoJo where you're just kicking the guy on the ground.
Oh yes,
but there's like 7 of him and 21 of you.
not quite there yet, but you
Okay,
know,
well, yeah.
still kicking his ass. The Minalos really help with the numbers on that, Matt.
Yes, they are.
And I'm gonna be like, "You done?
All right. Okay. Okay. Ow.
Cool."
I
And
thought.
the others all vanish.
His disappears into energy, and it all flows back into them or into him. Ah.
Oh, that's a very neat cultivation.
It's actually interesting to watch because each one of these is a 10 stack cultivation tree that comes back and forms a
That's me studying his technique as he's doing this.
structure. They turn into rings. All 7 of them. They are all concentric rings, and each of them is the weight of 100 potentia.
I just gotta look at it. I'm gonna be like, very well done. I like your
Am I
design.
aching back? Oh, I just ow.
2 things. I'm gonna kind of push him over so I can look him in the face.
He's
One,
cigarette. Before you lecture me, I need a cigarette.
I will retrieve one of his cigarettes since mine aren't actually cigarettes.
Yeah. So he kind of lights it. He's like, okay, you can now
Oh, it's not gonna be long.
belittle
One,
my ego.
no, that's not the plan here. 1, very well done. 2, I'm mostly metal. By mostly metal, I mean I've got a hide on par with Iron Eaters. So
Yeah, he shows you his brass knuckles. They are dented and bent.
So, future, if you want to do this again, try bringing something that can breach at least 1 ton of mech armor.
Okay.
And 3, I really like your technique. Have you thought about making it where they're permanently around? Because that's what I did.
Nope, because I don't want that. That was not the point. It was I could divide myself for an hour each, and then they all return back to me.
Ah, got it.
But
Huh,
each
fair enough.
time I have them in me, they do give me the strength of a person. So I have the strength of 8 people and the speed of 8 people.
Next time when you're fighting somebody like me, maybe use that to your advantage first. Because you
I-
actually did better that way than when you had the hole.
Well, the beat down of several super strong people, I thought that was going to work, but no, obviously not. You also are a practitioner of many
Yes.
bodies.
Yes, I am.
Fuck, that hurts. Oh, yeah,
Alright.
yeah. Your
I'm gonna
bones
give
are
him-
very
I'm-
very good, by the way.
I'm going to give him a nano injection to start fixing him, and also she's going to hold up a hand, and the flesh just melts away to show nothing but metal.
Oh, see, girls these days they only look, skin deep. They only try and fix that, but no, that starts
I
at
like you.
it starts at the bones.
You want a job? I
Mhm.
like you.
Yep.
Great. We'll talk about it.
Okay.
Move on to somebody else, Matt.
One of the Iron Eaters gently drags the guy out and gently puts him on the pallet to be moved to the med bay. The stretcher, that's the one. Stretcher.
I like him.
He is cackling.
You did that on purpose to him, didn't you?
I did, yeah.
No one warned him.
Well, he did beat his contestant.
Huh?
The screening. It was rather funny because he was handedly beating up one of your poor Iron Eaters here. It was going well. He played around with him a little bit, and when the Iron Eater thought he had an opening, he was punched in the back of the head.
Yeah, I imagine if it wasn't for me being me, that would have worked pretty well.
It would have worked really well.
Oh, yeah.
But it was funny because it was like, what's that old game? The Uno reverse game? Where it was
Uno
like,
reverse
no, I
game.
got a counter, and now I counter your counter.
No, you.
Yes, that was very fun to watch. Very fun to watch. Okay, That's
I gotta
sad.
stop. I've got to stop letting the Mina Lows watch wrestling shows, though. That was a deadly elbow drop.
Mina was like, "Give him the tombstone."
Next time,
Oh,
unless
no
you want to just pick a Iron Eater.
Mina runs over to an Iron Eater. Give him the tombstone. She can't. She just kind of latches onto him and tries to get him to do. And he's like, "What are you doing? Why are you so heavy?" I don't know. Why? What are you? What are you hugging me? Did you just jump hug me? I'm grappling you. I'm a wrestler. Oh. Oh no! I'm being grappled. Save me.
Oh, it's adorable. They're going along with it.
Yeah, he slowly tries to bend in the direction that Mina's. It's like, I got him. Look, me, I got him.
I give her a
Tombstone.
thumbs up.
And the guy's like, oh no, help me. Whatever shall I do?
I just give her a thumbs up. And I look back at my masters, and I'm like, I like that guy's design, though. Very.
Yeah, I thought you'd like to keep him.
Yeah, I'm gonna give him a job. It'll be fun.
Yes, I figured. Shanglar's already somehow moved her chair and the popcorn and herself over to the another place.
Yeah, I'm gonna be like, want to watch some fights?
No, that was enough for me. If I watch any more fights, it'll get my blood up.
Ah, fair enough.
I'm getting a little peckish.
I'll have something let go in the maze. It'll be a surprise as to where it is.
All right. They get up and they lumber out. They have to duck their head underneath the top frame of the door because they're so freaking big.
I'll just put in the word to have it released now, so it has time to run.
Okay.
Head starts and all that.
Well. Looks like we've got Mr. Banshee.
Mm-hmm.
Got 3 contestants, and Ezekiel's like, all right, all 3 of you get in there and beat his ass. Make sure you stomp him thoroughly. Yes, very good. It kind of gives Ezekiel a nervous look like, as you wish, Mr. Ezekiel, man. They kind of give you an apologetic look because I don't want to do this either.
He just shrugs. He entirely is not surprised by this, you know?
Come on, Nix, I believe in you.
Fuck off.
No, I'm serious. Kick their asses.
And Ezekiel sits down on a couch that he is pulled all the way from his luxurious cigar bar.
Mm-hmm.
And he lounges on it. You may begin. And he pours himself some liquor. Good. Fight. And they do engage.
Oh yeah, Nix will try and properly beat the shit out of them.
All right. Why don't you give me 3 rolls of your choice, and one of the. You can also have one of the 3 rolls be an awareness or a potentia roll or information gathering as well. They don't just have to be combat. This will apply to all 3.
Okay. I will do a potentia roll. Because why not? What does mastery do in this system again?
It gives you a
Degrees of success equal to your current stat bonus.
Alright.
Yeah. So it's a +10 basically.
So that's 10 degrees because of mastery and potentia.
It's the base stat, not potentia. Whatever potentia is attached to.
Yeah, intelligence. I've got a 72 intelligence.
So +70.
Yep. So that would be a total of 11 degrees of success.
Okay. They do have a lot more, but they are very specifically different types of practitioners. Your master actually did you a favor. All three of them have conflicting and rejecting cultivation. Like even just them being in the same small hangar space is starting to create kind of an ambient turbulence. And as they kind of are revving up to beat the crap out of you, there's a ton of cultivation ambience in this area, and none of them are ones that you have come across yet. But they are stronger than you, at least by cultivation standards. They each have about 300 apiece. One is a
Okay.
physical, one's a spiritual, and one is a mental practitioner. Physical guy, he goes in like normal, and he goes for a what should be a lethal strike, but you can tell he's trying not to.
Yep. And my other thing is going to be for dodge.
That is very good. Well, actually, before you roll dodge, you can have a combat stat. So if you have Art of Killing, that applies both offense and defense.
Yeah, no, but amusingly enough, my dodge is the exact same, but I have mastery and dodge. So it gives me that additional plus 100 because I don't have mastery and art of killing. You know what I mean?
Okay.
No, he's just going to sit there and dance and not let them touch him. Because that's Nyx.
Yeah. The other two practitioners are not engaging you physically. The spiritual practitioner, he's kind of doing something kind of like a haka, and you can tell he's building up a little bit of power for something. And the mental practitioner, he is manifesting a series of key weapons, and occasionally when you go to dodge, he zips one of the key weapons at you, kind of like a thrown dagger, and you have to duck out of the way, and you're like, oh, that's interesting. That would bypass normal defense.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
So you're doing a lot of dodging.
Yep.
All right. I don't think they could beat your dodge. So,
And I mean, I have 13 fucking reactions.
yeah. Did you want to do anything but dodge?
Oh no, he's going to dodge and let them build up a massive buildup of energy that he's going to cultivate from.
Okay. And eventually,
He's
the
just sitting there.
spiritual.
He's just sitting there doing paperwork on a data pad without them touching me. You know.
And when the spiritual practitioner finishes his spiritual dance, he builds up a avatar, and that avatar is kind of like a manifestation of his art, and it kind of builds an aura, a second body, so to speak, that he inhabits, and he will strike down upon you like an oni. Just, and oh goodness, that one you're gonna need to use a third roll of your choice to now deal with them because they're all firing on all cylinders. Dodge alone will not be enough.
Let's see here.
How will you defeat them? Or not?
You know what? I'm gonna make another potential check and do something that I haven't really done much of, but it's a flat potential roll.
Okay.
I'm manipulating the flow of their potentia and turning their attacks on each other. It's the flicks a finger whenever something comes in and it just redirects in a different direction.
Okay. That will be a post, so we'll see how it goes.
With my bonuses, so I will be
All right. We're gonna roll for the physical practitioner. Not great. Mental practitioner and spiritual. All right. So the spiritual practitioner, of course, had the best opportunity to do so.
Mm-hmm.
And you can control it a little bit, but it's by maybe a few centimeters to change it. But
If you no. I'll put extra effort into it.
okay. You play around with it, and then eventually, when you get all three of them just rightfully aligned, you kind of do a duck, and one guy hits the other guy hits the other two, and the other guy hits all three by accident, and it's like, oh. Yes, they're good.
Yep.
You don't need to punch them. You just need to make sure they punch each other.
Mm-hmm.
You get a little clap. Actually, not bad, Apprentice. Not bad at all.
He's just doesn't even pay him attention. I have meetings to attend, and just walks out.
Oh no, Apprentice. Sit your ass down, meditate, and collect your reward. And just do this for shits and giggles.
Fine.
Okay. You will have Ezekiel's presence applied to this, so you get new gen, and then 3 other practitioners, and +1 ambience for all the fights going on. So total +5 different ones.
Okay. So +5 from those I have to ask because I've got to go through this list now.
Yes.
Okay. Let's see here.
You can already simulate the new gen technique, but there are 4 that you don't have.
So there's 4 that I don't have. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I will write it in chat for you so you can have it. So the
4,
mind art,
5.
the mind is the manifesting art. The physical is the enduring fist art. And then the mental or the spiritual. Oh my god, that's not how you spell that. Is the avatar art. So you can manifest an avatar.
How many other people are cultivating in this room?
It's just you and the hanger after they pull the guys out.
Okay.
As for the the hanger stall. As for the hanger proper, lots of people, but you're not close enough.
Actually, I'm cultivating. I'm using my cybernetic thing, so you might be able to get something off me.
Okay.
I don't know if you can or not. I don't know how my.
You can get his.
I'm cultivating from finishing my fight, right? Or not the fight in the sense the.
So 11.
If you want, Britannia can rough you up a little bit to help.
Yeah, no, go for it.
Britannia will just kind of stomp towards you and kind of hits you in different areas.
Okay, and this is going to be the first time everybody's seen me properly cultivate. So I've got to make a roll. I count as having 12 people working on this. And because of that, and my base bonus is of 90, so this is my potential roll for cultivation in this type of scenario, Blat.
Nice.
It's about as big as I thought. Yeah. So you're pulling in. It actually creates a little bit of it moves the air itself too. Kind of a maelstrom.
So
okay.
People can actually physically see this cultivation. Interesting.
Yeah. It's enough, and you've got it powerful enough. With this perfect situation, And with Shangri-La personally watching, Shangri-La is going to instruct a couple things because they're watching, and this is an interesting moment, something she hasn't seen. She's going to give a couple pointers.
Okay.
Go ahead and roll int.
Just flat int.
Yeah, just a flat int. It's hard because she's kind of talking in prose. Yeah. If you're able to cultivate in such an ambient area again after being at one with yourself and having kind of a conflict, yes, a battle, but a trial, something challenging, and you using something new, and you're cultivating in such a wide area, you can absorb it as fragments, or you can build it towards a perfect potentia or a pinnacle potentia. It'll give you progress towards one.
What I was going to try to do was, because of the amount I was doing here, I was going to try to condense it, because of how much potentia this is, into a white potentia of similar weight of black potentia. To try and
You can get
form
it
a
up to
denser one.
a fulfilled potentia, which is a white with the weight of 10. But you'll never get it as heavy as a black potentia, because black technically is, by itself, it's weight of 10.
Yeah, if it's just a basic black you're after, then
yeah, it's a basic black one. But those ones can be perfected as well, and a fulfilled black potentia is the weight of 100. You're never going to get that, and they also stack off each other, so they compound. So if you have 2 potentia, now they're both worth 20, so a total of 40.
Yeah, I'm just going to try to build this towards another pinnacle potentia.
Okay. You will get 1/3 progress. So 1 out of 3. If you have 2 more moments like this, you'll build another pinnacle, which allows you to build a perfect tree of 10.
Yep.
Pretty good.
Nix, I think if anybody could pull it off, I think you might be able to actually pull off a white potentia of that sort of ridiculousness of a fulfilled black.
That's kind of my goal. I plan on, add a character. I plan on trying to develop a not white, not black, just a pure potentia.
That'd be great.
Mm-hmm.
Gray is an art.
I've actually had similar thoughts. If you want a partner to work on it, I'd be willing to help you.
Okay. Yeah. You only waste about an hour. Each of you. So 1 DTA for the fights.
Neat.
And everyone's just kind of sitting there like, holy shit. Well, I guess that's what happens when you train under a Grandmaster. You get your ass kicked.
I mean, it's just kind of like, neither of these people have actually taught me how to fight. Reminds me, I need to get E to teach me how to fight.
So I can teach you how to fight.
Well, as you saw, I already have traditional hand-to-hand training. It's actually the Iron Eaters who taught me, because I used the Iron Eater teacher for that.
Shangri-La's like, you don't need brutish movements.
No,
you are more elegant. I will teach you if you're really that concerned with it.
I think it's valuable knowledge to have, if only so that I can go through it as a meditative technique.
Well, I have something pretty basic. I teach all of my students the art. They have varying degrees of success, but it's flowing river, gusting winds.
Sure, I'm down.
Find me when you're ready. It'll take some time to instruct it.
Next time I'll have time soon.
Okay. Well, I will be probably at the Mosaic Market for most of the time.
Oh,
Yes.
don't worry. I'll be able to find you, I'm sure, mostly because you'll show up when I actually look for you. It's how you do things, I've noticed.
Oh,
I learn. I
am
learn quickly.
Am I being too overbearing?
No, you're good. No,
Okay.
no. I'm just paying attention, and anytime I actually go looking for you, you always show up. And that's cool.
Oh,
I like that.
well, I'm glad.
Hey, Britannia!
Hmm.
I want you to help me design a mech frame. 150 tonner. How's that sound to you?
You want to use it for the battle upcoming?
Maybe. I
You're
would
not
like
going to
to.
be able to assemble a 150 tonner by the time.
Oh, if you grow it out of Xeno material with a little nano work, you can probably get it.
The designing process is the problem. Also,
Yeah.
the corresponding testing and
Oh, I've got a mech I can use in the upcoming battle. I'm not worried about that. I wouldn't be asking if I didn't already have something that's going to be ready in time.
Well, think of it this way. I'll help you build and design the thing, but the assembly and construction of it, I'd say put off, because the one mech that you do have should be spent upgrading, modifying.
Oh, I've already got that under construction. I've got the design process down. The last thing I need to do is do some last tweaks on drones for it. That's fine. No. This is a bit more of a personal mech project. Forget my
All right.
meaning. Like I said, I'd like to have it active for it, but I'm not rushing it, and I'm not worried if it doesn't.
Hmm.
It'd just be nice.
Well, if you really want to, you can hire me. I'm pretty expensive, but I
What
could.
you charging?
Oh, gosh. Um. Well, an all-you-can-eat Gordon Ramsay pass a day.
Hmm.
That's what I'll charge you. He's pretty expensive.
Yeah, sure.
I don't really need rack. I don't really need budget, but I'm never full.
Yeah, no, done.
Okay.
Actually, what is the all you can eat for him right now, Matt?
Um, it is cripplingly expensive because he realizes the amount of people.
How much
So
is it?
all you can eat basically means no one else can sit at his stool or at his bar, and he serves food for one person for the day.
So, price.
It is 100K luxury credit.
Okay. I can currently afford that.
But that's a day.
Yeah, I got that. We'll
Okay.
see how long. I have 1 million at the moment, so I could do that for like 10 days before I don't want to. I don't do anything with my luxury cred, Matt.
Yeah. Well, basically, they have to send an Atlas shuttle with the new teleport tech back to Enigma to get more supplies every day. Because Britannia will eat out every single bit of food that is put in front of her.
And we'll at least have a few days with her. She'll help me with the design process, bare minimum. We'll see how long it takes, Matt.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So. Yeah, she'll get started on it.
Yeah, no, I'll be working with her on it. Like I want somebody with more experience working with this like weight class of mech, helping me with it.
It's actually interesting. The first thing they recommend is if you're going to build a mech this big, you need torque actuators in the leg joints at the hip, where the legs are connected to the hip, because the weight is so massive. If you're not building it in 0G and you want the mech to actually be able to land in a gravity zone, you need freaking torque actuators to support the mech in gravity. It's too heavy.
That's fair.
Because your frame can handle it, but it's the joints. It's always the fucking joints for heavy mechs.
Yeah, kind of is, isn't it?
Yeah. And the whole concept about the frame is minimizing the amount of joint parts, because you want the frame to bear as much weight and structural integrity as possible.
Yeah.
And the more joints you put in,
I wasn't
that's just more parts you need.
honestly wasn't planning to make this one complex at the joints.
Yeah.
I want to build. It's going to be built as very specifically for what we're going for, is direct front line, as in is up with the frontline troops officer, taking command and control from the center of combat. That is the design goal here.
Got your tombstone in production, because you're gonna need one as a heavy.
Oh yes, I know I'm going to need a tombstone, and no, like I said, I wasn't worrying about this being ready soon
Okay.
because I didn't know what I needed yet.
The main part that you're gonna run into is that majority of the design, you do not want to put your power core
Mhm.
in the dead center. It's going to be towards the front of the torso or towards the spine of the torso. And you're going to have two of them. So
It's probably
usually,
one way or the other. So
yeah. The main room you need in the middle is for the engine. That engine is critically important and should be custom designed for the mech at hand, like she did. But if you can't, there's a couple frontier designs or some outer ring designs that she'd recommend.
oh, I'm completely down for designing an entire engine for this thing.
Because
Which,
the amount of force you need to get the mech moving with any speed is it's pretty significant.
so tombstone designs it's just a slab of metal, ain't it?
If you're in a larger mech, you don't want it to be one giant slab. You want it to be overlapping plates, kind of like plate mail, so that when you bend, because your mech is so large, and those go over top the area in which your power core is close to.
Okay.
So if your power core specifically for the juggernaut sized mech of that class, wherever it is, whether it's on your belly, on your back, where your kidneys are, like wherever you put the power cores,
That's where you want the tombstone.
that's where you want the tombstone.
Okay.
That's what it's for. The tombstone is specifically stupidly heavy plating to protect your most vulnerable part of you. And once the enemy finds out that that's extra plated, they're going to go after it. But that's also where you can trap them.
Yeah, you're giving them a target to lure them in on.
Yeah, and they'll start like a skilled opponent that thinks they're clever will try and continually go after your weak spots, but that's actually one of your most protected spots, and they're not attacking your visibility, your joints. They're not attacking, the stuff that could disable you. A real opponent will take you apart at the joints. They'll ignore the tombstone because they know what it is. It's a trap.
Given that my design is going to be incorporating nano repair into it, that's going to be a problem for everybody else.
Well, I'll get to work on it. If you want this thing to work, first things first, you're going to need to find 4 torque actuators. Good luck with that.
Cool. Hey, Jackie. Got any of those in your little special hole right now? Or no?
My special hole? What do you mean?
This where you shove all the shit you've been confiscating.
Oh, you want to make wreck?
Yes, for 4 torque actuators. If you don't have them, I can locate them elsewhere.
Oh, I'm sure. No, I'm sure I do. Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you do.
She'll just check her list, Matt, and I believe she does. So I will
You
send
do
the
not
paperwork.
have spares.
Don't have spares? They're all being allocated?
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
You confiscated 2 for your personal use because you wanted to put the torque actuators in the executioner, if you haven't already.
So I only took the Sector 12 is where I took those actuators from, Matt.
Mm-hmm.
and
And
those mechs were ours.
Mhm.
Right? So
yes, those are yours.
yeah, that's I only disassembled the John Cena one and took those actuators out.
Yes. Well, the John Cena ones,
They're an old model.
they actually have a floating arm system. That's why I don't know if they actually have torque actuators.
CC
Huh.
actuators.
I wonder if a floating arm system like that would be effective on a Juggernaut. If you don't have the arm, like if you could have more rotation on the limbs for the torso.
Mm-hmm.
That's an interesting design concept.
He's got a shoulder actuator.
Shoulder actuators. You were looking for leg ones, weren't you? And other. Yeah.
No.
I'm looking for torques that'll be able to work. I need torque actuators specifically.
I don't think any of
for
the mechs
standard.
in that a hangar had torque actuators. Those are stupidly rare. Those parts. And there are many actuator designs. In fact, I think the ones you found were called violence let me actually look up the internal components. So
I know there's a violence actuator, and then there's
it's actually
So
towards the
the
top.
shoulder
Close
actuator.
Yeah, there's close quarter combat systems. Line
CCs.
35 of internal components. Yeah, you found violence actuators. The torque ones are very hard to find. Same with the dexterity actuators.
For torque, are they more common on the frontier?
No. They
Just
are
hard to
actually
find.
common in the outer ring. Because the torque actuators are just so hard to replace. And
Remind me where the chop shop is.
it's in the outer ring.
Ah, because there's a Mina over there.
Hey, Luna,
Do you have some? Or something equivalent?
I've got a Highlander class assault mech with torque actuators.
He does.
Would you be willing to help me out?
That Highlander, though, that
I mean, give me a couple of days and I'll print some out.
Oh, that would be fine then. If you need resources for printing them out, I can do that.
How much would it cost in resources to make a couple of torque actuators?
I need 4.
Black.
you'll have to rip one out, completely research it. You're not sure.
What? Why? Why would a torque actuator need to be researched when I could just scan it to blueprint it? If I've got the device,
just waving a stick over it and scanning it, yeah, I guess you could potentially
Well,
throw it in there.
There's another simple alternative for this. Hey, Jackie, you just got the thing where you can like break down stuff and recreate it too, didn't you?
I can learn from it for sure.
What do you think about the idea of you breaking that down, getting the blueprint? We give it to Nix for his fabricator because I know he has a better fabricator than I currently do.
It's something that you can scan for sure. There is, if you do the research route, you actually can learn how it's how it's made, how it works, and you can actually make your own modifications and tweaks. But if you just want to scan it, you can scan it.
If you'd like my help, I can eat it, scrutinize the material and how it how it functions, and then if you could give you that information to work off for your research.
No,
Go ahead.
I'm planning on scanning it, duplicating what it is, and giving everybody some so that we can research them on our own. It's just I don't want to have to tear apart an assault class mech that's perfectly viable.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
I just need a working model to be able to start researching it, so.
Yeah. The torque actuator cannot be printed by your fabricator. There's 2 parts that it can't print. It can make everything else though. It costs you about actually an affordable 200k rec and 3% of a C rank budget to to print all the other parts. But there's 2 parts that it's just like I need a special piece to make that piece. There is a carbon fiber weave that is so intricately made, it actually requires a special machine to put it together. And that is the overall housing for the torque actuator. And there is a myomer mesh that it is not able to build to spec. It can attempt to make it, but it's just not up to the specifications of the scan because the myomer weave is not dense enough and it's not tough enough because the torque actuator is a hydraulic system and it pushes this hyper super dense liquid through the myomer and makes it expand like a muscle. And that's where the torque comes in.
You know,
And unfortunately, it's not able to handle that pressure with the myomer. And then the frame cracks because it needs to be that special carbon mesh.
I might have a solution for this. I can replace that with Spectrum Nano.
Yes, you can. Yeah, the myomer actually would be able to be replaced with the Spectrum Nano.
So if you've got a solution,
Yeah.
here's the blueprint.
And for the carbon fiber casing, that's what they use to put the ship hulls together. The frame for ships.
Okay. I have nanos that can build something like that. Maybe.
I mean, you know where there's a shipyard that you could probably go and can I have some of these produced at this scale?
Yeah, but I gotta go politic at that point. You know what?
Shut the fuck up and deal with it. Welcome to my nightmare.
Welcome to my very existence. We've both been doing this. I'm bitching for the same reasons you're bitching, because I keep getting stuck into politics. Every time I want to do something, go politic with people. I know you get me on that, Ogre.
Yeah, I'm still waiting to finish my politicking for today.
Actually, if you think about it, you can grow it because you were on to something.
Oh, yeah.
You need something a bit flexible, but super sturdy. And you're like,
well, why not just a Xenomesh? Oh, you know what? That actually just reminded me. Before you continue, Ogre, I wanted to remind you of this. We have that Xenomesh guy that you had me go rescue. That operation's finally done. The timer's ticked off. A lot of people are dead now.
Yeah, I wanted him delivered to my lab because I've got the Xenomesh grow tanks.
Yeah,
for the massive sheets of it.
Yep.
Yeah, I just remembered.
Yeah, I'll just
that
I'll
Wednesday.
Yeah, I'll just send that dude a call if he's been delivered to the lab and be like, with the mesh things there, can you produce this?
It'll be expensive, but that shouldn't be a problem. You'll have to sign off on the expenditure of labor resources. And
I'll sign off on it as the investigator since this is my mecha. That way you don't have to use your resources on it.
Fair enough.
Understood. It'll be done. It'll take about 2 days for each.
That's reasonable.
Yeah. I mean, the facilities here are better than what I was originally accustomed to. Some of it takes a little bit of figuring out to get to use, but overall, once you get the psionic wavelength, you can tune into the computers, and they're very easy to use.
I would make a nerd talk joke at this point, but no, this is exactly how nerdy all of our characters are. It's cool.
And you're like, wait, you can connect to the computers with psionics? He's like, yeah, I have a little helmet that I built. You put it on. It's a shortwave, single band psionic projector of my thoughts, kind of like the neural uplink for the mesh tech and for the neural cockpit.
9.
Yeah. So basically, he's using a mesh tech designed helmet, that's a ludicrous expenditure. Using neurotech technology, and there's a little like satellite dish on his helmet, and it just beams into the computer, and he can talk to it.
Neat.
Mhm.
Works for me.
He's known as the helmet guy at the research base.
Beautiful. Cool. All the rest of my stuff is like I'm just putting DTA into working on that until I have a dedicated body to work on it. So
Yep. All right. Well, we got to get to Sunday, so you guys will be finishing Friday. Well, Liam, you're gonna just work on it.
that's all I'm working on.
Okay. Well, what about Saturday?
Saturday. Ogre wants to finish his politicking. I can hear him seething over there.
I'm. All right. Well,
Don't
then
worry
we'll,
about it. No,
we'll
it's
jump.
fine.
All right. Anything particularly special, Jackie? For the rest of the day.
There's a fair amount, Matt. We didn't really go over the fight. Well, it wasn't really a fight. It was just me cultivating. So I haven't been able to do that yet.
Go ahead and roll 2 rolls for that.
Okay. And then I still have the fight after it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I allocated 16 downtime action for it. So I've only done 4 for work so far in this.
Oh, you're cultivating for the rest of the day.
Okay.
Okay. After the fights.
So yeah, after the thing with Britannia, I cultivate for a bit, and so I can, try to dish what she's given me, and then I'd have to deal with the second fight and cultivate, learn from that, and then if there's no more fights after that, I'm going to be cultivating for the rest of the downtime actions, and then I have 4 downtime actions of shut off, nano automation, for going on to the next day.
Okay.
And I also, sorry, one more thing before that. I'm meeting up with Snips and Skippy because I requested that beforehand. So.
Okay, so let's finish your fights.
Okay, so just two of my choice, right?
Yeah, we'll roll the Potentia in the first place to see what we get.
Yep. So this is going to be a reckless negative magnet roll. And a positive magnet roll of spiritual roots to have the push and the pull, because the positive negative attach to each other, and try to bind what I'm learning from its potentia. And yeah, let's go.
Tell me which one is the positive and which one's the negative when you roll it.
So you want 2 rolls of potentia?
Yeah.
All right, so this one is positive, and this one.
What is your Potentia skill at right now?
Potentia is maxed, and there is my mastery? Negative. So you give me mastery for it?
Yep, you can have mastery for the positive, and for the negative, when you use a magnet for push or pull. Mm-hmm. If you use a negative one, objects may peel off and move accordingly. So if you magnet roll inwards and it's a negative one, you may get a bunch of objects in the near vicinity, like a coffee mug smacking you in the face. You're like, son of a bitch. You kind of inherited a little bit of Britannia's problem.
Yeah.
But it also can make objects fly outward.
Nice.
If you use a push, which is you stole a little bit of her gravitational cultivation art for your because you waste so much. You have a heaven and an earth mech that are very heavy.
And still working on internal. I think I have.
And you're working on the internal.
2 tons, I think, in current internal, plus my axe that I bought with merit.
So yeah, you naturally kind of pull a gravitational art, and you actually realize if you finish cultivating the nano art, put your heaven mech together, or your inner mech together.
Yep.
And you help Britannia complete her art, you can also cultivate that art as a symbiotic and sympathetic
Hmm.
cultivation technique because, I mean, it won't be as forceful as hers because she's got 2 juggernauts.
Yep.
But you also have a third. They don't have a third mech. You might have to trade some nano art for her art, but you could.
Alrighty. Question, Matt. Mastery is working like so. It's your bonus times 10, correct? And
Yeah,
plus...
your bonus times 10.
Yeah, gotcha.
I thought mastery was when you roll on it, you just get degrees of success automatically equal to your stat.
It's the same thing as a plus 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. That's literally what it was. You get your base core characteristic of that roll, and you get a plus bonus equal to the.
Yeah, I guess technically that's the same.
We'll see if it ends up being better than the degrees of success. So
No, it's like I said, it's technically the same thing.
Do we still require a thing to use the mastery, or is that?
No, you just use mastery whenever you roll potential. You automatically apply it. That's why it's amazing.
Gotcha.
All right, your second opponent. Actually, you've seen this person before. They're one of the ace pilots.
Oh.
Hmm?
Okay.
Yeah.
The ones that were at the simulation with us.
No, one of the ace pilots that what's his Banshee picked up.
Oh, okay,
So,
gotcha. Yep.
Not one of the ones that were at the sim earlier in the morning.
Yep.
This is the Buddha pilot, the one that
Buddha
has the really alien Buddha-looking mech, the big belly.
Yeah.
Another Juggernaut practitioner. Actually, this one's a what is a gigantic practitioner. These are bigger than a Juggernaut mech. You've never seen one that big. It also floats. The Buddha never touches the ground.
Mm-hmm.
And he's a really small guy. He goes up to about your waist. He's very thin, and he has a helmet with a smiley face painted on it. He's like, "Hi."
Good day.
Yes.
Here for this?
No. Don't hurt me.
Why are you challenging me then?
I don't know. Well, it was really exciting for one.
Yeah, no, I'm sure you had some good fights.
I got to fight some other guy, but also I kind of want to prove myself. I just got here, and the places I all went to, all the stations where I was based at. You had to establish yourself in the hierarchy. Quicker the better. And if you didn't, people picked on you. So if you showed them that you were not a pushover, then things usually went better.
So what are you trying to be a grandmaster in or master in? What's the
idea?
That's
kind of top of the chain, right? The grandmaster master stuff. Like if you have that title, people are like, "Whoa."
What would you be of though? What's your cultivation?
Oh, I practice the art of the immovable object.
Nice. I like it. All right.
I guess temporal permanence is also kind of in there as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do this then.
Okay, I'll stand here and you do what you do.
Okay.
Yes.
So I'm going to give him a chop, see how he likes it.
Okay. You hit a energy barrier that, I mean, he wasn't ready for the sheer fucking strength of a chop. But the energy barrier doesn't break; it bends inwards like a piece of rubber, grabbing onto it and slowly pushes it back. Oh, I'll have to dial up the power. You actually feel the weight slightly increase around him.
All right.
Okay,
awesome.
I've dialed up the power 15%.
All right, so I'm going to grapple your energy shield.
Okay. Wait, you can do that? That's crazy.
So
You're gonna use special grapple.
I'm going to use strange grapple on his
All right,
energy
you use
shield.
strange grapple, and you go up to the energy shield, and it's kind of you gotta feel it around, and it's smooth like a greased lightning. Like
Mhm.
you're not supposed to be able to grapple energy like that
Yeah,
unless
yeah.
you're an energy being, and you're just like, ooh, right there, clunk. He's like, oh, you just grabbed energy. Well, that's weird.
Right, and
Everyone
then
kind
I'm
of
just
pokes their head
gonna,
into your hanger. It's like,
yeah, yeah.
what?
And then I'm going to start crushing it with my magnitude damage.
Yeah, you start to crush it, and he goes, boop. I put up another barrier. That should hold.
Ah, nice, nice, nice.
Yeah, you crush that one, and he's like, this one's at an increased 35% energy capacity.
Nice, nice.
You still grab it, but it's not budging.
No, that's fine.
And you realize he's actually borrowing an Iron Eater technique. He's
Yeah, yeah.
pulling power from his mech.
All right, so let's try this then.
Okay, what are we trying?
Jackie's going to get off. She is going to put her axe back in her hands, and she's going to use electromagnetic load storm on her axe, and she's going to hit with magnitude damage, and she's going to hit with. So I'm going to roll my 2d20.
I'm gonna break it,
So this
and
is my
probably kill this
fatigue.
guy in the process.
So
Fuck
I
this
get,
guy.
so I get 21 fatigue, and I'm going to use my my good old. So how many magnet charges am I using? I'll use 8 for the charges for that martial art, because I need magnet charges to use it, right? So it gives me 8 what do we call them? Pretty much what a PPC hits it. It's not shock. It's the
Overload.
Overload. Yeah, overload. So 8 overload attached to the damage smack.
Okay.
How does the shield like overload? Is it Faraday?
No, that shield does not like overload. He's like, overload damage detected. Switching to reverberation shields.
Nice, nice.
And a different shield comes out and actually pulsates and vibrates. And it's like, whoa.
All right.
I'm sorry if this is boring, but this is what I do.
No, this is good. This is good. You are hopefully cultivating from this.
But when you do smack the barrier, he has to put up like 4 shields and then an armored plate, and the blade smacks through the armor plate about 4 inches from his helmet faceplate. Oh boy.
Yeah, I hit you with my Mac pretty much at this point.
He's
nice,
like,
nice.
That bypassed most defenses, and he pushes out the plate, which actually lands with a thud. And then he pushes out more barriers, and he's kind of huffing, like, okay, okay, that's good. Oh wow.
So,
man, I'm tired.
What can you do then? Or how do you affect me? You're gonna like crush me with your
I'm
movable
gonna put
object?
you in a barrier, and he bloop puts a force field around you, and the force field starts to shrink.
Nice. I like it. It'll
get smaller and smaller, and if you can't break it, I put another one around it, and I keep doing it until you're crushed into a little ball.
Right. So I'm gonna put.
I didn't put a really good one around you. That takes a lot of effort. Since you can break stuff.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Also, technically, energy barriers aren't supposed to be. You can't really grab. They're not supposed to get purchased because they're frictionless.
Well,
that kind of makes me taking you out not very possible. So I guess I'll concede on this one.
I appreciate it, boss.
That's kind of how I take people out. I just I put them in a box and
it's quite effective. If I didn't have what I had, you would probably be able to win. But I'm sorry that you can't be a master anymore.
That's okay. I was never a master to begin with.
Exactly. So you still have a ways to go anyway.
Okay.
As for so you owe me one now. How are you going to give your respects to me? Do you have something cool? Maybe some nice ace tech you could send my way? What's the deal?
Well, golly. You sure got me there.
Yeah.
What do you think about?
Well, I have actually shielding on my executioner. I got some star shield. Yeah, some star shield added onto it. Kind of gives it nice things. Um,
Oh,
but the
there's
shield
better ones than
itself,
that.
but the shield
Any
itself
of
isn't
the
very nice.
the shield cell or
The
the
shield
power?
itself.
Oh,
Yeah.
the shield itself.
Yeah.
Well, I think Star Shield is a trap.
Oh.
I
Oh.
actually went and built my original mech using All Star Shield,
Mm-hmm.
or at least the variant that I was able to build in my lab. I
Yeah.
wasn't
Yeah.
able to get it exactly right. I gave it a cutesy name at the time, Star Bulwark or whatever. But then, out of nowhere, some random guy said, "Hey, you're borrowing our name nomenclature, so back off or we'll sue you." And I'm like, "Well, they're these guys." And
Oh.
then so I just named it Bulwark.
Nice.
Yeah. I don't know. It was weird.
So
You're
yeah.
welcome to it if you want, but I mean, I don't think Star Shield is a crutch.
So you're saying I need better tech?
Yeah. Oh, I know what you can do. If you have a grow lab, I can give you this metal, or
Oh.
it's a design
Yeah.
to grow a specific plating. Now, it does make shields better and is
Mm-hmm.
very, very dense. Your mech you couldn't run very thick plating on it unless you have some sort of gravitational and spatial distortion unit.
All right.
But I mean, it makes shields very, very strong. So as long as, oh my gosh, hiccups. As long as you don't have your shields breached.
No,
Not
for
that it's a
sure.
pushover at all, but I made my entire mech out of it. Took about 3 years to grow all the plates. Took a while.
Nice.
I'm
Nice, I
dirt
like it.
poor. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I'll take it. Sounds good.
Okay. He'll hand you a little. He'll kind of pull out of his little storage bag a little tube, like a pneumatic tube,
Mhm.
and it has a crystal in it. It's a data crystal. The aliens use it to store extremely large amounts of very specific data.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I started borrowing their technique.
Sweet.
It's kind of
So
like their hard drives. So
I got
watch
some
out.
time here if you want to sit down and cultivate. But other than that, thanks for coming by and trying to luck. Better luck.
Was the
in
favor
the
all
future.
paid up?
Oh yeah, no, we're good. No, I don't. It's just paying respects. Honestly, it's just like you go to some fancy place and they it's like a gift. It's like
Well, you're heckin' awesome. You got a thumbs up for me. I've never
Yeah.
seen somebody grapple an energy shield before. That is wild. I learned something today.
I'm sure everyone else did watching.
They're like, the fuck? Right, your fights are over.
So how long did that take, Matt?
Both those fights took less than an hour.
Yeah. So I guess for the rest of my downtime actions, I will be doing some internal cultivation, please.
Okay.
That is my plan.
All right. Go ahead and get the progress for the cultivation because that's kind of a rote DTA.
I think it's 2-for-1 with Grandmaster stuff. So
Yeah.
so should take. I have 16. I'm pretty much doing into it.
Ezekiel's there. I know Banshee's gonna scurry off, but Ezekiel will sit there and go, start to kind of instruct you. He'll actually read from the Servant's Dilemma manual at you, which really helps.
All right, I'll use my negative charge of fearful as my nemesis. My wonderful teacher is scolding me and making me do terrible things to my body.
Yeah, he'll walk around you, kind of like, ugh. No, apprentice, focus your mind, and strikes you with a switch.
Okay.
He's found some sort of piece of metal, and he's hitting you with it. It's just kind of like when he took that bamboo switch when you were human back in the prison.
So mean. All right. Sounds good.
But he does it in such a rhythmic fashion, you know exactly when it's coming. So you can actually push your cultivation through in time with the strikes.
Yep. So 15. I should have 15 downtime actions with that because downtime action hero, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Excellente. I'm gonna add that in the place I need to put it.
Okay. Jumping back to Mr. Banshee because he's got politicking to do. Sorry for the wait. Let's get you done.
No, that's no worries. My last two politicking are should be stupidly simple.
Okay.
Like I said, I've got a meeting with the
Base commander.
the head of the ground-based scouts.
Yeah. Yeah. He's kind of sitting there. He's actually kicking his feet up. He's having a beer. Kind of looking over reports. Oh, he gets up, puts the beer down, puts the thing down in haste, and stands up and gives you a salute. He's captain.
He just nods. Have a seat. I just got something I want your ground boys to work on for me.
Want a beer, sir? Is that professional or appropriate? I don't know.
Ding, ding,
Please.
Yeah, he'll go into the fridge and pop the cap off and hand you a beer. It's nice and cold.
Thanks him. He's drinking it and hands him a data pad. These are some tools I made. It's got the scans for the survey drones and stuff, and the attachments for a mech to be able to deliver them.
Oh, you mean the schematics or the scans of the drones? Because the survey drones do their own scans. It's the scans from them or the schematic of the.
It's the details on their capabilities.
Okay.
As well as the blueprints for a mounting attachment for the mechs.
Okay.
And it's a request for him to start training his boys in how to use these for defense in the upcoming battle.
Yeah. Oh, these are pretty nice. These a very small energy signature, and it looks like the casing around it solves all the rust problems. Huh. I thought only the salvager boys got these.
Yeah, they're my boys.
Right. So you're gonna let us have these?
Yeah, I'm gonna let you make use of them for the defense of the base. Don't use them for salvage.
All right. I mean, shit. Okay. I'll get my boys training on this right away. Looks like the housing's not too big. These drones are a little larger than I thought, but I suppose that's to fit all the
Scanning hardware and such. Yeah.
Okay, you got it. You got it, Chief. I'll. How many you got for me? So how many do I got to retrofit?
I've got 30. In expecting by the time the battle comes up, I should have 100.
100 in total or 100 additional?
100 additional.
Fuck. Yeah. Looks like a light mech with the proper housing can carry 4. 6 for a medium. So on and so forth. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, you got it, Coach. I mean, sir. I'll get it retrofitted.
All right.
Any
problems, let me know.
No, sir. Shouldn't be a problem.
All right. I got another meeting to get to.
Yes, sir. Enjoy the beer, sir.
Thank you. And he's heading off to Lilith then.
It is not something you will ever feel a buzz from, but it's a traditional beer meant for normal people.
Enjoys the taste. Yep.
Yeah. It's a light beer, so like no more than a Corona equivalent. But
it's a beer, and it's nice to be offered just a beer.
And it's fucking ice cold. Like, oh man, it came out of the fridge frosty.
It's always the best.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, what's your next meeting?
Lilith.
That does cost 1 DTA. All right.
Yep.
You can sit down with Lilith. She clears her schedule for you like normal. Ace Captain. Acting Ace Captain. Apologies.
Base Commander.
Hmm.
I know your boys are getting antsy with the upcoming battle.
Yes.
I have something that would be valuable to us and help you.
Oh.
I'll hand her I'll just pull up on one of the screens the scan of the region that we're expecting the battle to come in, and it's got several red blips on it.
Oh.
These are the Xenos in the area. Want to throw together some kill teams?
I see. So is this a exercise or they're actual Xenos?
He'll pull up scans on or the details on what things the survey drones picked up in the area. The mutant, the abominations we
amalgams.
called them. Yeah, the
Yeah.
amalgams.
Oh, the amalgams. Interesting. You put a tracker on one, and it seems they have a nest. I was wondering where those things are. Looks like
Yeah.
from the scans, that's worm territory, like prime worm territory.
When I
Looks
sent
like that's very dangerous.
When I sent out my survey drones for my salvage teams, every time they find a group of them or anything like this, they'll tag the group with a tracker so that I can find them for something like this.
Well, it looks like there are two main colonies. I hate to say it, but the sheer volume of the amalgams in there, it's a full colony. And it looks like they've cleared out the worms in those tunnels, which used to be their burrows, which means they have endosteel plating. Well, I will put some more competent members together. If we're going to burn them out, we need to do it now. So that these enhanced amalgams don't show up during the actual battle, because we're barely going to be able to handle the sheer ocean of amalgams they're going to drop. And if there's these powerful ones, they may end up being capable of
Organizing the juniors.
Yes.
That was my expectation. That's why I was bringing a recommendation for some extermination teams to better our odds. I've already recovered some ground mechs. I've got Major Snips finding me some specialists that have lost their mechs to supply
I have
them.
a couple as well.
Alright.
I'll send them your way. If they prove worthy, then reward them as such. If they fail to show what they're capable of, send them back home with their tail between their legs.
Will do. I've got a collection of mechs.
Perhaps you should do a showcase.
That's what I was expecting. Snips requested 2 days for it, and then I will be pulling out my collection of mechs.
Let's make an event. A big event. Settle this once and for all, because we need to get people in seats as quick as possible. You have my authority to go to the Hangar Lord, and for every mech that refuses to have a pilot, or is in construction within a certain parameter that does not have a pilot, or anything that can be built that is worth building, let's have a grand showcase where people can actually get their ass in a seat and claim themselves a mech. I have several in the warehouse for the Iron Eaters that, with a lot of effort and TLC, we can actually construct something worthy.
Sounds like fun. The 5 biggest heavy hitters I have recovered is I've got a Highlander. I've got a Stalker Mark II. I've got a Direwolf with a spirit comparable to the Atlas.
Another one?
Yeah.
Hmm.
I've got an Irby with a spirit.
Let's not let's not put someone in an Irby. They don't last very well.
Oh, and I've got a hero class Orion.
All right. Well, I'll put on the event. You make sure that there are mechs to be seen. If there's repairs and whatnot needed, I will send you the crews, or you can purchase crews yourself for extra effort. There's a lot of hands that are idle in the base. If you put up a bulletin for paid work, a lot of Iron Eaters will come crawling out of the bars and out of their private workshops to make some cash.
All right.
In
Then I
fact,
will go.
that batch, the normal stuff, if you are willing to sell elixirs for very sophisticated specialist work, you might be able to get some of the recluses to come out of their bolt holes.
Sounds like a plan.
Not a lot of people are going to be able to afford that elixir, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. I only expected to be able to sell about 50%.
That is a very honest assumption and estimate. But the people who are going to afford it, though, it's going to go, that 50%. In fact, I would like to purchase several bottles myself for my men who can't afford it.
Just nods. I've got plenty. Keep in mind, they have a 24-hour shelf life and have to be maintained in stasis until they're dosed.
I'd like to buy 25.
Done.
She'll sign over the money immediately. Exactly what you asked for.
And he'll just he'll just be like, send somebody over to my hangar, show this at the door, and you'll have them hand it over.
Okay.
So how much are you selling them for?
25% more than the crafting cost. So with 50%, we're going to, considering the size of the batch, I'm going to be able to, beyond paying back the cost, already figured this math out, I'm going to make, if I sell 50% of the batch, 10.5 million credits a rec.
Cool. What was our beginning expenditure on that? I'm asking as I'm going to go look it up, but
You had that noted down.
I have 2.
30 million and 12,500% of a B rank. That's what.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying after paying that off, we're making 10.5 million rec, and that's if we only sell 50%.
Okay, so I'll get my money back, and then I get mine's 35% for the thing for it. So
yeah, you're also basically you're going to be making 5 mil because we agreed to split the first sell batch 50-50.
Well, it was until it was paid back. Unless you want to give me 50-50 on the whole batch just to make the math easy.
Yeah, that was the plan, and then afterwards you were going to get 10% of the profits from any
You also
follow-up.
had budget
No,
that you got
35.
back as well.
It was 50-50 until paid off, and then we were splitting it 65-35.
Well, let's solve it now. So
No, I have it. I have it written down.
No, I'm talking about the sale of everything. There are 2 people who don't have the cash, but they have stuff to trade. But they want to do a bulk purchase, which would cut your profit in half, but they would be trading you stuff if you want to entertain it. Otherwise, they'll sell and you'll get the exact money you want.
What is the stuff?
One is a mech seller. He sells mechs, just period. He has 2 mechs that are rather kitted out. You can break them down. You can put them. You can just have them piloted. But they're worth several million a piece. and he's willing to sell some mechs to purchase some elixir.
Are you cool with that, Liam?
Or you can just go, nah.
I mean, I was doing all this under the assumption we weren't trading it. We were going to be doing direct
Yeah,
sale.
then you can just add the money if you don't.
Yeah, I'm
Money.
just that's right. The first batch we were planning on doing just straight sale.
Yeah, because I needed to make the money back. Because I'm also going to be, if you remember, I'm going to be fronting all of your production costs from now on. That's
Yep.
why I'm getting 35. Because
Yep.
I am directly covering your production costs.
Yep.
So if a batch goes bad, it's me eating it.
Yeah. So
It's here's the question,
Uh-huh.
Blat. How much would those 2 mechs be worth?
Yeah.
together, you're looking at a 8 mil.
Okay. Then I will trade for the I'll trade for the mechs, and I'll just give you 8 mil.
Yeah, it works. If that's how you want to go about it. I just want to make sure I get my investment back, and then after that, all this is profit,
Yeah.
so we're gooch.
Yeah, I mean, currently I'm sitting on 64 million rec.
Why do we need so much money?
For the
It's-
big purchases is why.
We
I-
like
That's
to
right,
see
we're
our
buying
bank go up.
That's right. I'm trying to buy off ships. Never mind. Please
Yeah.
continue.
You guys are like, well, I mean, I can throw 8 mil at a couple cool objects.
Well, I was sitting here and you're like, oh yeah, 8 mil, and I looked at how much I have currently, and it is 8 mil, and I'm like, this is doubling how much I have, and I did spend pure cash when I gave you everything for doing this, and then I was like, why were we trying to make such? Oh, that's right, we're trying to run
So
organizations.
you get
and
your
buy
initial
spaces and
base
shit.
cost back. So however much you spent to get him the stuff for the elixirs, then you get an additional 8 mil. So yeah.
Oh no!
So-
No! You're getting this mixed up. I'm taking the trade, and I'm converting the trade to cash to pay him for it, so that I have the mechs.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That works fine for me if that's how you want to go about it.
Yeah.
Alright, and then the other one,
Unless they have torque actuators. No, I'm just gonna make my own. It's
no,
cool.
one of the mechs does have a pair of torque actuators on them.
No, I'm gonna make my own. I kind of like the idea of being able to customize them a bit in the process too.
Yeah. The other trade, the guy wants to trade you a couple personal shuttles. Transport
For-
shuttles. They are fresh off the line Atlas Foundation shuttles. And they are Leah jump capable.
Lead
They
jump
are-
capable.
Okay. And how much are those worth?
Those are worth, earnestly, about 12 for both of them.
And how much is he asking for an equivalent elixir value?
Basically what you can buy for 12 million.
How many shuttles?
2. So
Two?
there's 2 for 12.
6 each, right?
6 each, yeah.
Actually, if we're willing to eat the split cost later for having it delayed for the payback on that, I'd be willing just to. Actually, no, I'd just be willing to. You said it's 12 mil for the both of them.
Yeah,
I'll
12 mil for
just-
both.
I'll knock 6 mil off because I do need a shuttle.
All right.
It is old Leah jump capable, but you replacing it with the new Leah jump system, it would probably
Yep.
take 4 DTA
Fair enough.
with a proper technician.
Then yeah, I will trade. I'll do that trade. How much of that? How much elixir would
No,
those?
it's not the amount of elixir. We're just doing like this
Batch.
is selling the whole batch. This
Yeah.
is just selling
Okay.
the whole batch. We're
Alright.
not gonna nitpick
All right.
because that'll take a really
Then-
long time. So
Yeah.
So you guys reduced your profit by 20 mil, but you got 2 mechs and 2 shuttles.
Yep.
And those were the only 2 that stood out because everyone's like, I have a mesh tech. I have some really cool equipment. It's like, no, make it worth it. And only 2 people came forth with things that were like, we might have something. But everyone was trying to hit you with the trade, and you're like, nope, cash. cash only.
You know, I feel kind of bad for the ones that thought the mesh tech was going to fly because they don't realize we have a mesh tech.
It's been
And
quite
fabrication plant.
Yep.
Yeah.
quite on the down low. So
I just feel sorry for them because that mesh guy also came with all of his strains.
Yeah, it's because you guys saved his lab and took the lab with you.
Everything.
Yeah. So you guys are very rich in mesh tech. Each of the ace pilots came over and paid in cash. Several of the head officers bought batches of 5 to give to their personal retinue, but and you guys donated a couple to some of your friends for services.
Yep.
Skippy ended up one. For some reason, she's got the cash for it, and she just kind of skips away. And
I was getting one for her anyway. So
okay, well, she has 2 now.
You know what? I paid her enough earlier. She helped me with some work. I know she has money.
And since Ezekiel is paying for the rebuild of her mech, she has a little bit of pocket change.
Yep.
Oh,
Right.
I did want to hire her to help me design the Leah equipment for my mech. Sorry,
Okay.
I didn't
No,
mean to
it's-
interrupt.
No, it's fine.
my brain
If
just went there.
Yep.
Okay. Any last things?
Because of the Lilith's recommendation, I'm heading off to the fucking Hangar Lord.
He'll approve it. You're the ace captain, and Lilith also recommended it. He gives you a look. What am I signing?
Any mechs that fit into this category.
Okay, I'll have it done.
It's amazing what the big names will get you done.
Right?
He's like, you do realize there's going to be a lot of protests because this is another requisition of all the people's stuff that they either own by right, but they could never get it to agree to let them pilot it, or they're just waiting on a single part, or there's going to be a lot of really pissed off pilots or wannabe pilots. So
If there's ones that have the approval of the mech, if they can get a single part, have them contact me through this line. If I have the part, we'll see what happens. Otherwise, they can suck it up. We're saving this base whether they like it or not.
yes, sir.
That's a line. We're saving your life whether you like it or not.
And after that, I have 10 DTA remaining for the day, and that's me going to my lab. I have 2 things to do there.
Okay, what are we doing?
One is I set the 2 DTA aside that you said I needed for it to consume some of the noble.
Okay, that one's a spicy meatball.
Yep.
Oh, that one does not go down well.
watch it for the bones.
But that's why I have a Pinnacle Potentia built around it.
Yep. You will have stomach aches and headaches for the rest of your day as you try and mull it over. Your body's like, nope, you will submit. And the thing's like, no! Fuck off! And you're like, oh,
And after that, I'm 8 DTA, and I'm throwing the supplies that I have into the vat and beginning the first stage predator growth.
Okay.
Lilith does get the warning that I am beginning my growth.
Hey,
Sounds sexual.
Didn't you have a tech that can work on more batches of that stuff for us? The elixir?
Yeah, he can start an elixir.
Yep.
Like, I was going to say, like, I'll get you the stuff. I already have the resources set aside. We just need to do it then.
The amount of people who are going to be able to purchase that are not going to be purchasing it anymore. You have to go to a different base to do it.
Yeah, it was...
Well, If you can get me a stasis thing of them that is big enough to basically fit in my arms, I can get it to the chop shop and sell it there.
What about the people on the ships?
No, the fleet were part of the people purchasing this shit.
Okay, I wasn't sure.
This was open to them from the start, yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
No,
you think we're going to narrow our customer base like that?
I just was
No.
I just trying to reach.
Yeah.
That's all I was doing.
No, it's a good point out. Nix made sure to spread the net for who this was available to far and wide. The only reason it's not going beyond Ares sector is because the elixir in its current state cannot handle Leah transit.
So, yeah, I was about to say, would it work in stasis for that, or does it not work with stasis too?
Stasis keeps it from degrading, but Leah
Spectrum
interaction with it fucks it.
Yeah, you could probably move it with Spectrum, but it wouldn't be the same.
Well, we can find
just-
out what it does.
testing.
Tell you what, my ability to move things between me doesn't actually run off of Leah itself. It actually came from the fucking thing. You
actually kind of know why. Any energy fluctuation in its structure, period, is what alters it.
Mm-hmm.
Want to see if my movement thing will actually alters. I don't know if that alters the energy state or not. I don't know how it works yet. Want to test it on a bat on one of the ones? I know there's going to be some unsold from this batch. Correct?
Yeah. Here's a vial. Test it.
Yeah, I'll test it. I'll send it to another body, the body on the chop shop. Send it back, and we'll see what state it comes back in. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work.
It held up, and it's still glowing. It looks fine until you swirl it, and then there's a sediment at the bottom now.
Yeah,
Study the sediment.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to study that. That's
you know exactly what that is. That is decayed genome structure from the batch. Basically, the core part of the elixir that latches onto the biology and alters it. That's the protein's coming apart.
So this is a unusable batch now.
50%'s good. You could probably, if you strained it, you'd get half.
Oh, so you get like half your load. So if you send, full load to the place, you'll get half of it.
You would actually have to run it through your batch machine again and filter out the denatured stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
I can get. What am I thinking? There's a simpler solution. We can take our tech. I can use some just Leah teleportation to send him to the location, set up another brewery there, and just produce it on site.
Yeah, that'll work.
The biggest reason why I'm not doing that is the amount of security I'm going to have to put on that. Because the minute I move this location somewhere else, I'm going to be raided by another Chem Baron.
They can have fun going through my blackguard.
They will.
And
you also have your guard.
No, I can always
Asian
get
guard.
If you just do it in space somewhere, you'll be fine.
We'll just have to get our
most of the
ships
Chem
first.
Barons are on Enigma. So if you do it on Enigma, they'll sniff it out. But if you do it on,
I mean, this is on the chop shop. Will they?
Yeah, there's a Chem Baron on the chop shop.
Yeah, never mind then. That won't be worth the effort.
And the other problem is, I have to be there to tend it.
Well,
It's
no,
not
that
going
was
to be.
your tech was for, remember? So you didn't have to be there to tend it. You got
just
a
have to
tech out
make
of
it.
this. so
That's
you can
right. That's
delegate.
right.
You got
That's
somebody to delegate this to finally, Ogre.
Right. I forgot. Goddamn.
He made your life easier.
It's no. That's Right. See if you can find me a location without a Cambaran, and we'll get another batch in production for sale on the frontier.
You think it would? Do you think if we had a large enough shuttle, we could set up a mobile thing in there?
Yeah, but a shuttle can be blown up.
So can a space station. What's your point?
Space station is less likely.
Ah,
Yeah,
but if we have a shuttle, we can also always have the good old fashioned. What's that? You took my. You think that you own this? Well, I just blew it up. Martyr Protocol, baby.
You think I won't flush tens of millions of creds down the drain? Well, surprise, surprise.
Well, fuck you.
Right.
I'm spitballing ideas.
Let's worry about that big money again later.
We don't really need it right this second.
Not right
anyway.
this second. And otherwise, like I said, for the rest of this day, I'm just doing my fucking
Is it fucking though?
I mean, how's the vice base commander doing? How's
Eh.
things going with her?
I see what you did there.
Like
I hope so.
Like I said, I'm consuming the noble and beginning the growth on my pred mech.
Okay.
Because
Not a
that's going to
problem.
take 2 weeks to grow.
No problem.
And that was it for Friday.
Yeah. All right. That's it for Friday. Yeah. You're going to get for your predation. You're going to get a burgeoning psionic organ. So normally it is a organ that pairs with a specific growth in the brain. For the aliens, for you, it just forms into an actual psionic organ in your chest. It's still adolescent. You can grow it, but you kind of have a faint psionic awareness of very near surroundings.
Okay. And
that psionic organ actually is a little sophisticated enough to detect an energy in the area.
Okay, and what will it take to grow that thing? Is it just sink some merit into it?
Time, more nobles. Other advances to biomass, changes in your body overall. It'll grow with you.
Okay. But at the very least, I can properly use the fucking pred tank now.
Theoretically, yes. It'll take a little bit of practice to get used to the new you.
But I needed to eat it before I could start working on the Predator, so.
It's like you're learning how to ride a bicycle, but now you have the bicycle.
Yep.
All right, done and done. Jackie, you did your thing. All clear.
No, I'm just going to finish off the day with 4 downtime actions. The first downtime action is going to be used for meeting up with Snips and Skippy.
Okay. What do you want to do with them?
I was going to reward them as a proper boss should. Snips, I have a elixir for you.
Okay. Well, thank you. Appreciate that.
No worries.
That's not a small thing.
No, it is a very small and easy thing because you make my life easier. So it's just tit for tat. Snips, thank you very much. Please go enjoy yourself with that. And hopefully Skippy can watch over you because you're taking a day off tomorrow. Because you're going to have a wonderful handover.
Lovely.
Skippy, it looks like you've already bought one. I was going to get one for you.
Yeah.
And I can't give it to you now, so it looks like we're going to have to try something different.
Sure you can.
No, I have something in mind for you. I've already give Snips something very important, and now it's time for you to get something very important.
Okay.
Jackie's going to take out a fate point and going to gift the maiden nano of 10 and the fate point, and say, "This is my gift to you, Skippy. I'll help you continue to, be yourself and keep me safe and the people I care about safe." So, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. This is cool. Skippy starts to float off while she studies it, like, whoa, it's so shiny.
Snips, I will give you one of those soon, but I already gave you
Sorry about
one
it.
of them.
This is more than I thought I'd ever get.
All right. Enjoy the hangover, because you're welcome to leave me angry voice messages.
Couldn't possibly be worse than the headache cadets give me every day.
Yeah, you're probably right. All right, get off, you two. I'm gonna shut down, have a rest.
Good choice. You've been burning on all cylinders.
Yeah, it's time. So Jackie's going to enter shutdown mode. Let the nanoids do their thing. Give me a good old cleaning, and I'm going to go down for 3 hours this day, and I'm going to go down 4 hours the next day.
Cool.
For my dad.
All right. Next day, everyone.
Should I actually do my rolls for my mech building and stuff? Or...
Sure, if you like. I mean, with the help of Britannia there.
I guess it's really just to see if I get any ones at that point.
Okay.
Here. Because I put 16 into it. Otherwise, the only other thing I had that day, because basically I was going to go to the sim training because I'm trying to get mastery for piloting.
Cool.
Single
digits, but no ones.
Yeah. All in told, with the design you already had and the changes for what kind of design you're looking for, and with Britannia's help, you got the frame. Frame is it's a little odd. There's a hell of a lot of structural support in some key areas. And there's a lot of extra support where she's like, nope, that's gonna break. Put an extra support thing there. And you're like, I already put extra. Nope, still gonna break.
I'm not arguing.
Yeah.
I didn't hire her as my expert for these things to argue with her over it.
Yeah. You gotta ask her a couple times as to why for certain things. Because she's just like, well, it's obvious it's just gonna break. And you're like, could you explain the mathematics behind it? It's like, oh, you want the math? Okay, yeah.
It's going to break. Yeah, that's math.
Yeah, that's usually her description. She doesn't tell you the math behind it. She's just like, oh, you need to put this here, and here with this specific specifications.
That was it. Otherwise, I'm just in the mech sims. I'm trying to work towards mastery. That's all.
Cool. Saturday.
Let's get Char out of the way. He's been waiting for a while.
Yeah, Char. Well, he's already finished his Friday.
I missed my Friday and my Saturday.
Oh, you finished your Saturday too? Oh.
Yes.
Yep, we're trying to blitz so he can do his lecture at the Thunderdome.
I'm doing a thing at Thunderdome on Sunday.
I gotcha. Mm-hmm. If it's all right, Matt, can we go over 8 internal potentia into the nano cradle?
How much effort or how much progress is that? Is just +1, or is that a?
That's the next one. So I've
Okay.
put 8 internal. I cultivated 8 internal, so I put that
Yep.
into it,
Go ahead and
and then I
post
put some.
what you currently
What?
got, and then we'll get
Sure.
you
Yeah.
next one.
One sec. So let's scroll down, and this. This has double potency for wood and metal. And yeah.
Heckin' yeah. Well, you're getting closer to the intermech. The internals need to be designed. You realize the way the inside of the mech is constructed
Mm-hmm.
is actually not from existing parts. You're actually building close to what would be a representation or an avatar of a physical being that is
Right.
a culmination of everything that you are.
Yeah.
So mech parts aren't going to be parts per se; they're more organs.
Right.
And it depends on how big your mech is going to be and how
So be
sophisticated.
large.
It's going to be a large, not a assault.
No.
Okay, perfect. This is a organ fabricator. You can actually start to put parts attached to the frame inside your intermech.
All right.
You can also disassemble parts and reconstitute them using Warforged or
Sure. Yeah.
in fact, you can actually yank stuff using Warforged and the other dissemination techniques, and then throw them into your intermech.
Right.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, because 7 helps you construct the frame and the metal
Yes.
and the plates. But this is the delicate work that you've been really looking forward to.
Yeah, the fabricator. So
Yep.
it's nano fabricator attachment, would we call it, or just like nano fabricator organ? Or no, because it's part of the.
It's its own fabricator that actually sits in the chest of your intermech.
But think about it this, Matt. This is my nano cradle that's being improved for Potentia.
You're getting a second one for your intermech, because you also
Okay.
have to have one for the intermech as well.
So it's an extension, pretty much. Okay,
Yes.
I got you. So nano fabricator, gotcha. Nano organ
it's
fabricator.
one specifically for your it's your intermech's own nano
Cradle, pretty much. Yeah, I got you. Okay.
And that one works exclusively on your intermech, and it actually resides inside your dimensional your storage space.
All right, cool. So yeah, that's all I needed done for there. Let's just say that was me forming it from my my downtime of shutdown. And yeah, awesome. Next, guys, I'll plan the rest of my day out.
Okay. Let's give Char a little bit more love here, because he's been waiting. You're kind of studying a little bit. I'll let you play around a little bit more. As long as it's, not floating around doing anything else.
I mean, I can just wait.
You can just wait? Okay.
Yeah, I don't mind.
All right. Let's. Anyone know what their day looks like?
For Saturday?
Yep.
I've got the beginning of the day meetings for being base commander.
Okay. Those are not particularly fun, but it does show what an administrative role looks like, and it sucks.
Yep. Lots of paperwork.
Tons of paperwork.
Other than that, I'm working on my Predator mech. I don't have to do anything with it, but unless there's something needed for me, I'm spending the day working on it to speed it up.
Sure. Yeah. Why not?
And the more I'm there for it, the better odds of not having to fight it.
Sure.
Mentally.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So for your meetings, go ahead and roll me 2d100 to see if anything pops up that is particularly concerning or particularly neat.
Alrighty.
Hmm.
And I'll give both of them a reroll because I'm feeling spicy.
You lucky
all
buck.
right.
Nice. I love it. I love
Yup.
paradox numbers. I love them.
Talk.
Mhm.
I'm grabbing something to drink.
Oh,
Still got my headset on. It's just my mic disconnects at distance.
okay. Well, unfortunately, because of the paradox numbers, it seems like some of the Chaotica staff on base have gotten their hands on the elixir. And there was a giant rave last night, and they were handing them out to people who were willing to pull the slot machine. So a lot of people's possessions got gambled away,
Nice.
and a lot of people got an absurd amount of money. One particular Joe, an average Joe actually, from the standard technical wing. He's not from the fighter wing, but just these guys. They make sure to fix anything that needs fixed, maintenance of the base, basic construction. This guy is now a multi-hundred millionaire because he ended up getting a whole mess of stuff from the slot machine and from other gambles and all the different poker stuff, roulette especially. He ended up with 4 elixirs, which he ended up selling because he's a normal Joe. He can't survive it. And he ended up with a series of shuttles and a small mobile space station platform, a very small one, where all the shuttles can be deployed from. And he sold that, and now he's sitting there going, I got a lot of money. Woo! So, yeah. Wild things happen in the Chaotica sector. Holy crap.
Reminder to you that I donated one of the condensed elixirs to the major Chaotica roulette.
Yep, it's in there. People had enough pulls that there were 2 separate instances where somebody got to go into the big slot machine. Wild things happened.
All right. Otherwise, unless anybody needs me, I'm out at my lab.
How many downtime actions do you have that allocated?
I have to dedicate 6 downtime actions to base maintenance, meetings, that kind of stuff, or being ace captain.
So you don't mind if I bug you at your lab, is what I'm hearing.
Nope. Otherwise, the other 18 downtime actions that I have are set aside for working in my lab or if somebody needs me. The party just
Jackie,
has a just show up ping.
You guys, any job related stuff that, while you're in the office, can overlap with his time he's in the office.
Sure.
So any administrative, whatever, whatnot. So go ahead and roll for yours as well if you're going to work today.
Sure, I'll go. I'll do 8 hours today.
Yeah. Give me the 2. Give me the big 2.
Sure. Save. Just wanted to make sure my progress was saved before I did anything.
Sure.
2D 100. Nice.
Very good.
Downtime action hero. Perfect practice makes perfect applies here as well.
Yeah. An ace has arrived.
Yeah.
Not the one for you. That one's still in transit. The Xeno ace. he's come over from the main hub for the ACE department, which is this huge facility on an asteroid, and that one, well, that got flooded by investigative staff, and well, it's kind of all locked up at the moment, which is where you were actually intercepting the transport for the current aces.
Yeah.
Well, somebody came by in a small mech of all things, and he landed, provided all the clearances, didn't cause a commotion, and the only reason you know he's here is because you're one of the main head staff for events like this.
Right.
You get CC'd in to arrival of important personnel. And since he came in such an flashy manner, it just only authorized personnel know.
All right.
This is not a normal ace. An ace lieutenant, at least. Not an ace captain in their own right.
Sure.
Came in quietly, didn't start yelling about trying to take over or you should, follow under me. No, he parked his mech in the same hangar as all the other aces.
Mm-hmm.
Paid for the storage fee. Yeah.
All right, I'll go meet him.
Don't have to go very far. They're in the base commander's kind of waiting room. Kind of waiting for the world to change. It's like,
Of course.
kind of sees you, looks a little crestfallen, like, oh god, somebody's going to cut me in line.
No. I'm here to get you out of line, actually. I'm the Vice Base Commander, Jackie. Nice to meet you.
Oh, hi. Really? Wow, you are very sturdy. People here are built very sturdy. Name's Yggdrasil, like the tree of fable, of lore.
Yeah, I think I've heard of that before.
Yeah, it's an old thing. I picked it up. Looked really cool. The world tree.
So, do you want to talk to my master, or would you like to talk to the ace on base currently?
Well, I'm here to be permanently stationed.
Oh, excellent.
I was an instructor at the ACE department main base. I was there I was taking my ACE captaincy test, and I was also there to oversee the ACE tests and also instruction. But with the chaos happening at the main base, well, I think all of the current aces there have taken their mechs and broke quarantine and left because we couldn't maintain our mechs any longer because they shut down all trade, commerce, stuff going in and out to complete quarantine. And
yeah, I'm sorry to hear about that.
Well, it's not like they could keep us there.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Several of the investigators ended up having to shoot several of the pilots because they were getting into their mechs and ignoring direct orders to power down and submit for imprisonment and questioning until they could be released. But their mechs were basically dying. If you ever had an ace mech, they have a lifespan, and if you don't maintain that life of the mech, it just dies. There's too many parts. It's too needy, those mechs.
Like there's a spark there, and I guess fuel. I guess that's I gotcha.
Not just fuel. Like there's some parts that if you don't maintain them, every once in a while they just break down, and if those break down, another part breaks down, and it's a cascade.
Right.
And the amount of money required, and parts, and personnel, and supplies, it's an entire business, an industry.
Yeah.
And they shut down the entire industry. So I got here just in time before my mech started to deteriorate. But
Well, you
I
come
think
to the
it's
right
done.
place.
Well, the aces are done. All of the aces that could escaped. All the ones that didn't are dead. Or just can't be aces anymore because their mechs died. In
Yeah,
their
I heard
hangars.
they were making a new program.
Mhm.
Something better.
Yeah, Brightest Star showed up. They're offering help from the mechs that no longer have pilots, or well, they're offering refuge for any mech and an ace pilot.
Yeah, I wouldn't
And,
trust those guys, honestly, just from you, me.
well, I guarantee at least half of them took it up on the offer. But I've
Oh,
always
I'm
wanted to come
sure.
here.
Yeah, no.
It's always been my dream to be stationed here because this is where the mech development and research is being done.
It's got
This
some
is
history,
it.
eh? Yeah, that's what I
Yeah.
like about it too. You gotta
So
remember
what if
the
there's a big
past.
fight? We'll fight it out. We'll win.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
Hmm.
All right. So yeah, let me take you
Can I do
to.
my paperwork with you?
Yes, come on. Let's
Oh, heck yeah.
walk and go. I'm flexible like that.
Yeah. Oh,
I gotta come bring you to one of my squad mates. He's the ace on base currently.
oh yeah, with the new territorial system in place. Man, that's an old law. I actually had to study up on old ACE laws when they originally put it into place.
Mm-hmm.
It is very archaic, like dividing up sections of the empire into fiefdoms.
Yeah.
Oh man, it was a little spicy, I think.
The good old Ronin days.
But
Oh, that's a mystery.
hey, little did you know, as he's kind of walking, talking with you, rumor has it the ACE program is now going to be Brightest Star,
But
along with several other industries.
But there's there's an ace out in the frontier that I think he's the general. I forget his name honestly, but he was making his own little thing, and I don't think that's Bright Star.
Oh well, Brightest Star picked up pretty much all of the, most of the pilots and their mechs because, well, for some reason they have the financial resources and the means to actually support those pilots because we're an expensive special snowflake.
Oh, I know, but you guys are so fucking awesome. Like it's just the way you move.
Aren't we cool? Yeah.
Like it's been my dream to go to the stars, and just that's I guess it's the propaganda of it all. So we just you know. Yeah, just fill these things. She'll just keep passing over paperwork.
He bonks it. He bonks the thing literally on his helmet. Hands it back. All done.
I like it. Is that some tech?
No, Shade Tech.
Ah, Shade Tech. Yeah. I think you in the base of the.
I filled out the forms before, so I just accessed the local memory data of me filling it out before on a timeline, and I just applied it to the exact sheet because it's an identical form.
Well, yeah, just let me guide you on your way.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll make it over to the next lab, and I won't even give Nix a.
Nix's lab is in a very highly restricted zone. You may need to give him a phone call and say, "Get your ass back to Ares to do this," or you can walk him to the new area that he technically isn't supposed to be in.
He'll be fine.
Depends on how much trust and authorization you want to give the guy, because you guys are the ones who determine who gets access to what, clearance-wise.
I wanted to be a surprise for him, that's all. But yeah, I guess I can give him a call.
You know absolutely that you need to phone ahead, because if that is you breaching confidentiality of a specific clearance that could make you lose your job and send you into the brig and lose your citizenship.
Yeah.
So definitely call ahead.
Don't make me prosecute you, Jackie.
You're like, it'll be fine. I got people in my team that, rules are kind of a guideline at this point, and then you're like, maybe if I stay on the safe side.
All right.
Think about how much Luna's been annoyed with people lately. Maybe she will arrest me.
just because I was a headache that she has to deal with. No, I'll behave.
The number of times that I've had to clear up things for certain somebody else on the team.
So, Nix, you're in your office. You're actually in your office at this point because you haven't made it to the lab yet. Because this is during office hours, remember?
Yep.
You get a phone call. Hey, we got a new buddy on base, and you're like,
Hey.
Hmm?
It says, Jackie, you just get a ping. I'm currently in my office. Wait, this is my office location. Swing by here.
Oh, that sounds good.
Yeah, you're in the middle of a presentation by one of the hangar masters who's been assigned to handle the grand,
The gala, as I'm
the
calling
gala,
it.
basically, for the mechs,
Yep.
the showcase.
Mhm.
And he's giving you a very detailed presentation about how the event is going to happen, where the hangars that are going to be used, potential recommendations on lineup, costs, time, person, like the whole thing. Very well
Yep.
put together, but it is, oh god, it's boring. Oh, you could be shooting shit in a sim right now. You could be doing research. You can be, I don't know,
Yep.
chem-teching it like a mad lad. No.
Yep.
They recommend holding the gala a week from now so they can get everything in place and get all the people the parts they need.
You have until Sunday.
Sunday to get it done.
Yes.
So you want us to host on Monday?
No, we're hosting tomorrow. That was a planned event. That's what all the pilots are being told. That's when it's going to be held.
Well, sir, could we push it back a couple of days to get all the repairs done, the parts shipped, the parts installed, the mechs moved about? Is there any way we could push this back a couple of days, sir? It'd be cheaper.
It just thinks about it. How much do you need to have it done by tomorrow?
40 million.
Why?
Expedite. We're going to have to use some teleport technology. The Atlas Foundation is going to have to clear some of their ships of their manifest with a speed we are not sure how they pull off. The amount of personnel we're going to have to put into motion. We're going to have to do some really fast retrofits. We're going to be working around the clock with no breaks, with pretty much everyone on site. Like, no, there's not a single person that's going to be able to sleep or
how about I'll just hand over the data pad with the additional personnel that I brought on.
Still not going to be enough, sir. Could we push it back to Tuesday by chance? We should be able to get it all done. It's mostly getting the parts for these other mechs and getting them fixed. And also moving all the mechs, clearing the hangar, medical checks for pilots. A lot of moving parts, sir. I mean, we could get it done by Sunday and host it on Sunday, but that's tomorrow. And you're hosting a major event. Usually major events require months, maybe several weeks.
He's just going to write out 40 million in rec.
As you wish, sir. As he just takes the check like, fuck, he does have the money. So bitch. I guess no one's sleeping tonight. Okay. Yeah. And also the transport of all of the mechs up in the moon hangar down here. It's like,
hey, I have shuttles capable of hauling them. Or at least I have shuttles that can help with that. Just going from the moon to the planet, that shouldn't be too much of a
no,
fucking
those
problem.
are mech transport shuttles, not people shuttles. The ones that you ended up getting from that guy are personnel shuttles with a minor storage space.
Okay.
But mech shuttles, they're not gonna.
That's another story altogether. Gotcha.
Yeah, they're not gonna walk them in. They're going to take the mech out, and then there's going to be a shuttle, like a carrier shuttle, and they're going to drop cables, and they're going to haul mechs that way.
All right. Yep. Nope. I dealt with it. Yep. Nope. It's fine. Writes out the money. Just do it.
Yes, sir. I guess we're doing it. Holy fuck. He was like, I don't know, just get it done, person. Yes, indeed. And you get a call like, hey, this is Jackie, bruh. Guess who's met a dude? You
I think you
basically
like this
wrap
dude.
up the meeting. just I get it. Just get it done. Here's the money.
Dude shooing out of the freaking room when Jackie shows up.
There's a very thin, small pilot. They got their pilot gear on, the faceplate's up. Hi!
How's it going? Who are you?
Pleasure to meet you. I am Ace Lieutenant Yggdrasil. Pleasure to meet you.
Oh, that's you. Yes, good to meet you. I'm standing Ace Captain Nick Banshee.
Oh, pleasure to meet you. I actually heard your name all the way at the Ace base, as we jokingly call it.
Well,
Yeah, you had some very radical ideas, specifically about the way we should approach Ace technology, and also a hell of a lot of complaints from the major Ace families
yeah.
about you upstart no one with no backing, and then they're like, well, shut up, you just lost to that guy. So much about that backing and skill.
Yeah. Like I could give a shit. I've been in the military a month now, and I make more than some of those families.
I know, right? It's crazy how things are.
Right?
But yeah. Again, pleasure to meet you. I in all honesty, I kind of broke away from the current containment, the quarantine, as it's called, at the Ace base. I hope that's not going to be a problem.
Oh no. I have recruited several others into a new program I'm developing.
Okay. Since you're the Ace on base, you probably know the base's investigator. Could you reach out to them and see if it's a problem, or am I going to be thrown in the brig? Because I
guess the
did
question
break
is,
It's
which
just,
one?
Yeah, it's Chuckles. Which one?
whichever one has the biggest dick. Because I can't say if they have
What?
I don't know about the authority thing, but it seems they have some sort of pecking order or hierarchy among the investigators. Whoever
I'll
has the
just.
biggest
It's
authority.
just. Yeah. Hold up one moment. Pulls up a communicator. Hey, Luna.
Hey, Mina.
Or hey, Mina. Sorry.
Yes, Nix, she says purposely after the first one.
Sorry. It's gonna take me a while to get used to the new name, but is it you as the regent I need to go to about the new ace that's here, or is it one of the other investigators on base?
No, that's me. I'm the one handling that.
Yeah, that docket did come up on your desk early this morning. He is arrest on site along with a lot of other aces, because they broke an official investigator general's quarantine at the Ace base. They disobeyed about 8 direct orders.
So I'm going to phrase this question very specifically.
Mm-hmm.
You do not know his location currently that you can tell me, correct?
First off, out of character, Liam.
No, I'm staying in character right now.
No, I'm telling you out of character. Remember, Nick's got the authority and the okay to transfer any personnel of his choice to his program, citing their agreement when they arrive.
True.
And it's all kosher through the Thunderhead, so if he agrees, he's fine.
on your staff, but that investigation still hasn't fallen.
It's been
That's-
rabbi blessed.
Yeah, because it's basically the FBI going, yeah, it's kosher. You can be on the president's staff. We're still investigating him. Oh, by the way, if we find him, we're arresting him. Oh.
So so we're saying in character for this.
Mm-hmm.
As mean as like, you do not have a way for me to locate him right in this exact moment, do you?
Not
Because
currently.
I very much cannot afford to go to war with the investigator general and his staff. So I would not be challenging their order to arrest him currently. So if he's on location, I
Getting
need
another
you
phone
to inform me immediately and tell me where he is so that I can handle that immediately. I'll check to see who's calling me.
It's the restricted red phone number. There's only 2 people who have that privilege.
Great, I've got a super important call coming in, so I got to take that. So I'm gonna let you send me any info you have on said fugitive while I take this call. Click over. I have 4 hours of patrol and 4 hours of office time set aside, so I'm just assuming this is happening during that, just to be that.
Y'all seem to line up your office time in the morning, including Aether.
Yep,
So
I'm taking the call, and this is one of the restricted ones on my
This
private line.
one
So
of the 2 restricted lines. This one is specifically for the Ace General, or the Investigator General. Sorry.
the investigator general, investigator agent speaking.
Regent, thank you for taking my call. How are you today?
Oh, I'm lovely today. How are you?
A little consternated. I was hoping you could potentially help me out.
Well, I can most certainly see if I can. I
That's-
won't be able to make promises until I hear what you need.
I see. Well, as long as you're willing. It seems we've had a little bit of breach of quarantine. Not that there's a dangerous material, but mostly dangerous military assets that were under quite a scrutinous investigation. It seems some were very willful and broke that quarantine. You wouldn't happen to be able to be of assistance in locating these individuals.
These individuals, they would be from the ACE program, correct?
Yes, specifically from the ACE base. It's such a goofy name, but it works. The ACE base. It's under proper investigation. The individuals that were specifically quarantined in this case were on a special list. And that special list pertains to they are using some technologies and or acquired some technologies through very dubious and or I hate to say illegal means. There's a lot of that going on in the A space.
Yes, they don't exactly try to go through official protocols for anything.
Right.
Do they?
It turns out we have discovered a very strong connection to the black market here. They actually had a hidden store, which was a not so well hidden secret that any of the aces on here could go to and openly spend money.
Well, that's just unacceptable.
Precisely. And some of the things we've found here is a little shocking.
Well, one of my personnel did report a potential ace incoming to Ares base. I am actively looking into it and was discussing that with some of my own people here when you called.
Oh, okay. Well, I expected that you had your ear to the ground and you are very capable. Um, in this particular case, you are the regent, and it is in both our best interests to work together in all things. So I'm reaching out to you, and I will extend my investigation to your umbrella as well, if you so choose, to look into it for me and deal with it as you deem fit, since you are of equal station.
I would be more than happy to assist you with it as best I can. At the moment, I was already in an information gathering stage to see if I couldn't locate him. So I will be sure to keep you updated, especially once I actually have some answers in hand. I have some suspicions, but suspicions are nothing without evidence.
Of course, but sometimes suspicions are enough for us to act. But in this particular case, if such an individual were to arrive on base, if you would act within your authority to resolve the matter, it seems many have scattered to the wind and have found sanctuary among other organizations. Not a good play for the ASTEM. Not that they're going to be coming back ever, but
Not
it's
that
also
I.
put a lot of other organizations in jeopardy, which is very interesting and honestly a good play for us. It means we get
Oh,
to look
yes.
into
I have been ensuring that some of the more critical ones don't fall into dubious hands.
them. Well, it seems many have fled to sanctuaries under the purview of Brightest Star, and I've been looking for an excuse to peek into what's under their skirt.
You
So,
have?
oh yes, Brightest Star has
What?
arisen out of nothing. Basically, they didn't exist until they existed, and then they were everywhere.
Perhaps while I am handling the issue of this ace that appears to have snuck his way into our base over here, I could provide you a little hand with that, or at least a bit of a starting point.
Hmm. Send you
The
some data of local strongholds or bolt holes or even sanctuaries under the purview of Brightest Star where potential aces and their mechs have fled to. Look into them if you
I'd be
so
happy
wish.
to. Are you aware that all of the Brightest Star signatures were from the Ace General?
Yes. It seems he was in bed with a lot of ulterior and other powers.
I would advise that there's a certain individual within our own ranks who may have deep ties. One of
What?
those of the single digit variety.
Yes.
I think you understand who I mean, yes?
Yes, but that person, you
Well,
can catch them doing something red-handed, but that's not enough to convict them of anything. They have
well, but even knowing that is more than anything else you could have, yes?
mm,
It's a
I say
start.
this
Oh no, I
with
understand quite nicely exactly how much of a pain he is.
yes, approaching the individual in any fashion should never be done lightly, and if you're going to strike, it needs to be a lethal blow. Many have tried, all have failed. So, and it's made him stronger from the cataclysmic fallout of any attempts. So many don't even make the attempt in the first place.
Well, I thought it might be worth you knowing one of our players with Brightest Star at that point. Not that it's a big surprise he's there, but I can at least confirm that I know he's
Well,
involved
it
directly.
turns out half our staff is in bed with Brightest Star, so I have that mess to deal with.
That's rather displeasing.
It seems they are the new governing body to fall underneath the Thunderhead's purview. It's their goal to be Thunderhead's hands, eyes, ears, mouth, basically his full extension across his empire that has become fractured due to distance.
We will see about that, Investigator General.
We will see. Yes. But be careful. There is power behind this movement. So,
Oh, yes. Power
uh,
behind all movements, though.
we'll
Thank
see.
you for the
So,
word of
yes.
advice.
Handle any ace that comes your way as you see fit. Um, if there is an open investigation, again, you're the regent. I'm the general. We both have equal office and power, so let's work together and not become
Against each other.
fractured.
I would prefer a united front as well. Investigator General.
Of course. So if any make it their way to your neck of the woods,
I'll
well,
handle it.
yes. Thank you for your time.
If there's anything else, don't hesitate to call.
Oh, there are many things, but I won't approach you until I have something more concrete and cohesive to provide. Mostly, I'm sitting here with theories and conspiracies and schemes and bits of fragments.
Well, if you think I can help you with any of your fragments, I would be happy to try and fill in gaps if I can.
One thing, then. An extension of trust from me to you.
Of course.
One of the space forges has gone dark in the local inner ring. They're one of the hyper classified groups. They manipulate star energy and make it more hospitable for the solar system.
I see.
They are highly monitored and highly protected.
And they've gone dark.
One of their major space stations has gone dark in the process of tuning one of the stars in one of the local solar systems in the inner ring. I'll send you the details. It is pressing, but not for you. If you want to send staff, it's quite the trek, and it is quite a mystery. Because
I think I have someone in mind.
be careful. Those stations don't just go dark. They either explode because the star went critical and they couldn't get out in time because that was their own stupid mistake, or the fleet, which each space station has its own fleet, mind you, raises hell for reinforcements.
Yes.
Having the fleet and the space station go dark is
Troubling.
I know that's about 12 million souls gone.
I'll look into it. I have some specialists.
Yeah, these space stations are not small, nor are the fleets small. It's a lot of people.
That is a very large number of people to go dark.
Oh,
Not
yeah.
a single word.
There are some communications, but nothing that is alarming. It's all things good, or no, it's just quiet. We think there's a disturbance with the star that interferes with communication, but even spectrum technology is being interfered with. So be careful.
I'll have somebody on it.
Thank you. Have a good day, Regent. I
You have a
hope
lovely
we can
day as well.
continue working together.
I do as well, actually. Have a lovely day, Investigator General.
You as well, Investigator Regent.
Hangs up.
Hmm.
And I immediately call Nyx back. Nyx!
Yeah. What?
Right. I've been given carte blanche on our friend there.
Okay.
But he did, unfortunately, break an order issued specifically by the Investigator General. See the issue for me? And the issue for you? I'm saying anybody that harbors them is going to get their ass handed to them long term. Unless we can find a very good way to handle this. And I'm thinking good old fashioned conscription of a prisoner. How's that sound to you?
Actually, you can offer them a Thunderhead pardon.
In
Can
return
I?
for
Yeah, you're the regent.
you can
And
just
if
go,
the
I'll
investigator
pardon you if you
says
do
you're
this.
good, if the general says I'm not going to contest you on it, you can pardon anyone from an investigation. But it does go on record that you
That I
pardon
did.
them.
Yeah. So, how much you want this guy? How valuable is he, really?
He's a 1. I think it's pretty valuable.
His
He's-
profile shows he is or was going to be taking his ACE captaincy test.
And he's the
He's
only
a
one.
ACE instructor, and he's an ACE lieutenant himself. And
He's also the only one who's reached that rank
Okay, so
while doing a qualified Xenosmech.
no, that's not the Xenos guy.
This guy's Shaytek.
Yeah, this
Oh.
is Shaytek mech.
I would, for a little bit of pragmatism reasons, my only request is that he be available for assisting training some staff I'm trying to get together.
I don't have a problem with that.
I didn't think you would, but that'd be my only requirement, is he assists with training some of my staff for the Department of the Regency. Because I plan on opening a mech division.
Well, he's going to be teaching every single day because you got aces on base who are just by the skin of their teeth. They're like, they didn't even get to take their test, and you just were like, okay, well, you're aces, so whatever. The ace lieutenant is actually qualified in hosting an ace test for them.
I understand that you're going to need them for that. I don't need him right this second or anything. This is I'm going to need him in the near future for that.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's like I said, I don't have a problem with it.
I didn't think you would, but
Right.
It was worth saying.
Like looks up at the ace lieutenant. You have a problem with us?
Oh no, I'm just glad to be here.
Right.
Cool. Enjoy the pardon.
Oh, thank you.
Like, talk to you later, Mina.
Yeah.
It hangs up, looks at the dude, is like, by the way, for your information, that was Investigator Regent Mina.
Never heard of him.
You know you know about the Investigator General.
A little too closely now, ever since that other issue.
Yeah, the Investigator General's it equates to the military side. The Investigator Regent is the civilian side.
Incorrect. The Investigator General runs an investigative department. We're equals.
Okay. Fair enough, but that explanation.
Oh, I see. Well, that makes a lot of sense. I specifically picked this berth to get a Thunderhead pardon because of the fight. I was gonna chip in to the fight, even if I was imprisoned up until it, as long as I could maintain my mech. But if I'm given a pardon and all I got to do is teach people, well, that's what I've been doing for years. So, all right, let's do it.
Yeah, twisting his arm. Hear him how upset he is.
All right. It was like, if you go here tomorrow, these people are currently the people in training.
Oh, you got a bunch of aces here.
No.
Did you have to pardon them as well?
Technically, weird loopholes. Just leave it at that.
Well, I have some other guys. If you have more pardons in your pocket, I have some people I can call.
It's just, I'll send Luna a ping. You willing to work on this?
What do I look like? Pardons are us?
You're the one who started the train.
Yes, you do.
I haven't. This is the first time I've issued a pardon. I didn't even pardon your ass because I was never told I had pardons. Honestly, that would have made so many problems easier.
But
it's not okay. Doing it that way is a pain in the ass. He was a high priority for them to retrieve, so it made sense with him. But for the others, they can fight in the war. It's coming up.
Yep. It's
I will I will see pardons issued officially for those who I will ensure the pardons are sent for those who fight. But that is the best I'm going to do.
I will pass that along to him.
Well, I suppose that's cool.
There's only so much I can do on that front.
Well, these are all the instructors and major personnel for the
Other
Ace base.
instructors. Of course, they're the fucking instructors. The
They're
people
all
we
my
want.
they're all my colleagues. We had a permanent station and berth at the Ace base, so if there's no more pardons, they found homes to go to.
Alright, no, that's valuable enough. Shit.
He's like, well, there's a lot of them actually jumped ship to one of the local space stations controlled by Brightest Star, that new organization that popped up. They're
Yeah,
offering
fuck them.
open berth for any Ace and or Ace or Mecha pilot with any.
Oh, I'm definitely going to be offering them stuff to get away from the Bright Star. 100%.
He'll like, oh, well, if you guarantee a pardon, then they'll sign up. They actually they were we kind of all scattered to see which home would take us and what we could get.
Yeah.
But that wasn't their first choice. I chose to take the long trek because I was one of the only few who could move such a distance in a short time. So
In fact, you know what? I will see them moved here. Fuck it. Let's pull some goddamn strings.
you're like beep boop boop. I push buttons on my super control button pusher control board.
Yep, no, because no, if we can get like most of the instructional staff from the ACE program, hot diggity damn.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's like, well, he'll hand you a manifest. This is the last known instructional staff. 3 are killed, and there are, besides himself, 7 others. They all one fled to the chop shop, one fled to one of the frontier fleets, and the others fled to the local sanctuary, the Brightest Star.
There is a me on the chop shop currently.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you can pick that guy up. This guy is in desperate need of Xeno parts that are constantly, in decay on his mech.
Jack kind of handed me the keys to the chop shop while I was running the investigation, so I'll get him what he fucking needs, I guess.
Yeah. And he's got a lot of Xeno parts on his mech.
He may.
One that went to the Frontier Fleet. He's probably going to be able to stay there without any problem because the Frontier Fleets don't respect, or they're like, fuck the investigation staff. They can come aboard if they like.
Yeah, that's on my to-do list.
Yeah. And
Hey,
the others are going to be like, oh, a berth at Ares base, the V Mecca.
The Mecca.
Yeah, the Mecca.
Mecca. Yeah, all right. I mean, I'll get fucking shit handled on that front. I need some staff. I need people to train the people I plan to get into this, and having the best doing it's preferable.
And that particular Xenos dude who's on the chop shop would probably work very well with me because I've figured out ways to stabilize normally unstableable Xenos components.
Unstable. I love it. It's unstable. That's not a word, Chief. It is now.
Too bad.
It's a word if I say it is.
Yep.
Yeah. So not bad. That's all the major stuff. That is a major timeline event that happened. But it doesn't look good for the ACE program. The investigation staff has looked under the hood and went, "Whoa, we didn't even have to try very hard for this, but damn."
I didn't walk 5 feet and I found you breaking the law.
Uh, yeah. Yeah.
By the
No,
way,
this is,
my DTA for the day is just 4
Yeah.
hours of patrol, 4 hours of office time, and then 25 hours of doing Predator mech sims.
okay, go for it. What are we looking like for your Predator mech sims? What's the one on that?
I mean, I'm just gonna fucking start accessing some of the sims I'm not supposed to be able to access.
Okay, go ahead and roll one control roll and then one roll pilot roll for each of the DTA.
Okay, yep. The control roll. Boop, 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 boop. Operate Aeronautica. Boop. And then I just need to do 24. 24? Let me double check. Yep, 24 more. There's
Mm.
2 ones and 100 in there. Can I get a reroll on that 100?
Sure.
Actually, no,
No.
no. I'll learn from my failures. I will learn from apocalyptic failure.
Okay. Oh man, you get one of those sims where you do a reversal that no one's done before.
Yes.
You actually, it's kind of interesting. The sim that you went in, it's a really rare one because the aliens don't do this often. The aliens only send out a single ship without any escort for usually suicidal strikes. They don't expect the ship back. So the frigate drops out and just unloads all of its troops in a single go while getting shot to pieces. Not only that, on the bottom of the ship are additional troops just hanging onto the ship. So we're instead of a single complement, you're looking at 3 complement of enemy forces.
Mm-hmm.
And a gray predator, colored one, kind of drops down. And this is a one where the predator actually rips up the ace, and it actually is a different pilot that kills it in single combat.
Diggity damn, huh?
Mm-hmm. And you end up killing the predator in single combat as the ace.
Oh, okay. It works for fucking me.
Yeah. It's actually interesting. The ace, the technology he has is actually support. They're a sensory control unit. They have a powerful defense and utility set. They're not an offensive ace, which makes reason as to why the ace fell in this case. Yeah, it was ambushed. The gray one is so fast, it blurs. It actually jumps in and out of reality, teleports, blinks almost. It does an in-skip jump, which only ships can do. It's like, holy fuck, finding this thing is impossible. It has a dimensional energy level that lets it swipe through barriers and shields like it was nothing. It actually can partially phase its body to rip through armor plates, like it could bypass armor and rip into durability itself.
I'm now going to add this into your "you should hunt one of these down" list, Nix.
No, this one's dead. This is a one of a kind.
Fuck.
Yeah. The mecha pilot that actually killed it was Lilith. She was stationed there. She beat it to death with just constant regeneration and brute force. The thing could blink around all at once. Lilith kind of learned the energy signature. The thing was lashing, raking, just ripping, and eventually it dove its hand into the for a kill shot, and then Lilith went clunk around its arm, and Lilith basically facing one direction, turned the body into goo, faced the other direction, and went, "Welp, you're stuck with me now."
Well, isn't that just a little nasty thing?
Yeah, so basically it caught its arm. The predator tried to slice off its own arm to get free, and Lilith just went, "My turn," and dove their arm through its chest.
And I did a reversal, huh? All right.
Yeah, well, you did a reversal. There's a cool little trick that this ace didn't think of, even with their own mech, that you figured out. If you use the psionic warfare organ, and send a burst hertz frequency that constantly undulates at different frequency levels at complete random, the predator couldn't concentrate well enough to keep its incorporeal form, and you're just like, "Troops, shoot that fucker."
Just start shooting it. You can
Well,
stop when I'm satisfied.
it kept phasing out, so the projectiles never hit, and nor could melee weapons, and it could choose to make certain parts of its body corporeal when it struck. But you're like, no, you're corporeal until I tell you you're not. The thing was constantly in pain because you kept forcing the spike of.
Look at me. I'm the pilot now.
Yeah. There is one sim you can't complete no matter how hard you try.
The 100 that I'm struggling on. Yeah.
Yep. One of the aces comes in. He kind of nods at your work and he's like, "Well, bet you can't do one of these." It turns out you can't. It is the beset on all sides sim.
Yeah, no, fair enough. That's fine.
You try and you're like, "Holy fuck, this is impossible." Oh, wow.
All right. What about the last one then, or the second one?
Yeah, the second one turns out it's another really difficult sim where a predator it actually gains its colors. It's the purple sim.
Oh.
Yeah, purple predator. Where it jumps in from mech to mech, overtaking them, possessing them.
Yeah.
Basically having them fight their own forces.
And as I recall, it's actually weak against other psionics.
It is. The bad part is there's not a big enough psionic organ on any of the mechs. You actually go, "Well, I'm breaking every naval law in that possibly can be broken." You jump into the local battleship, hop to the psionic warfare organ installed on the battleship, basically commandeer it in the name of the Thunderhead, and use it and direct it at the Predator until it can't even keep its corporeal form, and you shoot it to pieces. And then they arrest you.
That's cool. I'm sure I'll get pardoned. Or not. Who cares?
Well, it doesn't.
Success was had. That's the important part here.
A lot of people are like, "Oh, you can do that?" And the sim's like, "Well, the only thing we can do is arrest him." So, okay. And then it ends because it's a sim.
Yeah, no, it's just that, I win. Fuck you.
You actually had to try it a couple times. There was no other avenue. Without a psionic warfare organ, that thing is basically unkillable.
Oh, Mina's got no problem with stealing the psionic organ for this specifically. This is not an issue.
Yeah, there you go. You will get pilot mastery.
Lovely. That's what I was after.
Mm-hmm. But now you have the access code for Beset on All Sides.
She's going to go back to that.
That is one of the spirit breakers, as they call it. It's where mech pilots look to go insane because the leaderboard is actually not about completion because there's only one guy who actually survived. He's the leader. Everyone else is how long they lived. And everyone is insanely proud about their score if it's in with the top 100.
Does Nyx already have this one?
Mm-mm. This one, the ace is from the ones that Nyx picked up. Several of them had the Kobayashi Maru data chunk specifically from the ace base that they privately keep there. Looks like one of them was very industrious and snuck the sim data so they could practice it before taking their test.
And Nyx, you want it?
Want what?
You want a unwinnable?
Sure.
Yeah, you're given the beset on all sides simulation code.
Yeah.
It's you against everything, and that's about the run.
It's
Sounds like
it's
fun.
you against the flotilla, and it's like, oh.
Yep.
And
It is
Sounds like
lots of fun.
it comes with theme music.
Perfect.
Yeah, it's the Imagine Dragons Run, where it loads you in, and then when it hits 0, it goes dun 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 run dun 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 dun.
Oh, that's not
dun.
Imagine Dragons.
Oh wait,
That's, I forget their names. I'll find it. Don't worry. I know that song. It is just named Run, though.
yeah, run dun 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 dun. Hold on, I think I actually have it. Yeah,
I believe it's the AWOL Nation.
yeah, AWOL Nation.
Run.
that's what it starts with. You are allowed to load up your personal mech schematics, even if the mech does not exist.
I'm gonna try the Dandelion in this.
Yeah. Yeah, it's there are forums for this. There's actually a forum that has opened up on your liberal arts server since it's arrived on base. And people start asking about it. They're asking about mech help. And there's a lot of people saying, well, I tried to fight the flotilla. That ended up even more poorly. Turns out there is a queen on one of those ships, and if you get too close, you piss off the queen, and it just kills you instantly.
Well, that's a thing, I guess.
Yeah, but if you run, well, my servants will get it.
So the real objective here is don't piss off the queen enough that she's going to actually do something about you, is what I'm hearing.
Yes.
Well, that's fine. I will start posting on the thing about that. Maybe I'll distribute the fucking key.
That is a restricted key. Like, that is something you should probably not give to just anyone.
Oh, fair enough.
Because it turns off a lot of the safety features on purpose, because you need to pull out the absolute maximum you can in every single department of piloting. That you can't have a lot of the safety net features activated, because otherwise
You lose a lot.
you don't get those razor margins that actually matter.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I'll just give it to Nyx then, and we'll call it good because.
Cool. That'll be your day, right?
Yeah, that was my day. That is just running through sims like that because I was trying to get mastery.
Jackie.
I was going to say,
Okay.
if you're to Liam, if
Mhm.
you're picking up aces, do
Mostly
you mind?
instructors, but yes.
I was going to say, would you mind finding and picking up the ace, the Xenotech ace specialist?
He's on his way.
Nah.
Yeah, he's on Chop Shop, so yeah, that's fine.
That's different. He's not the Xeno specialist. He's a
that's
Xeno.
different guy.
His half is mech is Xeno. The guy that's coming is actually actually recorded to have an almost entirely xenomech.
Oh, yeah, then yeah, done. Dunzo, baby. Didn't have to do nothing.
Yeah. Johnny,
Yeah.
what are you doing for the rest of your Saturday? Work's over.
So I got my rest done for 4. I got my 8 hours of downtime work done. Built with the new Ace. I'm doing 2 downtime actions for internal. Actually, it's just one downtime action. Downtime action here for internal cultivation.
Okay.
And I'm putting it towards. Wait, did I need 2? Is that the reason why I clicked 2? Oh, no. Yeah,
I would
no.
not know, good sir.
Two downtime actions for internal cultivation. Finishing
No
my
way.
level 9 nano cradle.
Okay. Your cradle can actually now manufacture plates, like full-on armor plates.
Okay.
But they can also be curved into any structure or any shape that you want, and they're full molded armor.
Yep. All right.
Almost to 10. Almost to 10.
Yep. So got that done. Excellent. 2 downtime actions for beat 'em ups for today.
Okay.
I don't know what you want me to do for rolls for it, but do you want to do the same thing we did before? How many people are ready to fight Jackie?
Only one person.
Okay, so I'll just roll 1d100 then.
He comes in. He had completely thrashed both of the screening individuals, and he's like, "You may be big, you may be strong, but you shan't beat me. I am stronger than a mech, more durable than a mountain, and more charming than the entire populace of Enigma.
Oh, what's your name?
Charles."
Charles?
Yes.
Last
He's like, kind of blinks. I've forgotten my family name. They've all disowned me, so I only go by Charles.
Oh, Charles. You want to start this, or shall I?
Oh, I will grant you the challenge, the honor of fighting me with the first strike, for you may not survive when I least reach out and bring you low. Ha ha.
Luna's barking at me.
Luna's
She's
like,
also biting my
fucking
hand.
mess him up! Mess him up!
She's biting my hand, the little shark attack. All right. So I'm gonna hit him with the dynamo. We'll do the dual strike with the chop first. Then goes the forced fire ranged attack at him, and then the and
IQ
then
data analysis shows he's about twice the strength and durability of an average Iron Eater, but do not exceed this strength and torque threshold, otherwise you will break every bone in his body and kill him instantly.
yeah.
So recommendation is subdual protocol.
Oh well, I just want to see how he CP dodges, I suppose. So subdue means go get it and grapple with him. I understand. I'll just kind of.
Unfortunately, I don't know if he can survive the shockwave of your axe swing, because he can dodge, but a lot of practitioners take pride in dodging a razor thin margin just to show that they can. But,
Yeah, he's gonna get burned otherwise. Yeah. Right, so she stops it as she is about to use the key for it, and just like, all right, here we go. So she's just gonna do a little vector step, and then enter a grapple, and with the standard attack, strange grapple, his body, and
he's like, oh, well, I suppose you would, just like everyone else, want to get their hands on me, but, oh gosh, but, ma'am, that's a little too tight. And you're
just
just like,
tell me when. Just you can give anytime. I'm waiting.
you hear a crack, and he's like, okay, I give.
Ah, yeah, that's right. Jackie will now any damage and be like, nice. So,
He's built very sturdy. In fact, the way he's designed it is his ribs are actually kind of like the way the Space Marines are designed. They actually
Mhm.
form overlapping plates that are still flexible.
yeah.
But when you break one, you break a lot of them because they all provide support to one another. So when one goes, a whole sector goes. So you basically
Yeah.
broke the whole right side of his rib cage. And he's like, okay, you're good. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry that you
wow.
can't be a master anymore. But what is your tribute to Jackie, Charles?
He'll give you some money.
Oh, so kind. I appreciate the tribute.
He'll give you
Good
$1
luck in the
million rec.
future. Nice.
He still holds his ribs despite them being repaired. He's like, and he kind of just slowly walks away, like,
Ah, yes, and he's a poor person.
I'll send the million rec to Lilith. Be like, hey, here's some money. Love you.
She's
Bye.
like, I appreciate it. Keep it though. There's
No,
going to
I-
be some events coming up that you might want to have spending cash on.
Fine. Guess I'll
What?
pay you
There's
back
going to be
later.
a grand gala for mechs coming up. I don't want you to be penniless.
Of course, I understand.
You have some people that you might want to personally, well, you have personnel, and you may want to get them some nice things, you know?
That's fair.
Also, there's a wedding coming up. You gotta have an appropriate gift.
Precisely.
Have you bought a wedding present for them yet? And if not, then why the hell not?
my wedding present is IQ.
Your presence is not a present,
I didn't say that.
Ezekiel.
I did not say that.
But you did say IQ's presence was, and that is the same thing.
Anyway, so, that's nice. I love that I can make some things. Beat 'em up's done. All right, now for the big one, Matt. You ready for this? Okay.
What am I ready for?
All right. So I'm going to be doing some internal potentia. I'm going to be putting it into. Well, first I have inspired. So I'm getting 10 extra downtime actions for the day for what I'm doing, which is going to be internal cultivation. I have World Soul giving me a +1. I'm going to be doing this with the Steel Wolves Grandmasters. And I'm also asking my mentors, my masters, Easy 2.0 and Lilith, to also join, because this is going to be my first time hitting max for a, let's call it a pillar in one of the
one of the
cultivation trees. So I'm gonna spend that stuff. We're gonna so that would be
I'll have you roll luck, because because you're cultivating something that's like really important, and Lilith is rather excited about it because this is a big moment in the nano body cultivation.
Mm-hmm.
So she's going to be there 100%. Ezekiel is obviously going to be there because you're his favorite apprentice, but others might show up.
So just to give some more information on what's happening, I'm also going to be injecting my 5 dimensional canisters that I've been holding on for a while, and I'm going to have my cradle eat.
Didn't you break them down for merit?
No, I didn't actually.
If you say so.
Yep, still in my inventory. The only thing I've broken down for merit is fate points, Matt.
Okay.
He had actual dimensional states that he turned into the merit, not the canisters.
Okay.
No, I didn't do that either, Liam. I have
Yes, you
not.
did. Because you were trying to put me into doing it like you did.
So I will
But
stay again.
It doesn't really matter.
We had
because you
the
still have
option of
canisters.
a 25 for it, or the
Yeah.
like the
You still have the canisters, man. Don't worry about it.
I just anyway. So yeah, I'm going to be putting those to increasing my state while I do this little. And I'm having my cradle consume the plant that I got from the bonsai tree dimensional thing. And I'm using my pinnacle potential vortex to hit the 10th for my nano cradle. And because I'm using it on the 10th, all my other potentia is improved because it is well for that tree, correct? So it's like a downwards effect. So the later you use it on, the better results if you're not doing if not everything's perfect white every time. So if that's the case, let me roll your 1d1. I'll use one of my magnet rolls to pull in the good peeps. I didn't like that command. Luna, could you please? Oh, 18. She is literally.
Yeah, some other grandmasters show up. Shangri-La is there as well.
Oh, nice.
He's busy.
Oh, that's okay.
Because of this, you're actually going to get, since you lined everything up.
Oh, I haven't finished.
Oh my god!
I have what I wanted to do was I wanted to either put this internal potentia that I just got from beforehand, either into my magnet nodes or into IQ's our little what is it, toy cost. But I think what I'm going to try and do is I think I'm going to try and put it into my nodes, my potential. I'm going to use 10 of it to increase the cradle because I'm going to put into that first to get it, and then I'm going to have an influence roll, and I'm going to put some of it as well into my node of.
This is one of your pinnacle moments where I'm sitting here going, "Oh, balls!"
I'm just putting it all together. I'm just I'm putting in the Legos. I'm just making the Legos, man. It's the stop. Elemental fusion. Yes, I have 2 elemental fusion magnet things, so I'm going to put 2 in each of those. 6. I'll do 2. Stop it. What are you doing? I know you went down.
Fight him, Luna. Fight him.
No, don't encourage her. That is bad to the bone. Ow.
Yes, good Luna.
Ow.
Get him.
10.
Teething because I'm a puppy.
I'm going to get my 10 out of there, and then I'm going to put 2 in each of those for elemental fusion metal wood. And when I use those 2 magnet rolls, elemental fusion metal wood, in my little pinnacle potential vortex creation.
Okay.
And that's all I got for you. All
right.
Let's roll the influence roll first, I suppose.
Yeah,
see how many degrees of success I can grant from this. Here's the submit. 33, beautiful. 6. So that means I have. What? Yes. Okay. Yes. Okay. Cool. And then let's just don't bite these. You can't bite my headphones. Okay, I'll put you down. Fine.
All right. So straightforward. You have any other roles you need to perform?
Nope.
Right.
No, everything's
Your journey has been kind of interesting. You've kind of put it together. You have 2 mechs that are linked to. You're working on your final mech. You achieve the 10th potential level, which allows you to construct all of the necessary detailed parts of your inner mech, which is the last piece you need to construct it. And when you throw in the potentio vortex, it starts a maelstrom of parts. And with your past roll and the help of 8 grandmasters?
Yeah, it seems because 4 from the the
Yep.
Steel Wolves, and then my
Yep.
2.
Your 2. Shangri-La is there, and one of the other, the brightest star grandmaster shows up, the
Nice.
Spectrum one.
Yeah.
With their collective help, you will be the first to achieve Trample the Earth, Ascend to Heaven,
Oh, nice.
which is the body transcendence,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
which will immediately construct your inner mech.
Nice.
And we will go over what that does out of session because
Yeah,
that is
yeah,
going
yeah,
to be pretty hefty. But you will have your inner mech completely constructed, which will be an immediate representation of your physical transformation. All the pieces have come together.
Yes,
It doesn't change anything about your tree.
Okay, so that was one thing I was curious about because I figured since it went downwards and affect all the things that I built before.
It will outside of session. But
Gotcha.
for now, it does.
No, we're fine. We're fine.
We are not going.
I was curious. I just figured that's how it would go.
Okay. So the bonsai tree really helped because of the dimensional storage state, and it's also a wood element. It's also ancient.
And I wanted my gift to the deep forest to consume something pretty potent. So I was just like, yeah.
Unfortunately, what also manifests is a heart demon.
Okay.
You had some regrets. You also had made some poor, terrible decisions up until now that haunt you.
Okay.
Future cultivation cannot happen until you have resolved the heart demon.
Okay.
This is actually a partial manifestation. Some of it's yours. Some of it is something you accumulated when you absorbed stuff in Maldred's. Black remnants when you started absorbing those tendrils.
Yeah.
And you dissolved them. You inherited some of Maldred's evil.
Okay, I got you.
That rested and resided within your body undetected. And for every one that you absorbed and ripped up, you gained more fragments. It hadn't accumulated it.
I do believe I got 3 of them.
Right. Each of them I had made a secret roll to see how many remnants.
Okay.
And they have all accumulated with your own regrets and decisions into a heart demon.
Okay.
Which is rather malevolent.
Mm-hmm.
It will do everything in its power to hold you back and prevent progress from happening ever again.
Sure.
Which is one of the things they don't tell you when you reach the body manifestation of cultivation. Which is also why it's even harder to reach the mind manifestation. But you've achieved it.
Cool.
Turns out you don't need 1,000 potential. You just need to follow your path up to a specific point. You do get to decide your size. Do you want to be bigger, about the same size? Do you want to be a 1x1?
So I'll keep with my
2x2 Space Marine sized.
That just seems like Jackie, though, so we'll keep with that.
No 3x3 walking down the way.
No, I want to fit in things. Thanks.
Well, if it's 3x3, he wouldn't be able to fit into either of his current mechs. Yeah. Yeah. Congratulations on that. You did it again.
And I'm not done. This is just the start.
Well, with the heart demon in place, you cannot cultivate. You cannot gain another potentia unless it's external, and that external can't be put into mechs that are connected to you until it's resolved.
Yep.
But let's just say you're significantly stronger, durable, a lot faster, and you are technically a mech.
Yes.
Your species is mech. Actually, three of them.
I'm excited to see how my mother's going to take this. It's going to be like, oh.
You're gonna slam hands together with Lilith and do that like the flex
Nice.
handshake.
That should be done. That's my day. So thanks, Matt.
Yeah.
I'll be back.
Yeah. Okay. So okay, let's see what we got. Oh my gosh. Oh, I actually have this song, by the way. This is one of my favorite songs from them of all time.
Oh, but from Infected Mushrooms?
Yes, I actually went to one of their concerts.
So did I.
I was making sure he knew I was going to ensure that it plays.
Okay, good.
Oh, I got the song. I love that song. Let's actually just pull it from my audio files. I don't even have to look it up. Just download it.
He just has it already. It's fine.
All right. So we got you done. What about you, Liam? What do you want to do for your Saturday?
For my Saturday? I believe we already went over my Saturday because I only had I had that on my mech training on Saturday. After that, it's a list of crap that all the other me's are doing because there's
Alright.
a me specifically assigned to working on the mech, for example.
Cool. We can do that separately. That leaves our good friend Mr. Banshee.
Like I said, Nyx is, unless he's needed by somebody, he's spending the entire time in his lab growing his predator.
Okay.
Because every day he spends growing on it reduces a day it takes to grow, like you, or at least that's what you said.
Yep. Yes, it does.
I was also going to provide some of the bio nanites to help speed up your growth process because they can do some direct construction too that way.
Yeah, those won't increase it, but they'll increase the quality because the technicians implementing it they take their time with it and they do an appropriate application to areas where it's needed.
Hey, whatever.
I thought this was growing in the vat.
It is, yeah. Like the technicians, especially under Jack's purview,
Mm-hmm.
he's like, yeah, you can grow it, but we're scientists. We're the growers. That's the vat. We can directly interfere or involve ourselves with every step of the growth process. The aliens, interestingly enough, they like to be very hands off once they've got the formula. They just run the formula. For us, humans are all about control. So we're going to personally help in specific aspects of the growth process. Or at least we should.
Gotcha.
If you don't want us to, we can just let it run.
Based on what I know for what I'm planning, which would be better for me?
Either can be in this particular case. You can control it from the panel, which is where the growth thing. The way they're doing it is they literally put a sterilized mechadendrite into the growth vat and manipulate the biomass by doing personalized local injections or grafting on new strengthened tendons or
Gotcha.
Supplying specific growth catalyzing materials to a specific region so that something grows in extra durable, or like there's a lot of really small tweaks.
Gotcha.
And Jack is scheming up a storm during the development, And it's just every time there's a specific growth stage, like every fucking 5 minutes, she's like, "Oh, let's toy and tinker with that. I don't like the elasticity on that specific tendon group. If you try and pull a couple of the maneuvers that I've looked into from your simulation data, those are going to tear right when you need them to hold strong."
Gotcha.
Yeah, Jax
Then
looked up your sim data.
that fine by me. I'll let them work on it.
Yeah.
Do I need to make any rolls or anything because I'm expediting this?
Each day, just like your Chemtech VAT, I'm going to give you 6 rolls that you have to roll for your.
Okay.
Give me a control roll and then roll 5. This is all Xenotech. And yes, you get your big dick modifier for your Xenotech mastery.
Okay. What?
Parts are also going to be shipped in from the chop shop if you want to purchase them, such as the 0-point coolant module.
Definitely.
She does say that is a very touchy choice, because if you take damage significantly, like if that part ever takes any like a single point of damage, you just die, because it's a kind of a wormhole where it vents heat around you and it just implodes. It's a very delicate piece of tech, but it works like a Hitchcock every turn.
Now here's the question: do I need the modified version, or can I just implant one of the proper Xenotech ones that don't do that when they are damaged?
No, those are the Xenotech ones. Like if you hit an elite with one of those deep enough, it could just instantly kill it. Same with a Predator. If you hit that 0-point coolant module,
Gotcha.
because it vents all heat in the immediate vicinity.
Yeah,
But
I've got to have one, so I'll deal with it.
you can also put other things in there to protect it. So yeah, they'll put it in.
So you said 6 Xenotech rolls, yes?
Mm-hmm. Do you want this to be 100% Predator or 100% Xeno biology, or do you want to? What part of it do you not want it to be Xeno?
Remember, I've got the mesh tech organic cockpit that I'm growing in the interior.
Yep, I know that. Any weapon systems you just kind of want to force in there, or do you just want to tow weapon systems with you that you can just shove away once you're done with it?
The one thing that I knew I was going to be able to tinker with to link up to it was that weird rifle that the blue one had.
Yeah, it had a weird rifle.
Yeah, I know that I know that if I threw that in the vat, I could sync it up with that Predator and it would adapt if it was in when it grew.
Yes, you can. The power requirements for that is spiked significantly, but you can. Oh yeah, you can get that in there. But you're going to need a huge power supply for the mech to power that.
I'll find a way.
But you don't have to worry about that now. The mech production takes weeks. You're just filling in the frame.
It'll take.
You're growing your own frame and everything, right?
Yeah, everything.
Just design it to take more than one power core. That was my solution when I.
Well, he wants to put in a Xeno power core, and
I mean.
Yeah, you can build it so it has 2 power core slots.
Like that's what I've done with like all of the mechs, where I was like, oh, I'm gonna need a ton of power that I can't do with just one power core, instead of auxiliary cores, which are horribly inefficient.
Yeah,
well,
they are. Yes, they are.
The biggest thing that this mech is designed for is melee, not ranged.
Doesn't change much.
Having that gun actually will make you a dual specialist, because that blue gun.
Yeah. Then
also, if it doesn't have a minimum range, you can use it in melee.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Oh,
fair
that gun actually can split between a shotgun and a rifle.
Fair enough. Then, yeah, I will rig it for a dual power core.
Yeah.
I know it'll increase its size a bit.
No, it just chews up your internals.
Mm. Fair enough.
And we can go over that another time. But yeah, go ahead and give me the control roll and then the 5 extra rolls.
So this is with all my bonuses applied in.
Bottom.
With all my bonuses applied in.
Oh yeah, big roll. Ooh, that 99, sweet. Go ahead and give me the other 5. Well, you don't need just 40, 100.
Oh,
Yeah, you don't need to. Yeah, all progress at.
And you know what? I'm just gonna burn a pile of rerolls on this because I don't have anything else to burn them for today. You know?
You can sell them to the Leah department and get a stupid amount of cash because you just dropped 40 mil.
No, that's my plan. That's why I'm only dropping a chunk, not all of my rerolls on it. Keep in mind, I can't use my mysterious benefactor rolls for myself.
Yeah,
I have to use my fire and flames for myself.
Well,
and
if you upgrade it, you might be able to give away fire and flames to mysterious benefactor if you on the next purchase.
Fair enough, but I have 12 rolls of through fire and flames.
Dear Lord, fire away!
I'll just
get them out of here.
starting with the first 4.
All right.
And
2 were not good enough. Reroll those 2.
Yep.
Well, technically, we're only looking for once at this point because everything is going swimmingly.
Still not better. One's better.
Nice.
But rerolling 2 more now.
Mm-hmm. You trying to go below 4?
Yeah, I can.
If you're trying to fish for a 1, it might. Remember, you get plus 15 DTA applied to it.
I don't have a set DTA for this one. I have a set time frame that throwing DTA at reduces.
Okay.
That's what you told me.
Yeah. Go ahead. If you're looking, well, if you're trying to fish for things below a 4, then I suggest you just roll huge batches. Was it? Did I give you the ability to re-roll rolls below a 5?
Yeah, at the tier 3.
Oh, that's right. What was the scope? Was it 3 or less?
3 or less at tier 3.
Oh, that's right. I think we're gonna keep it there though. No
That's
lower.
fair.
No, there's a 1. All right. Roll another batch. Oh, that's okay. Another batch. There it is. There's
And
a
a 3. Yep.
There. There is a piece of bio that they can install if you'd like from the chop shop. They'll have to import it in, but it's a strength myomer that they retrieved from a predator that was. They just call him Chad because he had muscles for his muscles. His thing was ripping mechs apart with his hands. It'll make the shoulders a bit bulky, but it's like having torque actuators for a predator mech.
I mean, sure. Why not?
Cool. I'll have those installed.
And that would be my Saturday.
All right.
Can I just do a batch roll of mech buildings just to satisfy myself?
Yes.
It's literally just like I'm.
Sure.
When did I
Mhm.
roll my thing
Yes.
this last? I'll roll a testing, and then it's just I just want to get any progress done, even if I don't have a specific thing set yet.
Mm-hmm.
So Mech building, and then I'm just gonna do 39, and I'll be happy. Thank you.
All right. Well, that makes things less fácil. By the way, I have the ace hanger ready for y'all. Wait. That's a duplicate. Stop that. Hey guys, you guys get a look at a new map that I made. Pretty good.
Yay, new maps.
Yeah, well, it's the ace hanger where you guys get a look at all the ace mechs.
What a
Very nice.
bunch of weeps.
Hey,
Except for that one in the bottom left corner. I know what he's into, and I don't like it.
That's the Buddha.
yeah, it's the Buddha, the alien Buddha.
I know what he's into, and I don't like it.
I'm pretty sure I threatened one of these at one point.
Yeah. All right, Char.
Hey,
Your built-in math equation that you use as a watch goes ding. It's time
oh,
for your appointment.
yes. I'm gonna
I
step
thought
out.
your appointment was on Monday.
No, Sunday.
Hmm.
Sunday, Sunday, Sunday.
You step out. You are
Hmm.
not where you went in. You're not sure where you are in the galaxy.
I'm like, all right, I don't know where I'm at. I know where I need to go.
Stars are not familiar.
Mm. All right. Time to roll up our sleeves. And
Universe transportation jutsu. Go.
right.
Bullshit no jutsu. Go, go, go.
Interesting. I'm gonna have to memorize where I enter in the phase on dimension, so I know where I can come out of phase on dimension. Um.
What do you want to
Well.
use to try and orient yourself?
Um. So we're going to do a kind of like. Man, we didn't finish that satellite.
You can use me. I don't know what kind of an energy signature I have, but I'm sure you'd be familiar with it.
If you're looking for a high energy signature, there's Nyx.
The only reason I was thinking of it was just because mine's dimensional, and he might be able to pick that up easier than just high energy. You know what I mean?
Fair.
So the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna teleport to a star.
But I also don't know how he works, so
Yeah, you teleport to a star. It's an angry-looking thing.
Behave you.
No, it solar flares you.
Yeah, rude.
Actually, that was rather refreshing. This star actually tastes like if someone put a baked ziti covered in Thai peppers and then covered in gravy.
That's a weird combination.
It's not bad though. So it's like, oh, this is really good, and then you're like, oh, it's too hot, and then the gravies, they're like, ah, and then it starts over.
I'm like, all right. So this is what we're gonna do. So we're gonna take a moment and we're gonna try and send a message to Luna, because they'll be the one to be able to get it first.
Direction? Do you send that out in?
We're gonna send that out in. Mhm.
Because that's not something you want to just send into the ether, because something else might come looking.
That's true.
Mm.
Huh.
Oh,
Mhm.
there's planets in
Hmm.
the solar system. Fascinating.
Interesting. Uh, I want to kind of like float over to one of the planets. Um, actually teleport over to one of the planets and see what's going on the planet. Yeah.
Well, there's ships in orbit. They are currently bombarding the planet while a ground war's going on.
Oh, what kind of ship is here?
Oh, those are Terran hegemony ships. You are beyond the space in which you guys have called the no man's land, where you are currently combating, and you are in your neighbor on the other side of the galaxy,
Huh.
in the heart of their territory in a Civil War kind of esque area.
Interesting. I'm like, I wonder if they're willing to give me directions.
They're not.
As you're kind of looking down at the surface, hey, you know those mechs?
Are these mech? Mech
Yeah,
warriors.
yeah.
Oh, okay. I kind of know where I'm at. All right, all right.
But which direction is home?
Hmm.
And you know, from data, the Terran hegemony is a huge territory of space.
That's true.
Like,
We're
very
we're gonna
big.
kind of pull out a map here, the map of our mind, and we're gonna like, all right. So we know we're about here-ish.
Orientation's important. You're not
Yeah.
exactly sure where you are in the Terran hegemony because you guys do not have star charts from there.
Yes. I'm like, I'm like, what's between us and Terra Hegemony? Isn't it?
The alien space that you guys you're currently
Yeah.
entrapping the alien. It's kind of a dead space, but once that battle's over, somebody's gonna claim it.
Oh yeah, yeah. You know what? We're gonna send them. We're gonna kind of be a bit back, but we're gonna send them like, hey, can I get the coordinates of this place?
You get the usual, "Who the fuck are you? Identify yourself."
Uh, the name's Aether. I got a bit turned around. I took a right at Sigma 7 and I meant to take a left.
Fuck are you?
Is this Albuquerque?
You're gonna be asked a series of questions. Specifically, all right. Can you repeat who you are? Why you're here? Where's your ship?
My name is Aether. Uh, I am currently near the sun. I got a little lost trying to get home.
Where's
Uh,
home?
well, I want to give like a location uh near where the bugs are at.
That's a war zone.
Yeah, no, like that's why I was kind of leaving it. But I got lost.
Okay. Um,
Look, if you can just give me the coordinates of this place, I can probably find myself uh
those are
home.
classified, but perhaps. What's your race of origin?
Uh,
We're not
you know,
technically at war with them, if it helps.
um,
I say technically because we're technically at war with everybody, but
Well,
not
you
in an
can
yeah,
be.
active war
You can
with
just
them.
call yourself a energy being.
yeah, no, actually, that's what I was thinking. I was like, I'm gonna send it.
Oh, what it? And then you just like, oh, one moment, and a different voice comes on the comm. Hello. You said you're an ascendant.
Yes, I'm gonna send it. Yes.
Ah. Well, you're certainly welcome on my ship. Perhaps we can make an exchange for coordinate information, star charts, and you could grant us the uh, multitude of wisdom and knowledge that you most likely possess.
Well, let's see. Here's the thing. I've had a lot of bad times going on people's ships and getting kidnapped before. But I'm more than willing to send you information via digital.
Unfortunately, I seeing is believing. We will give you access to my stateroom, which is by my honor, as I am a lord of this territory. Uh,
Mm,
you are most welcome here.
that's fair.
As a fun piece of information, because Mina, when she was still Luna, actually found the Thunderhead's files on these guys. His honor is worth exactly as much as it gets him and no more.
Exactly. Because I remember the Atlas.
Yeah.
And I'm going like, how much do you value your honor?
Quite a bit. I'm from House Davion.
Hmm. Fortunately, I don't recognize that file name from my Atlas. But
Well, you've recovered one of our venerable vessels. Yes. Would you be happen to be in the market to sell it? They are very heavy, difficult to move around.
they are heavy. That will depend.
I see. Perhaps you would join me.
Uh, I will join you.
I am
And
Tardus Orphalos of House Davion, a lord, and my honor, unlike some of my colleagues, makes me a man of my word. For you guest rights aboard my vessel. You will not be detained, nor will you be impeded. But as a guest, we do ask that you act with gentlemanship and honor yourself.
Mina's informational for you. Davion are more of the holier than thou sorts. So people dislike them not because they'll betray you, but because they're kind of pretentious.
we can work with pretentious. But yeah, no, we'll teleport on into their
Stateroom.
yeah.
Yep. And he is wearing some very fine, fancy officer's uniform, very immaculate, very pressed, very starched, colorful. It's all perfect.
I will bow graciously.
He will bow as well. Ascended One, what an honor and a pleasure to have you in our presence. Could I particularly interest you in? It was difficult for me to find something, but in such short notice. But we do have some potential energy sources which you might sup upon
I would
in lieu
never
of a
turn.
drink.
I would never turn down a meal.
A couple soldiers in their armor knock on the door, and he it lets them come in. And there's on a dolly, they're rolling in a couple different energy cores.
Mhm.
Um, sorry, excuse me for the presentation. That was as quick as I could get it
Oh,
brought
this is
up
more
from
than
the store.
ample. And I graciously accept. And I'm gonna kind of put my hand out and lick on a few of them.
One is a fusion core, one is a microfission, and the other is a weird combustion esque that is currently undergoing a combustion in
Hmm,
a confined space.
interesting. Uh,
This is as quick as I could get. If I had more means, I would, um, or time, I could provide you with something more exotic.
oh no, I love a good fusion core or fission core,
Hmm.
and kind of just like float over near it so I can just casually drink off it.
Hmm. Since there is a war on, would you terribly mind if we got down to business? I'm required on the bridge.
Of course, brass tacks and all that.
Hmm. What is it that I can provide you in specificity uh, within my power?
The current astral maps for the region that you are allowed to show me. I would not want you to break any rules or regulations.
There are not many in regards to the Ascended, as long as you mean us no harm and you're merely passing through. Um, most Ascendant that we've come in contact with, as long as we provide you with no hostile intentions, are as benign as the local star systems.
Interesting.
Unless that's different for you.
No, it's just how do many look like me?
Everyone has their own form or shape in which they wish to represent themselves as, but we recognize the name Ascended, or at least the command staff are required to by, well, pedigree. You must be a
Hmm.
learned and an educated individual if you wish to be in command.
Ah, well, that is very fascinating and interesting.
Mm. I've had extensive education. My pedigree is top of the line, as is my representation to my house.
Good to know. But yes, a star chart would be most helpful. In return, I will give you something.
Very well. And he will pull up a star chart of the local system, and he will show you the path that they have for ship movement. Kind of all the jump points that they take from star system to star system to where your home is.
Interesting.
This is the route that I would take, which is the fastest. Although there is a war zone here and here, which I would never jump to, but since you are an Ascended, you unfortunately are, well, you don't have to deal with the locals. Actually, I think that would be fortunately. Actually, you wouldn't have to deal with our internal conflicts and skirmishes and disputes for terrestrial soil, since you require none.
This is true. I thank you very much. Um, and since you were so kind to me, I shall return the kindness in full. And I'm going to place my hand down on his desk, and I'm going to make a Leah marble for him.
Hmm. Huh.
Uh,
Fascinating. Would you perhaps provide me with some insight as to such a miraculous object?
I'm going to lift it up, and I'm going to put it towards him.
Mm.
Place it in your hands, and you will feel.
Oh, this is filled with energy. I thank you for your gift, Ascended One. Is there anything else that you require of me?
None at all. Thank you very much.
Go in peace, and may the stars of our universe provide you with everything you need.
I'll bow before standing up and teleporting out.
Yeet! And you find yourself at the border where you need to be. And you're like,
Ah,
fuck, that's a lot of distance.
all right.
You have
Ooh,
to go to
ooh.
the local star and kind of.
Oh no, I'm not going to do
Charge
that.
up.
I'm going to use one of the 24 Leah stars I have in my necklace.
Just gulp. And then you're charged up again and you zip across and you're back in enigmatic space on the frontier and you're like, fuck, I
Oh,
gotta go another length.
You're
All right,
back
all
on
right.
the backward section of space that is our home.
And then I take another star and I blink again.
And now you're back at Enigma. You realize that the no-goes at space where all the local empires and dynasties are trying to entrap the aliens is twice the size of the total of the enigmatic empire.
And so I'm like, fuck.
Fuck. It's like 6 rings you had to jump through. Like, okay.
Motherfucking. And then I'm just gonna teleport down. Or I'm gonna message Luna. I'm like, all right, Luna. Are things set up? Are things ready?
You're not going to get an answer.
All right, all right. Ah. All right. Ooh, ooh,
Do
ooh.
you remember why you're not getting an answer?
No.
It's not Luna anymore, you
Oh,
fucker.
that's right. I'm like, all right, Luna, Mina.
Aether.
Mina, Luna. I have to. If I say Mina, it's gonna be both
It
of
is
you
Mina.
answering.
And
I need.
you're stuck with it. What do you want? Oh, yes, your thing. Yes, I've got the music queued. Luckily, Thunderhead's not talking to me right now, so he doesn't question this.
Good. All right. Make sure there's a Leah canister in there, so we can just get started right away.
Yeah,
Yes.
everyone's sitting there. The canister's ready. They're all waiting for you to arrive.
Made sure there was several canisters on standby for if somebody decides to do something stupid.
Start the music. I'll pop in at 28 seconds. We'll go from there.
Alright, I gives you a cue. And I will do a countdown for him. For doing this. We're doing
10 seconds.
Right. See, I know exactly where it comes in and at.
20 seconds.
Oh, I know which one this is. Okay. And now.
Come in. Everyone's a little like, why is there music playing?
I'm not explaining shit.
And yeah, I want to come in and just kind of like let forth like a bright blue glitter of Leah.
Dun, dun, dun. Ba-da-dum-bum.
I repeat, I'm not explaining shit to nobody. They get to figure out on their own why the music's playing. I will I will make sure that a pre-recorded announcement of your arrival does play though. Welcome you in.
Yes. And then once all that's done, the pose has been struck. He's like, all right, cut the music.
Yeah, alright. What am I, your fucking tech girl now?
Maybe, I don't know.
I'm not an AV tech, I'm a hacker, you fuck.
How much would it cost for you to get my attack?
500,000 lux cred an hour.
All right, I transfer you 5,000 luxury credit.
Do you? I said 500,000, but do you actually have that amount?
I do, unfortunately.
Okay, yeah, no, I'll be your tech for an hour then. I'm a woman of my word.
Come at me. I'll do it.
Never let it be said that I'm not a woman of my word. I will be your tech
Congratulations.
for an hour.
Congratulations, Char. You just pulled a Nix.
I didn't know
Oh,
you
he
actually
does
had
have that much money.
I didn't know he had that much, but I have that much money. I shouldn't be surprised that he does too.
And I'm like, I'm gonna look at the class. I'm like, class. I am Aether.
Spotlight hits you.
I'll be conducting your test today.
I need you to make me a willpower test. That light is powerful and it tastes like cherries. And several bubbles start rolling around. And you like, oh, I love cherries.
Stay focused.
Focus. All right, we're good.
Focus. It's dramatic. It's good. You go.
I'm like, I'm gonna hold up. I want to grab one of the lead canisters. I'm like, the test today is a very simple test, and it's called lick the battery. And I'm gonna like make a tongue as I lick the entirely canister.
The canister arcs like it's supposed to be a completely contained canister, but the moment he licks it, like arcs of Leah just zip off the canister. Tastes like zippy soda-y blue raspberry.
I will ensure that there is extra light effects when it happens, just because. You've paid for a tech. I will give you a tech.
And I'm going to look at the audience and like, now, there's only one way to pass this test, and I wish to inform you beforehand. I'm pretty sure most of you here are smart, so I won't insult your intelligence.
I will.
I'm here looking for apprentices. So, if you do not wish to become my apprentice, there's the door.
Everyone lines up.
Like,
one girl's sitting there. That one girl who's just like, I ain't licking the battery. That's for idiots. But everyone's like, yeah, I'll lick it. I'll figure this out. I know. Some people actually start putting on equipment.
And I'm like, all right, everyone line up single file outside.
Yeah,
And we'll
5
do
people
this.
are sitting there. 2 people are like, I have dreams of something else. I don't want to be an apprentice, but can I stick for the lecture?
You mean watch?
Okay. 2 people are like, I'm not. I mean, yeah, it'd be nice to be your apprentice, but I'm not looking a battery. That's for idiots.
I've already locked the doors. The rest aren't coming back.
But the two that are like, I'm not gonna look the battery. I'm gonna pull up a file on them, and I'm gonna make notes. And so they'll later learn that they passed the test.
Yeah. No, one it's a guy and a gal. One is he's bright-eyed. He's all happy and cheery. He's like, I don't like spicy food. So
Mhm.
if I lick a battery, I think that's gonna be spicy. So I'll be okay. No thanks. And the other one's like, we may be smart, but I don't think a lot of people here have common sense. So I'm gonna say no, because if my calculations for mathematics is correct, which it is, the amount of energy that comes out, electricity that comes out of a Leah canister, is more than a single grid in Enigma, which is enough to electrocute millions of people to death.
I will
And
double check his math, Matt.
yeah, no,
I'm
it's
a
correct.
robot.
Yeah, no, it's correct.
Yeah.
There will be a ding ding and like a little whee coming from the techno area.
What the fuck?
Well, yeah. Aether's going to do a test. I'm going to conduct this test. Those who wish to be my apprentice, please line up. If you do
No,
not wish to be.
those people have already been filed out to the private testing room.
And then Aether's going to go through each one individually. And as soon as they try and lick the battery, it's going to be an immediate fail.
About 50% can't figure it out and attempt to actually go to lick the damn thing.
Um,
The other
I
half
won't-
just kind of throw their hands up and they're like, it's I don't, it's I can't figure it out, but I know it's not to actually lick the battery. I thought it was a metaphorical approach, so like, pull part of the battery off of, or pull a part of the power off the battery within a controllable vector and incorporate it or utilize it. But no, only one person could figure out, which is this very cocky person. Oh god, it reminds you so much of Ezekiel, and he's just like, oh, I've been playing with Leah before I was plucked from the lifted program into this coliseum of knowledge. Pleasure to
Oh.
meet you. I'm in Dario.
I'm going to look up in Daryl.
Can I reject him for you? For my own sake?
He has successfully gone up to the canister, tweaked it a little bit, put a cap, and twisted it onto the diodes, and he is summoned it up to his gauntlet that he constructed, and he is playing with the Leah energy in the palm of his hands with the gauntlet. I have licked the battery, which is a common Leah's term for siphoning just a sliver of energy from the canister. Rather simple
let me shoot him.
child's play, after all.
I have a rumination round right in my pocket right now.
It seemed like, how interesting. Well, yes, you did, technically, win. And you're technically correct, good sir. And this is a very fascinating, truly fascinating.
I understand there are more tests. This is just a preliminary stage.
Yes. Unfortunately, you fail.
Oh no! Whatever did I do wrong?
Let's see.
Use outside equipment, not his own capabilities.
No.
Because he used the
That
gauntlet?
wasn't a thing. It's
He actually built that. It's himself.
yeah. And I'm
Or I
just
don't like your face.
but I'm going to look at him like, you were correct in the fact that the obtaining of the Leah is the right way of doing it, but you didn't do it correctly.
Ugh.
And you didn't pass what was the real test, which was to not interact with it at all.
Oh my! It's such a double blind. How clever!
Get out.
And I'm just gonna look at him.
Thank you for such a lesson, teacher. That's
The lights are now trying to usher him out of the room. Like this just exit sign is now over the exit and just arrows and go, you
he does.
go.
He does hold his hand up to his mouth.
And I'm just gonna take a moment, and I'm just gonna shift him out of the room into the
No,
hallway.
he's walking out of the room.
Okay. If he wasn't, I was just like, no, I'm done now.
If you hadn't done it, I was going to shoot him with a ruination round.
And
that
you
had
kind of
flash
hear
and
outside,
cheese.
"Oh, Gina, it seems I've failed. Did you fail as well?" "Yeah, I've failed. Yeah." "Oh, it's such. Oh, I thought I was ready, but alas, it was not meant to be."
Kill this man. We'll make
Yeah,
him disappear.
yeah, it didn't happen. Mm.
I will just disappear him. They'll never know what happened.
Calm down. You're gonna be okay.
I'll be fine. He's not as bad as Ezekiel.
Yes.
Well, he gave you all the respect that Ezekiel doesn't give. He was prim and proper and polite, and
Yes.
explained all of his reasoning. He's true enigmatic, but he sounds like Ezekiel, which automatically goes, "Nope, no, you're too close to that one guy I just absolutely detest."
So
Nix might have actually killed him if he was there.
So we're gonna take all the ones who passed, including Haley, who didn't want to partake, and the other male that didn't want to partake.
Yeah, there are 3 people who didn't touch it, and they tried to use some equipment on it from range. One of them actually brought up a safety barrier that he built, and he constructed a safety barrier, put on a suit, like a Leah resistant and electricity resistant suit with a grounding mechanism in the feet, and he interacted with the canister as if it was a bomb.
I mean,
Fair enough.
you can't argue with that one.
And
Nah.
eventually he's like, "I'm sorry, Proctor, but I can't lick the battery in any sense of the term. And I'm not approaching it beyond the specified safety regulations set by the Thunderhead for interacting with Leah technology. And I'm not qualified for Leah technology, so I'm not approaching it any further. And I'm going to, unfortunately, have to call for specialists to extract the canister to, proper containment and storage."
Understood.
Don't worry, I got it. I'll walk out with it.
I'm just like, that
Just
is
gonna pick it up
understood.
by hand.
I'm like, that's understood.
Yeah, everyone
You-
else got too close to the canister, but they didn't touch it among the 3 people who didn't end up touching it. Or interacting it with directly individual or with tech or whatever. But there's only that guy was the only one who didn't approach it within specific Leah regulations, because technicians who are not Leah qualified are not allowed to approach Leah technology, especially the canisters.
And he's actually gonna pass him.
"Oh, I didn't do anything, sir. I
Hmm?
wasn't able to complete your task."
You did complete the task.
"I'm very confused, sir."
This is called a double-blind test.
Yeah, we've had a couple of those. I should have seen that coming. I was on guard because the moment Leah came up, my family, they're a bunch of technicians, and every frickin' day, my dad, when he comes home, all he does is complain about all the safety regulations and all the extra steps they have to do anytime anyone from Leah or any Leah tech comes in. He's like, "Oh, we can't be within the same room. We can't even look at it. We can't even talk to the technicians. We have to go through an intermediary." So I kind of took the same approach.
Yeah. And here's the thing. That's very safe. And there's nothing wrong with being safe. But
Yeah, everyone's like, "Yeah, I may not get the best grades here, but I've never had an incident report filed against me or had an accident."
oh, I've had many of those.
Well, I like safety because, I like to live and I have all my parts.
I like
Good.
him. Keep him.
I'm like, you know what my first incident was in my groundbreaking advancement for technology?
Mhm.
teleporting a computer into somebody's leg and car.
Oh, you must have not done the proper Leia safety protocols.
Nope.
Even this
Oh.
child knows, and you didn't.
I want to look at like, be quiet, you.
Well,
I'm with stupids now over his head.
looking at him, he has some of the worst
I was
grades.
just pointing directly down.
He has some of the worst grades and is on the should be removed. Not because he's not capable. It's just everything he does takes too much time. Like every time they go do a project or a personal project, he spends a lot of time going to his storage area, setting up all of the safety equipment for every stupid regulation that is supposed to be enabled. Whereas some students just grab their toolbox, roll their sleeves up, put on a safety mask, and then just get to work. He's like, nope, I know what that is. I know the safety regs for that. And he goes over and gets the appropriate safety equipment, puts on the whole outfit and everything.
I'm gonna look at him like,
He's been disqualified because of not doing it within the right time frame. That's why he has bad grades.
I'm gonna look at him like, I like you. You're going to pass this test, and I'm going to put you further up onto the list of potential apprentices if you would like it.
Oh, that would be great. Heck yeah. I'm so glad that my being a stickler for safety, actually came in handy for once. Well, in the career path rather than just the scientific path. Safety always pays off, but some people, gosh, they don't ever give you enough time to set up the safety stuff here.
That's true.
You're boring. I like you.
I'm gonna pull up a pad and I'm gonna write down onto it that I'm wanting to have him transferred to be my apprentice, and I'm gonna hand it to him.
What about the other two outside?
Oh, I'm not done with them yet. They're gonna have another test.
Oh, he's like, oh, yeah. Do you sign off? There's so many people here. This is what this is for, recruitment. If you find somebody and you're like, I'll take them.
And I'm gonna look at him like, you'll meet me after dinner.
Yeah.
And we'll go over
this guy's
your
code
future.
name is. That's what everyone calls him.
His name's what?
That's his nickname.
You cut out.
His nickname is OSHA.
I like him. I like him a lot.
Anywhere he goes, he's like, oh, that's not up to spec. And they're like, shut the fuck up. Get to your own lab. And he's like, okay. Handrails are very important when working at high up areas. And they're like,
if somebody dies, it's gonna be your fault, not mine.
Yeah, I'm gonna hand that to him. I'm like, here you go. Meet me after dinner.
Mm-hmm.
You will be transferring you to Ares base, should you choose to accept.
Oh, wow, that's quite the ways out.
Yeah, we'll be there in
yeah, okay.
3 seconds.
Yeah. He signs it. Like,
yeah,
he's ready.
And I'm gonna open the door. Go for it, apprentice. Don't tell anyone.
Oh, well, if I don't tell anyone, that's okay. I just to make it look like nothing happened, I got to put away all the safety equipment because regulations require you to, once you've set up the equipment, you got to put it away in the manner in which it was supposed to be stored for your use.
Do that.
Yep, and
if
he goes
asks,
through the decontamination process. Like once the canister's taken away, he actually sprays down all of the safety equipment, sprays down the room to kill all the static charge in case there was a breach.
Oh, I'm not gonna let that Leah static charge get sprayed down. I'm just gonna hold my hand out and eat all that.
Oh, he's like, he still sprays down the room, and when he's all satisfied, he holds up a energy detector, goes around the room, all clear.
Yeah, I ate it.
Yeah. Oh, well, in case there was, it's all clear.
Some pet pats.
Well, yeah.
All right, off you go.
And then he also sprays the top of his head because you gave him head pats and you're a Leah creature.
And then I'm going to teleport back to the 2 remaining students.
Yeah. The guy behind him's like, fucking finally, OSHA. Did you put away all your equipment? I did, in fact. By regulation standards, everything is ready to be used immediately. Everyone's just like, ugh. Can't even heckle the guy.
And just Mina's voice comes out of the speaker system. I like him.
I'm like,
He's
I'm like,
great.
once he's like walking, I'm like, what a fucking nerd he is, putting away
Shut up,
stuff.
Yeah, a
You
lot of
know,
people are like, all right, good job, OSHA.
I'm not gonna lie, 100%. I'm going to have him reassigned as your safety officer for your fucking labs. You've been
Bring
bitching
it.
about the last one. I'm gonna give you a new one, and it's gonna
Bring
be
it.
the noob.
When you turn the corner to go back, there's the junior investigator there, and you're like, "Oh, how did you get there?"
How did you
And
get
they're
here?
just silently standing there.
Well, he got here, so he deserves to be here, as far as I'm concerned.
And I'm like, I
Just
left you in
silent,
my
watching you.
office, and I'm just gonna slowly float around him and back into where the other two are.
No, he follows you, and eventually he's sitting in the corner like usual, just watching, listening.
He found you, and I mean, at that point, he deserves to watch you. He
I
managed
know.
to get here from Ares base, and none of us noticed him do it.
I want to turn around and like, so that leaves. He's gonna pull up the pads. Haley and
Josh.
Josh.
Hey. Yeah.
Congratulations. You two passed the first test.
Haley's like, yeah, I figured. We're not allowed to be anywhere in the vicinity of Leah at all. None of us have the clearances. That's the biggest clue. I knew this was bullshit. Because the Thunderhead executes people for breaking Leah containment and classification, or classified rules.
I'm gonna kill them.
I'm gonna float over to Haley and just kind of start floating closer and closer to them as I'm made out of Leah.
He's like, well, you're a Leah being. Leah technology is, forbidden to us. Period.
Yes. Fair enough.
Well, I don't know the rules about people made of Leah, so I guess you get to make up your own rules because it's your body. But for the technology,
there's still technically rules I have to follow.
It's your own body.
And it's true.
So
I have some questions for you guys. This is going to be simple Q&A.
Okay. Do you want us to be separate, or can the peanut gallery be here and us be here?
Peanut gallery is allowed to be here. And I'm going to look at where I know the Leah Council members watching.
Mm-hmm. So OSHA shows up. As he's the only one that you passed. So it's just Haley, OSHA, and Josh. And then you got the smattering of people in the back who didn't want to be your apprentice but could stick around for the lecture.
And I'm going to look down like, so what we're going to talk about is Leah.
Are you giving us an authorization to do so? Because if not, I'm leaving.
I'm going to be holding up the pads that already has their authorizations on it.
Oh, we're Leah qualified at a rank 1 tech, but we haven't proven our knowledge.
You have. I declare that you've shown your knowledge.
Huh. All right. Shit, I guess if you're at such a rank that you can give people qualification, then I guess we gotta trust you on it. So she's like, I don't think that's correct. I am actually, by Leah standards, not qualified because I do not have the basic Leah understanding.
Just the words just appear in the air.
Looks like the disembodied reggae space voice says that.
Man, you got to be stopped talking, man.
Okay, all right.
That is like disembodied investigator space reggae voice, man.
And Josh just leans over. It's okay, guys. I mean, for us to learn about what we need to be qualified to be Leah technicians, we first have to be qualified on a probationary status. Because otherwise, it'd be inversely illegal, because us learning about Leah is illegal until we're qualified for it. So we're on probationary.
He knows too
Oh.
much. Kill him.
We're on a probationary status, and once we have proven our knowledge, then that is a permanent qualification. This is actually really good for our careers.
Yes, and as head of the lead department on Ares Base,
Whoa, a department head? That's
a
crazy.
department head, a liaison. I have many hats.
Whoa.
Also,
What type of hats?
Well, no
Joshua
offense.
asks. Like, is it a top hat, bowler hat? What are we talking? Like a baseball cap?
I can do whatever hat I want.
Oh, that's cool. Oh, sorry. That
You're not
that, that
wearing
was
a
an
symbol.
irrelevant. Sorry, that was a weird
You are
question.
now absolutely wearing a sombrero.
And then the bum ba dum bum 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 bum.
I'm just like,
No.
yeah.
I'm not playing the music. I'm
No,
not gonna
just that
bother.
little
I'm not
quip. Just a little quip. With
I'm
the
not trying to
sombrero.
interrupt. I'm just not trying to interrupt his lecture. Just putting a little sombrero on him, but it is a very tiny one.
I'm just gonna eat the sombrero.
Nom.
No, my light show.
I'm just gonna like, all right. So I'm
Mhm.
going to I'm like, what do you think one of the most important things about understanding Leah is?
Oh, she's like, well, safety, because it unfortunately is uh, it's a state of energy that is not a natural existence of states, so it has a natural degrading energy level, and if we come in contact with it, we could also inherit the same properties of the degenerating energy states. So we need to treat it as a dangerous substance and show it the respect it deserves.
Does deserve respect.
I
And why do you
insist.
think that is? I'm gonna look at Haley and Josh for this one.
Haley is just like, let me formulate my thought. Josh, do you want to take this one? He's like, oh yeah, sure. Well, why do I think Leah deserves the respect it has? Beyond it providing us the advantage in the current situation with our alien neighbors, which is violent in nature. I don't think it's from around here. That's what I think. I think it's not a natural thing. It's either manufactured or uh, kind of a catalyzed state, kind of like when we make elements for our own needs. It's not naturally occurring. So Leah, unfortunately, since it's a non-naturally occurring substance, it's either we manufactured it or we found it, but it's not from here. Which would also provide us with a glimpse into new knowledge, which I think is one of the most important factors, is the discovery of a new type of energy that has almost its own kind of rules, which is probably why it's very secret, isn't it? But speculation.
I like that speculation. Very interesting one.
And Haley's like, I'm not gonna say. Too
And
many
why?
ears, too many eyes, too many people that well, we're in an open space. We have some idiots behind us who think listening into the lecture, and those guys aren't qualified, so they should have left. And since we have a peanut gallery and people in the observational deck, obviously we have somebody on the comms. So they're watching through the cameras. I don't know if they're qualified. If everyone's qualified, I'll speak what I think. But if a single person isn't, well, I breached the secrecy clause, so I ain't saying shit.
Hmm. Also a good answer. And I'm going to stop and I'm going to look at everyone else. All right, those who are Leo qualified may stay.
And
And of
everyone gets
course,
out
Mike.
very quickly because she did call them out like that. They were all trying to listen in because they're
And I'm
all
going.
curiously brilliant, bright minds.
Mhm. And I'm going to look up at the box as well.
The box will actually close the shutters on it.
And I'm going to like, if the special guests in the box would like to come down, they might like to learn something.
there is a form that materializes out of a. It starts as a perfectly silver marble that just bloop, and then out comes a quicksilver person. I would like to, if you'd be willing to educate me.
Of course, council member.
The rest I have restricted from viewing at your request.
Thank
This
you.
will be a private moment, and
Between me, you, and my future apprentices.
yes, the 5 of us. And a privacy bubble will appear.
I'm going to look at Haley again. So what is your idea?
Interdimensional shit. The
Mm,
energy state degrades too quickly. That means there's an external force. I've had research specifically on one of my thesis projects around super states between states of matter, such as liquid, solid, gas. There is a intermediate state between states called the boson, or the boson state. It's man-made, and it wants to become one of the natural states as quick as possible. And I have all the data behind it. And that's just playing with things in this reality. Leah, from the brief, very far off interactions I've seen of it, or anything alluding to it, it just degrades too quickly. It's impossible to work with, which means it wants to dissipate in a hurry, and well, it's not from here at all. And if you're part of the lifted grapevine, there's too many stories circulating about Leah. It's all conjecture and theory and conspiracy, whatever, because, well, the secrecy umbrella surrounding Leah in general is just, it's pretty ironclad. But if you listen close enough, especially from individuals who are actual cloud technicians, well, the stories they tell, if they tell at all, it doesn't obey any laws. It has its own rules, so it's just not from here. Which means we have scienced the shit out of this universe and found something else beyond it. So that's my thing. And since I'm really qualified, I can actually say it now.
I like all these answers. Truly fascinating.
And the council member, kind of squints at Haley. We have scienced the shit out of this universe. That is your answer. She just shrugs. I mean, yeah.
It's the best answer.
I'm like, I truly like this answer.
I mean, it's such an inaccurate answer, but technically, by human standards, that is a very linguistically awkward but correct statement.
It's true. Now I'm going to share with you some information I've discovered.
What clearance do we have to have for it? It's just like, yeah, is this a really dangerous piece of info? Like, is our clearance
Mm,
enough?
I'm going to think for a moment. I'm like, you're my future apprentices. Oh yes, by the way, you two did pass.
Who passed?
Haley and Josh, you both passed.
Oh, she didn't.
Oh, she did too. They already got their
Oh, okay.
and I'm gonna hand them or float over to them some pats.
OSHA wipes down his head with with the same spray. The others are just like, it's whatever. If it kills us, it kills us.
I'm like, those are for you to make sure you're gonna have security clearance to come with me to Ares base.
So you wish to take the 3?
I do.
Do you need anything of me? I thought you were going to teach me something.
I am going to teach you something, great council member.
I need to remain on Enigma for now. Perhaps you
I will
can
teach it
show me?
now, here in front of my apprentices,
Hmm.
as they will need to know this as well.
Well, they also need to have the proper clearances. So watch your words. They're only level 1 probationary clearance.
They are probationary clearances that once they officially finish their paperwork and formally adopt apprenticeship under me, I will make sure they learn what they need to for the ascendancy process.
So you're taking them as apprentices for the Leah Soul project, not Leah department.
This is correct. And as such,
Understood.
they still need proper Leah clearances for
Yeah,
certain things.
but it does give you a little bit more leeway. Know that if they do follow under this purview, that is their life. They either succeed at becoming a Leah Soul,
Or they die.
or they die. That has always been your people's way.
This is true. And I'm going to look at them. If you wish to become my apprentices as Leah Soul, you may stay. If not, I will still take you as my regular apprentices.
No, she's like, that sounds really dangerous. Do you have a guidelines of regulations and safety for the process?
All our teachings are through oral traditions.
That doesn't sound very, very safe. You said it was okay if I follow under you in the normal fashion?
This is true. Let me explain to you what our first process would be. It is lick the battery, and what we do is we turn your entire skin into pure Leah.
They all kind of blink. What about the rest of us?
We
Haley pipes up. Josh kind of rubs his skin like, oh. I was just like, but uh, that doesn't sound safe.
I'm gonna look at them like it is perfectly safe. I will teach you and guide you into it being safe. That is what having a master's for. And I'm just
Haley's
gonna
like, sign me the fuck up. That's great. Let's do it.
one. I'm just gonna hold up my hand so it's see through. Oh no, I want to actually show them a picture of what Cody used to look like. And
Hey,
this
you're
was
that. Josh is like, hey, you're that pilot that created that gyroscopic cockpit. I read
I
the technical report that was filed to the um, Thunderhead Science Monthly magazine.
yes, that was me. And this is me now.
Yeah, and Josh actually reaches into his little handbag and he pulls out from a slew of magazines with little sticky notes on specific pages and tabs, and he actually pulls out a specific, very worn um, actual magazine, flips it open. He's like, "Yeah, this one.
I'm gonna grab it and I'm like read it over. I'm like,
Yeah,
oh my
it's
gosh.
a blurb about you, and it's you standing next in a picture to your gyroscopic cockpit, um, and also you in another picture next to your mech that you built.
Oh, the Apollo
Uh,
one.
yeah, the Apollo. At the
I'm
base, somebody took a picture and then they wrote a little article about you.
like, oh my god, it was like a lifetime ago.
Yeah, I read all of the science monthlies.
Yes,
It was
no.
only like a week ago.
I know. I'm just like, don't worry. I will inform you. I wish also to tell you this. To be honest with you, the transformation is painful, and
I was just like, I don't like pain. This is.
but don't worry. We have a new formula for helping ease the pain.
Haley kind of narrows. It's Zydrate, isn't it?
I believe we're calling it Zydrate Z.
Look,
Or Zydrate C. I'm not sure.
I appreciate the offer, but I'm not going on Zydrate.
Oh,
Like my mother, she committed suicide on Zydrate. That shit is evil. That shit is the worst
what?
thing you could ever do to somebody. Put somebody on Zydrate.
Oh,
It.
uh,
Mm-mm.
let me inform you. Uh, our new Zydrate formula
I.
has 0 drawbacks,
I.
no
Look.
addiction, and I understand your fear of it.
No, it warps you.
The old one, yes. Would you like to see the research on the new one?
Fuck.
Here.
Fine. Yeah.
And I'm going to pull up the research data and hand it over to Haley on the new Zydrate formula that we had made. And I'll add one to each and everyone.
No, Josh was like, look, science evolves. So does the progress of specific methods. The old Haley, the old way would have been archaic, but it looks like he took extra effort and extra care to, you know, tread the path for us so that we don't have to stumble on all of the worst to come. And he's going to guide us through the process.
And that's the
So
thing.
I think
You
we
guys
should do
are.
this.
I want to look at them like you guys are going to be the first generation of new Leah souls.
He's Osha's like,
After
what about your
perfect
safety protocols?
which safety protocols around Ascension?
Yes, the process.
Well, so I can guarantee you a almost 100% success rate. I believe I have it up to 98% success. If you follow my program and work hard and you are diligent, which OSHA, you are very diligent.
Safety is priority.
Yes. So I'm assuming that you would take the utmost safety when it comes to my training.
I'll make sure of it. The other two kind of look at him like, really? He's like, he's kind of speculating, and he's kind of nodding to himself like, yeah, safety. And he's
Um,
like, I still don't like it. You may have the facts on this, but how the data doesn't show a large sample group. There's not a big study on testing a wide variety of populace.
no, that's because the current Zydrate is only in circulation on Ares base.
Still, you have almost no data, and Zydrate interacts specifically different with different types of people. It's the way it interacts with your brain chemistry.
This is true, which is why we have each one programmed specifically for you.
You custom make Zydrate for the person.
So it provides the least amount of side effects.
Yeah, but that's
And you have access to a rehab in case they
Mhm.
do end up as addicts. My rehab, but it's a rehab.
Yes, we're gonna not put the rehab out there right now. Because look at them like besides once the ascension process is done, the need for Zydrate is gone.
right. But how does that alter me as a person up into the process? Because yeah, I don't need it now, but how does it change me as a person? Because it does change you as a person. Is it going to alter who I am if I undergo this process?
The ascension process or the Zydrate?
Well, I'm going to be on, since it's so freaking painful, as you said. I'm going to have to be on this stuff. But the Zydrate period, and there are several types of it. Even if
Which
you have a
if you
custom
are
built one, it's still going to alter you as a person. It makes you an unfeeling, dissociated, aloof kind of personality that doesn't
I
feel
actually
pain.
once I was on the customs hydrate, I actually experienced all my emotions. Yes, I did not feel pain, but I also had a little Leah protection from that.
I don't know.
Um,
I just this stuff is
I
evil.
was able to feel when my hands were crushed, though, on a small accident.
Did you follow safety regulations? Because that shouldn't happen if you did.
There is no safety regulations when working on the mechs we work on.
Oh, there should be. Yeah, actually, he reaches into his bag, he pulls out a data slate, and he flips to it, and he actually pulls up a safety regulations for mech maintenance, upgrades, repairs, modifications, and building.
I'm gonna grab that. I'm gonna look it over real quick. And I'm like, oh yes, no, none of this. All of this is outdated with the mechs that we work on.
Oh, do you have the current safety regulations?
And I'm like, of course. And I'm gonna bring up the safety regulations for working on ascended mechs that are being a bitch.
Yeah. Is that the label of is that the title of your safety regulations document?
Yes.
Safety regulations
Regulations for
regarding
Step
uh,
one: get
re-
out the
reg-
largest wrench.
regarding mechs that have awakened and are being a
okay.
bitch.
Yes.
Oh, this is a rather vulgar title. Which um this is
They're going to see my name on it. Actually, they would see
I,
Cody's.
I point out, Cody, you
Mhm.
would have my approval on this,
I know.
which will have acting ace Captain Nick Banshee.
Yes, and it was some of them. Some of the rules in there is like, all right, make sure to wash your hands because if the if your mech is being in a particular mood and they don't like the person, they will randomly move interior parts to crush hands.
that is absolutely unacceptable. That is disrespectful and a complete disregard for general safety for everyone involved. That actually, by regulations, even by what you have in here, is as he kind of flips it. Yep, right here, as it says, Section D of line 37, paragraph A, in the handling area, it specifically says that they should be disassembled.
Yes.
It says there,
Now,
it's a dick move.
then so I'm like, yes. Also, you got to move under the warning of disassemblement. Mm,
He kind of reads it again. You've
like
already changed the
warning.
text. He's like, oh, it says you threaten them with it.
Yes, threaten them with it. Also, be warned. Uh, certain mechs may threaten to crush you.
I love my Raven.
Well, what security features do you have in place? I don't. He's kind of flipping through it as he's
Oh,
kind of
I'm just gonna let him.
swipes.
I'm just gonna stop in like 1 second. I'm just gonna show them a video of the Atlas, uh, trying to kill, like trying to hurt me, while I'm working on it, and like the voice of the Atlas coming through the speakers.
Well, you mind if I like keep this? I think I might write an addendum to the safety regulations regarding dealing with awakened machines.
My
Yes, you make use
recommendation
of.
is just to not do it.
Someone has. I'm like somebody has to work on them.
Yep.
And they're
No,
just
no,
babies.
absolutely. Yeah, they're. Yep. They're. It's kind of like a. They're sentient people in this particular case.
Yes.
That's interesting. And you can already see him kind of making a bunch of notes.
I'm just like, but that being said,
Mhm.
I guarantee that you guys will come to no harm under my watch.
They'll all agree. Haley begrudgingly, she's still poring over the Zydrate notes. Joshua's just like, "Oh man, this has been quite a day." He's all like, "Hot diggity dang, this is great." And
And
Osha's just he's like, "I will write the new safety regulations. We're gonna."
I'm just gonna look like now. something important to know. Two
No,
of you
kind
are
of lay it out.
correct. Leah does come from a different dimension. And I'm going to start kind of like writing out. Leah comes from a plane known as the Phazon dimension. Phazon is highly corrosive to this dimension.
But Leah isn't?
Leah is not. Think of Phazon as stomach
She's like, it's a
acid.
supercritical state of Leah.
Yes. Think of it as stomach acid that would chew through this dimension like paper.
Hmm. Well, if we're talking about Leah in particular, the way you described it, it would have to be a supercriticality state for it to be corrosive. Because if Leah disperses at such an accelerated rate, then it would have to be so much Leah in a single spot, it might not even be Leah itself.
Oh no. Phazon is a downgraded version of Leah. It's diluted when it's come to this plane.
Wait, Phazon is or Leah is a downgraded
Phazon.
version?
Leah is a downgraded version of Phazon.
Oh, okay. You said it the other way.
I think it might have been just the way we spoke. Yes,
Hmm.
no. Leah is a downgraded version of Phazon.
Hmm.
And a key part of our ascension process is having a core of Phazon.
Morpheus is kind of nods its head. An interesting approach.
Yes, what we do is create a Phazon core and surround it with a circulatory system of Leah, allowing the Phazon to stay in place and giving us our power.
Kind of looks you up and down. You'd have to crystallize it and encapsulate it. I see that's the secret to achieving it, but the emissions from the core are such that you would have to have a circulatory moving Leah. But the core seems to have its own gravitational force, which keeps the Leah in place. And since the energy state emitted from the crystal is so high, it continually updates and establishes the energy state in which the Leah keeps it from dissipating within a
Yes,
certain field. That is rather revolutionary. Are you going to write another research paper and thesis for us to enjoy back at the council?
I may.
There are many who have tried something like that, but you seem to got the nuance and the details of it just right, where so many have failed. Students, you are very privileged. He is one of our upcoming, potentially new council members. We've been discussing it. One of our members has, I hate and dare say it, and this is gossip, students. Uh, they have yet to provide additional new things to the Leah department within the last decade. And if you can't provide something productive, new, and I even say,
Revolutionary?
no, we don't require it to be revolutionary, but it needs to be something that improves the Leah department, whether it's administration, development, manufacturing, research, teaching. If you cannot have something to show 10 times throughout your career, you're fired. And unfortunately, one of our members, after such a long time in their seat, has their. Well, they get to keep their seat until we find somebody worthy. And if you so wish it, you could have it.
Oh, that's very kind. But please, I would like to talk more after my lecture.
Of course. Gossip, of course.
Gossip. I want to turn to my students and now there's an important thing to understand. Phazon breathes and lives. It has flavors, textures, and one of the most fascinating things is when you taste licorice and cinnamon next to each other. There's chaos within the Phazon dimension.
I see.
And as part of your ascendancy process, at the very end, you'll be going there. And I'll prepare you as much as I can for your trips.
If you need a safe area in which to make your travels, we have one here on Enigma at Cloud Base 1.
Interesting.
There is an energy dead zone we've created to make sure that if you wish to move to the dimension, anything that would come out of the same dimensional hole would be stifled and controlled.
Oh, I have already calculated for that as well.
As you will.
I'm gonna look at my apprentices. But one thing you must know and respect about Leah and Phazon is that it doesn't follow rules, at least of this dimension. And it doesn't respect them.
No, she's like, that's yikes. But I'm pretty sure there's very sophisticated rules and regulations about safety and handling of Leah.
There is, and that's why we have them in place. Because if Leah had its way, it would not be here. And if it was, we would not be here.
Because the Phazon stuff, Leah dissipates, but if a Phazon got in here and was able to spread however it does, then it would eat this dimension.
Yes.
Yes, safety. He underlines several things on his notes. Safety, safety, safety.
I want to look at the council member. Do you disagree with this statement, or
No, the Phazon as a whole is a very infectious substance. Think of the universe as a vessel, so to speak, a body, and Phazon a virus, a bacterium, one that our body cannot fight if it were to take hold to a specific degree. We have antibodies for it, and we have surgical means of removing it, but if it grows, it's like a cancer, a tumor, malignant, spreads quick, kills the body.
with deadly precision?
Very much so. Fortunately, we have individuals like Aether here who could be our surgeon and remove it before it's too late.
Will be one of your duties when you ascend, to make sure that people respect and follow the safety regulations of our esteemed council.
You got it. I'll make extra sure that happens.
Besides having ultimate cosmic power.
It's like,
Okay.
ugh. Osha's like, shakes his head. So you see, no, that's not so easy. Having cosmic power or ultimate cosmic power, that
And I'm like,
if you don't take precautions, then unfortunately you're just going to create more problems than you solve.
this is true.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna find a desk, and I'm just gonna turn it to Leah, and I'm gonna have it come to my hand, and then eat it.
Osha's furiously scribbling on his notepad. Josh kind of looks at it. Interesting. So you can deconstruct things in this reality into its energy particulates and then devour it like it's food?
Yes.
That's rather dangerous. Would that make the entirety of this dimension your prey?
I'm gonna stop and think about it. It very much could make it my prey, but I have my humanity. I have things that I like here and that I want to protect. Like my 3 darling fiancés and my
Hmm.
3 new apprentices.
Kind of. Josh was like, "Oh, well, humanity is a very important bit. Although has a very dark history, but I think this is a good moment for our species. We are, I wouldn't say completely removed from our darker selves, our shadows of the past, so to speak, as shadows do remain. But yeah, this is it's a good path forward,
Yes.
and the Thunderhead is there for all of us.
Yes. Now, my princess, go to your rooms, say goodbye to your loved ones,
And pack our stuff.
and pack your stuff.
Okay. Yeah, they all kind of disperse and pack their stuff. Morpheus is still there.
I
So
want to look at Morpheus. Hmm. What cute little meat bags they are.
they have potential. I actually don't like the term. Many of the council members do, but I don't personally like it. I like to
Oh,
call them sparks.
sparks of ingenuity.
No, just all energy starts with a spark, a state. It's a small state, but it always has potential to become something more. Sure, they start in a flesh bound vessel, but so do many others. And the mechs themselves, who are not flesh bound and are more permanent, are they not sparks as well? Hmm.
Oh, interesting.
Every species that is capable of sentience and intelligence has a spark, no matter the vessel they start with. And then it is up to them and their surroundings and those near them help them grow that spark. And it is up to you. I'd hate to say luck, because that is a very important aspect. And your surroundings, whether that spark is guttered or blossoms into something far more. That is what the council always misses. They always keep harping on we must transcend our people, or the flesh holds us back, or we're not progressing as fast as we wish because of so many facets. It's really saddening. It's also saddening that I have not seen another one of my colleagues here.
I figured they were watching through your eyes.
No, I do not permit them such an invasion of privacy. They need to show up in person if they wish to have the information. At least make the journey. Show respect to the Thunderhead himself and all of the individuals trying their hardest day in and day out. We're not so lofty and too important to do such a thing. Because the lead department may be vastly powerful and influential within the Thunderhead Empire, but we still, at the end of the day, serve the Thunderhead.
This is
And the
true.
department wouldn't be a department without all of the individuals within it. And if we want our department to grow and become
Hmm.
more, well, that's down to our youths, our people. And they may be bound by their fleshly vessels that hold them back, like many say. But at the end of the day, they are still our future, no matter how eternal the Immortal Council is.
I believe the biggest problem with the Leah Council and the Leah Department is they believe you must cast off your emotions to be able to
They're
design
not
and
incorrect in many ways. We've had many, many incidents because of what was the term one of my colleagues used? Emotional calculations. You must calculate precisely and accurately and quickly if you want to make it in the Leo world.